Hogwarts, when the live Q and A goes live. Author, Quacking Crow. Introduction, about Hogwarts. When the Q and A live broadcast was in progress, the conspiracy gradually emerged, and the panic in Hogwarts had just begun. A strange Q and A space came and pulled some people into it. Then it asked everyone a very strange question. What is the main reason why Draco has repeatedly provoked Harry? A. Jealous of Harry's fame and reputation. B. Draco has a dark personality, which is what he was born with. C. Draco loves Harry deeply, because love leads to hatred. D. Maybe he is out of his mind, and if he doesn't get Harry, he will die to destroy him. Everyone present looked at Draco. A bunch of people looked at me with cannibalistic eyes. I was so panicked. What should I do? Call for help online. It's urgent. Writer group, 557,382,785. Chapter 1 Soul Transmigration. System opening. Where am I? Richard's eyes opened, and he looked blankly at the bright and spacious auditorium around him, as well as the noisy crowd wearing wizard robes. It's so noisy, and are they playing cosplay? A bunch of people wearing Hogwarts wizard robes? His mind was a little fuzzy, but Richard was still very clear about wizard robes in the world of Harry Potter. As a fan of Harry Potter, he himself has privately collected several sets of uniforms from the 4 Hogwarts houses. So he was very familiar with the Hufflepuff wizard robes worn by the group of people in front of him. It's just that the more he looked at it, the more strange Richard felt. Why? The people around are all foreigners? Gradually, his mind cleared up. At the same time, a sense of pain also came from his head, making his face look very pale and his facial expression distorted. What's wrong with you, Richard? When Richard fell into the pain in his head and couldn't extricate himself, sitting next to him, a boy with a very handsome and sunny appearance, full of European and American flavors, and wearing a Hufflepuff robe came over. He was holding half a pumpkin pie in one hand, and the crumbs on his mouth not only did not destroy his handsome smile, but made him look more real. Looking at his handsome face, Richard's head no longer hurts so much. Cedric, he subconsciously shouted, feeling familiar and unfamiliar with this handsome strange man in his heart. Familiarity comes from the instinct of the body, while unfamiliarity is because Richard doesn't know him. But soon, some memories came out of Richard's mind. When he pronounced the name Cedric, some vague memory fragments appeared in his mind, and more became clearer, and he looked more and more familiar with Cedric in front of him. He clutched his head. The memories in his mind were tumbling, and the memories belonging to the original body were conflicting with his previous memories. Are you all right, Richard? Do you want me to take you to the school infirmary? Cedric looked at him worriedly. He didn't even bother to eat half of the pumpkin pie in his hand. I'm fine, Cedric, in a trance. The words Richard said made him feel familiar, as if he should have said so. Who I am, Richard? Still Richard Ramirez? The headache was only there for a while, and now Richard is gradually waking up, and his mind is not so fuzzy anymore. He looked at Cedric, who was looking at him with a worried face, with a very complicated expression. I have come to the world of Harry Potter. The memories in my mind are fading, not just disappearing and then disappearing. Instead, it is hidden in the deepest part of his mind, and he can recall it when he needs it. The memories from his predecessor for more than 10 years, except for some specific things and people, are relatively vague. Are you really all right? Cedric pressed Richard's shoulder and asked worriedly. And their movement here also attracted the attention of some people around them. What's wrong, Cedric? Richard? There are Hufflepuff people around, and there are many people who have a good relationship with Cedric and the predecessor of Richard. Naturally, some people are worried. Don't worry, I'm fine, Jamla. Richard shook his head, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Cedric and the Hufflepuff girl with a smile. I just suddenly remembered something, and it's just a headache. That's good. Seeing Richard's expression gradually soften, Cedric heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did he remember that he still had an unfinished piece of pumpkin pie in his hand. Immediately with a smile, He put the last piece of pumpkin pie into his mouth. Richard subconsciously shifted his gaze to Dumbledore, who was communicating with others on the professor's platform. Dumbledore seemed to have noticed Richard's gaze, and turned his head to give him a kind smile. This smile almost didn't scare Richard to death. At that moment, he quickly turned his head and looked at the food in front of him. Very good. It's all British food. What kind of barbecue? Grilled sausage, bread, and all kinds of things. In short, it can be described in one sentence. Very greasy. Trying to pick up a piece of grilled sausage on the table, Doolin wanted to know what is now Hogwarts. When did Harry Potter enroll? After he took the sausage, he set his eyes on the long table in Gryffindor not far away, looking for the very distinctive Harry Potter. But before I had time to look at it, some memory fragments flashed in my mind. It was about the commotion caused by Harry Potter when he entered school, and the segment where Gryffindor finally overtook to win the Academy Cup last school year. Richard couldn't help but heaved a long sigh. Oh my God, that evil star is still enrolled. Of course, all of this was done in Richard's mind. Cedric looked at Richard, who was silent and only cared about eating sausage. I don't know if it's his illusion, but he always feels that there is something different about Richard in front of him. It's not clear exactly how. Maybe it's really just my own illusion. The jack-o'-lanterns in midair and the ghosts floating around all indicate that today is a good day. Richard bit down half of the sausage in one bite, releasing the greasy taste in his mouth. Not bad, but a little greasy. But this is his first time eating. Thinking of the original work, it seems that this kind of thing is eaten every day. Richard had a headache. His mind is still a little confused now. After all, he has completely received another person's memory. Looking at it as a person who personally substituted, he has personally experienced the past 10 years of Richard Ramirez. What came to my ears were the exchanges and cheers of the 4 little wizards of the college, as well as the communication between Cedric and other little Hufflepuff wizards, and he had to face the occasional attacks from Cedric. Worried gaze. Amidst the noise, Richard felt that his mushy mind was slowly recovering, and then he heard a voice without any emotion appearing in his mind. Live Q and A system has been activated. Chapter 2. The secret room is opened, and people are panicking. Cough cough cough. Richard, who was putting the last half of the sausage into his mouth, widened his eyes when he heard the voice in his head, and choked on the greasy juice of the sausage in a moment of negligence. This is, my golden finger has arrived, he thought to himself. Cedric stared at Richard, and his intuition told him that there might be some unknown changes in Richard's body. This made him a little worried. It's okay. Reaching out to take the tissue from Cedric, Richard wiped his mouth and returned. Don't worry, Cedric, what can I do? While talking, on the other hand, Richard put his hand on Cedric's shoulder, as usual. This reassured Cedric, who had been worried about him, a little, and Richard also heaved a sigh of relief. He also knew that he was not the original Richard after all. Although he got his memory, there was still a big difference. Now, let's take a look at my golden finger first. After eating the sausage, Richard's eyes were on the system panel, which was invisible to others. Live question and answer system, host, Richard Ramirez, current status, not activated. Thing, it's very simple, very convenient, and looks like an ordinary panel, but Richard knows that this will change his own destiny. This is my golden finger. Taking a deep breath, Richard felt that he should calm down and be more rational now. But taking another look at the system panel in midair, Richard couldn't help but smirk again. However, he also noticed that the 3 large characters on the system panel were not activated. System, what does this mean? Richard tried to ask in his heart. Specific conditions are not met, so the Q and A session will not start. It was still the cold mechanical sound, but to Richard's ears, it was kind of friendly. Then how can we meet the activation conditions? Activation can only be activated after specific personnel are present. Who is that specific person? Richard asked again. He was really unwilling to have a golden finger and be unable to use it, so he was a little unwilling to give up. But before the emotionless voice in his head could reply to him, Cedric's voice rushed into his head first. Richard S., we should go. Cedric's voice brought him back to his senses. The greasy food on the table in front of him has long since disappeared, and Dumbledore on the professor's platform has just finished what he wanted to say. However, Richard, who was immersed in the world of his mind, didn't pay attention. It was only when Cedric spoke now that he regained consciousness briefly. Then let's go, Cedric. After regaining consciousness, Richard said softly to Cedric, with an unconcealable excitement in his clever eyes. Now he can't wait to go back to Hufflepuff's lounge to grope for his golden fingers. It's just that, looking at the jack-o'-lanterns above his head and some Halloween decorations on the surrounding walls, Richard always felt as if he had forgotten something. But he didn't care. No matter what he forgot, it was not as important as what he was going to do next. He stood up, and together with Cedric and the little wizards of Hufflepuff went to Hufflepuff's park. In the common room. The Hufflepuff common room is near the Hogwarts kitchens. But first, you have to go to the second floor, then go in through the doors on the left and right sides of the stairs, and go straight down to the kitchen and Hufflepuff's lounge. Maybe I can go to the kitchen to find something to eat in the middle of the night. Richard thought to himself, this is really a brilliant idea. When they reached the second floor, Richard was surprised to find a group of little wizards surrounded in front of them. He and Cedric looked at each other, and then they pushed aside the wizard in front and walked forward together. Looking at the three figures with their backs in front of them, Richard only felt that this scene had a strong sense of familiarity. After pushing away the people in front, we can clearly see the three people standing in the front and the familiar cat under their feet. Richard finally knew what the strong sense of déjà vu was. No wonder, he said, how this scene is so familiar to people. It turned out that the secret room was opened and the first attack occurred. The crowd who came up from both ends fell into silence when they saw the cat hanging upside down. No longer the liveliness and joy just now. All eyes were on the cat hanging upside down, as well as Harry, Ron and Hermione. When everyone looked at them suspiciously, Harry's trio felt a little uneasy all over their bodies. The offspring of the enemy. Be careful. You are the next one, Mudblood. At this moment, Draco read out the words written in blood on the wall, and then turned his head to threaten Hermione, who was beside Harry. Richard, who was hiding in the Hufflepuff team, touched his nose. It was also when Malfoy told Hermione about the Mudblood that he recalled that the parents of his original body seemed to be muggles, just like Hermione. What are you doing here? Hurry up and get out of the way. Potter, are you doing? Before Richard could continue to think about it, the people around him and Cedric pushed him and Cedric to both sides, accompanied by a certain deep voice. Filch stepped forward. He was a little surprised when he saw Harry Potter being surrounded, but before he finished speaking, he saw Mrs. Norris hanging in midair. At that moment, the surprise on his face quickly turned into a kind of astonishment and disbelief. Immediately afterwards, an unspeakable anger and sadness swelled up in his heart. Potter, it's you. You actually killed my cat. I am going to kill you. I am going to kill you. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Harry's collar. Before he could do anything, a thick and vicissitudes voice appeared. Filch, don't be impulsive. This thick voice made him stop his movements, and listening to this warm voice from the bottom of his heart, Richard knew who was coming. Dumbledore walked over from the other side with most of the professors, and the young wizards gathered there dispersed one after another, making way for the professors. Dumbledore looked up and noticed Mrs. Norris hanging on the wall and the line of blood on the wall. When he saw the line of blood, there was a moment of astonishment on his face. Everyone go back to their dormitories immediately and don't come out. Richard didn't pay attention to what Dumbledore said. He is now engrossed in the system panel that only he can see, because the current state of the system can be activated. Chapter 3. Let's play a game together. Richard's eyes widened, and he looked at the text on the system panel seriously. Specific personnel have arrived. Meet the requirements for the first question and answer session. Whether to activate. Looking at this line of text, Richard's heart was trembling. It's impossible to say that I'm not excited. After all, in this mysterious and dangerous magical world, Only when one has powerful power can one better protect oneself and the people around one, especially when the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Richard has not forgotten that he is a mole wizard, not pure blood, nor those mixed blood. He may be attacked by the basilisk at any time, although there were only a few people attacked in the original book, and they were all petrified instead of losing their lives. But here, what he is in now is a complete world, not just a mere book can finish it. This is a real world. Richard S., we should go. Cedric's words interrupted Richard thinking. He recovered and noticed that the professors were about to leave. If this opportunity is missed, who knows when the next opportunity will be. Okay, let's go. On the surface, Richard and Cedric turned around and prepared to leave. But secretly it is system, activate, start the first question and answer. Without any hesitation, without any hesitation. If you don't activate it now, do you still keep it for the Chinese New Year? Just after Richard activated the system in his heart, Dumbledore on the other side suddenly raised his head, with obvious astonishment in his eyes. Then the little wizards who hadn't turned around saw their dear headmaster suddenly turned into a ball of white light, and then disappeared. Along with this, several professors disappeared, as well as Harry's trio and a young wizard among the crowd. Immediately, the atmosphere on the field exploded, noisy voices, chattering. The sound is endless. Before the other professors who were still present could maintain order, a projection-like image suddenly appeared in front of the blood-smeared wall. The picture was presented in front of everyone, and this sudden change made the little wizards present quiet again. Because, in this picture, they saw Dumbledore and several other professors who had just disappeared suddenly, as well as Harry's trio and others. Richard's feeling right now is very subtle. He feels like an omnipotent god who can do whatever he wants. Obsessed with the current state, he was lost for a moment, but the sudden voice interrupted his obsession and brought him back to his senses. The current state is just evolved by borrowing the power of the system. His real body is still the little Hufflepuff wizard outside. Opening his eyes, he looked at the 7 people in front of him. To be precise, he looked at the grey-haired old man in front of him, the greatest white wizard in the British magic world. Dumbledore. Who are you? Dumbledore looked vigilantly at the humanoid creature made of milky white light in front of him. The Elder Wand had appeared in his hand at some point, and the 3 of Harry and Draco who were also pulled in by him, pulled to the side, protected by the other 2 professors. Through this move, it can be fully judged that what happened in front of him has exceeded Dumbledore's expectations, making this most powerful white wizard have to take some actions to ensure that Harry Potter and his several companions' safety. Richard subconsciously took a deep breath. Of course, he can't do such a thing here. After all, he is just a humanoid creature made up of a ball of light, but with a relatively obvious body outline. Looking at Dumbledore who was so close to him, Richard's heart was still a little excited, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. Started to use some information given by the system to deal with Dumbledore. Think about it carefully, it should have told you all, and the answer is in your head. Richard raised his right hand and tapped his head with the middle finger. His voice has a unique gentleness, which makes people subconsciously give up their guard against him, and can't help but want to get close to him. When Dumbledore came back to his senses, this almost instinctive reaction brought about a deep sense of alertness. As the most powerful white wizard in England for a century, he has never experienced this kind of brain invasion since he mastered Occlumency and Legilimency, not to mention this subconscious change. At the same time, some vague information began to appear in the heads of the 7 people, and the information became more and more detailed. Question and answer space. Whether it was created by gods or demons is already unknown. The only thing I know is that this is a game, a quiz game. Those who answer the questions correctly will gain unimaginable benefits from this game. Maybe it's increasing lifespan, maybe it's getting untold wealth, or maybe it's becoming more powerful. And Dumbledore and the others are the first batch of players in the question and answer space. It seems that you all know where this place is. Then let's start the game. Don't worry, there will be no danger. Richard clapped his hands. attracting the attention of 6 people. "I would like to ask this, mister. How should this game start?" Dumbledore stood up. An extremely dazzling light shone in those azure blue eyes. Richard closed his eyes subconsciously, and when he opened them again, Dumbledore's azure blue eyes did not change at all. But fortunately, those milky white lights had already blocked their vision, so they didn't know that Richard closed his eyes when he looked at Dumbledore. "It will start right away, Mr. Dumbledore." After suppressing the shock in his heart, Richard clapped his palms, and then spit out, "I think a small change is needed here." As his voice fell, the environment in the question and answer space began to undergo some changes. In the eyes of Dumbledore and everyone, some decorations suddenly appeared, and there were 7 high platforms that rose abruptly. With their place as the center, 7 cobblestone paths appeared, connecting 7 high platforms, and each high platform had a big light bulb on it. At this moment, those light bulbs were still dim. "Did you find anything, Dumbledore?" Professor Snape looked at this scene, and a very ugly look appeared on his paralyzed face. Dumbledore shook his head slightly at Snape, signaling him not to act rashly. "Everyone, please." Richard spoke, still with that soft voice. This time, the 5 people except Dumbledore and Snape finally came to their senses, their faces full of surprise. "Let's ask a little question before we start the game." A small card appeared in Richard's hands at some point. At this moment, he looked at the text on the card and read it out gently. "Excuse me, what is the main reason why Draco Malfoy repeatedly provoked Harry Potter? A. Draco is jealous of Harry's prestige and fame. B. Draco has a dark personality. He was born that way. C. Draco loves Harry deeply, but because Ron, so love turns to hate. D. Draco is out of his mind." A friendly reminder, this is an unscrupulous question. Richard's face was very strange, and he said this to the 7 people. Chapter 4 Dumbledore, "No one knows Slytherin better than I do." "What is that?" 7 high platforms suddenly appeared. Are they prepared for Dumbledore to teach them? Really? Look quickly. The professor and Harry are walking towards the 7 high platforms respectively. Could it be that there are some treasures on those high platforms? Do they need to be taken by the professor and Harry separately? All the little wizards present looked at the projection in front of them, chattering non-stop. The rest of the professors didn't care about their thoughts. At this moment, their attention was also on the top of the projection, looking at Dumbledore and the mysterious milky white humanoid creature above. No one mentioned the matter of going back to the common room now. Everyone seems to have forgotten it. When the 7 high platforms rose, a cobblestone path appeared under their feet. Harry, Ron, and Hermione cast their gazes at Dumbledore one after another, and the helpless and pitiful eyes were almost ready to come out. Draco stood there with a dazed expression, as if he hadn't realized his current situation yet. At the beginning of the question and answer, Dumbledore did not take the lead in answering, but looked at the other 6 people on the high platform. They are Severus Snape, Gilderoy Lockhart, Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley. The moment he saw Draco Malfoy, even Dumbledore couldn't help but give him an interesting look. After all, the little question before the game is about Draco Malfoy. And what is Draco doing now? At this time, he was still in the state of not recovering. My mind is full now. Ha! I actually became a player in this question and answer space. Then if I answer the questions correctly and get those rewards, can I beat Harry Potter? Then I stepped on him and made him respectful in front of me. Just when Draco was full of big dreams, thinking about punching Harry's trio and kicking Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the future, the wizards who were watching the live broadcast from the outside world fell into a huge commotion. Look, what is that? Question and answer space. What is this for? Look, it seems to be Malfoy. He followed him in anyway. I haven't found him just now. Don't you all pay attention to the first question raised by that person just now? The question about Malfoy and Harry. The young wizards in the audience quarreled. They were discussing the contents of the screen intensely, and by looking at the excited faces of each of them, one could tell how hard they were holding back in their daily life. Richard S. What do you think? Cedric's gaze was like a torch. Richard, who was originally focused on the question and answer space, couldn't help but focus on dealing with Cedric. But on the other hand, Richard also had a headache when he saw the old and cunning and the other cute little wizards who didn't know what was going on. Dumbledore and the others made it clear that they didn't want to follow the rules, they just didn't rush to answer, and just looked at him abruptly. Still, he still has another way. No one wants to rush to answer? Then let me ask again. Does no one want to rush to answer? Richard's rather indifferent voice made Dumbledore narrow his eyes. He originally planned to follow along and take a look, and didn't intend to rush to answer this question right from the start. He is very clear about the rules of the game, and because he is so clear, Dumbledore is a little worried. Will there be other pitfalls that he hasn't noticed? But looking at the current situation, if there is no rush to answer, will there be some bad situations? Dumbledore didn't dare to gamble. At that moment, he put his hand on the button in front of him, and pressed it lightly. Then, the huge light bulb behind Dumbledore lit up with a green light. Richard's eyes lit up. Fortunately, Dumbledore answered quickly, otherwise it would be too embarrassing for no one to answer him. Very good, Mr. Dumbledore. Do you need me to explain this question again for you? I think it's unnecessary, sir, Dumbledore said with a smile. With this appearance, he really looks like an old man next door. I've also heard many times that Draco provoked Harry. Draco is a child I know very well. Although he is sometimes naughty, his nature is not bad, so the second option can be ruled out directly. On the high platform, Dumbledore talked casually, and the attitude of being in control made the little wizards outside admire him. Professor Dumbledore is right. Apart from provoking Harry, Draco is very good in other aspects, Blaise said to the people around him with a face of approval, and all the wizards in the Snake Court agreed. After all, he is a member of his own academy, so it's impossible to say what's wrong with him, right? After all, they are our Slytherins, not like those lions. Hey! They are all a bunch of reckless men. This is the voice of Marcus. It sounds full of arrogance, especially when he looks down on those lions. Bastard, what did you say? This is Wood's voice. He was glaring at Marcus at this moment. As the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, he has always disliked Marcus, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, especially when he was still insulting them Gryffindors. Oh, isn't it? When did you Gryffindors start relying on your brains? I've seen you upset for a long time, Marcus. Hey, a bunch of reckless men who only know how to do things. Just as the colleges on both sides were about to fight, Dumbledore, who was still in the question and answer space, was continuing to analyze that small question. As for C, I think it's also unlikely. When he saw the third option, Dumbledore's eyes flickered, and he didn't know who he remembered. As far as I know, Draco is a student of Slytherin, and what Slytherin students hope for most is that they have great prestige and fame, and Draco is ambitious. Perhaps because of this, he is jealous. The fame that Harry has had would have been too much to keep for himself. So, the correct answer is A. Dumbledore said loudly. His face brightened. No one understands Slytherin better than me. And no one understands Malfoy better than me. Most of the wizards in Slytherin are ambitious, and they value fame and fortune more than ordinary people think. On another high platform, Draco Malfoy's face turned pale because of Dumbledore's words, as if his little thoughts had been exposed to his face. Snape stared at Dumbledore in a daze. As expected of the headmaster of Hogwarts, he is not very much in school, and his eyes are so poisonous. No wonder the Dark Lord was most afraid of Dumbledore when he was alive. Lockhart looked at Draco. A flash of approval flashed in his eyes. He felt that as his fellow man, Draco would definitely have a very pleasant communication with him. How about having a good chat with Draco another day? Then, Mr. Dumbledore, are you sure you want to choose B? Richard looked at the small card in his hand. If there was an expression on his face, it would be very weird. I'm pretty sure, because no one knows Slytherin better than I do. Chapter 5 Harry, Could it be that Draco really likes me? It seems that our Mr. Dumbledore is very confident. That's right. Mr. Dumbledore is proud of himself as the leader of the British magic community in recent decades. Then, let's solve the riddle and see if Mr. Dumbledore's answer is correct. Mr. Dumbledore's answer is... Dumbledore suddenly became nervous, a feeling he hadn't experienced for a long time. The last time I experienced this feeling seemed to be that Fox had disappeared. He searched for a long time before he remembered that Fox was on the shelf above his head. Really, when people get old, they start to be useless, and they always forget some small things. Snape stared closely at Richard. His thoughts were roughly the same as Dumbledore's. If Dumbledore is the one who understands Slytherin the most, then he is probably the only one who understands Slytherin and the Malfoy family best. So, his choice and Dumbledore's choice are... The answer is wrong. Unfortunately, Mr. Dumbledore, your answer is wrong. When Richard said that Dumbledore's answer was wrong, Dumbledore was stunned, Snape was stunned, and even Draco, who was pale, was stunned. The little wizards outside also didn't fight because of this incident. It's definitely not because of Professor McGonagall's cold eyes watching them. But now, they were also stunned. Draco didn't envy Harry because of Harry's reputation, and then repeatedly provoked him. It can't be because Draco loves Harry, and love turned to hate. That might be. After all, no one knows what Draco is thinking. Maybe he secretly ... Maybe Harry also had that intention for Draco, but he didn't show it. After all, the two of them are really not normal sometimes. I think Draco is born dark, just like his father. Not a good thing. I heard that his father worked for that person before. The little wizards talked a lot, and the discussion was very intense. The professor at the side found it quite interesting. It's just that there seems to be some weird things mixed in here. Severus, do you want to try it? Dumbledore's eyes flickered. After learning from this humanoid creature that his answer was wrong, he kept thinking about what was wrong with him. Logically speaking, there should be no problem with his answer. After all, no one knows Slytherin better than him. Everyone, I think. I can try. Lockhart was about to move, and couldn't help expressing his thoughts. Of course, he looked at Dumbledore nervously now. Of course, Gilderoy. If you want to try it, you just need to press that button, and you don't have to ask me, an old man. Dumbledore's smiling face made Lockhart groan in his heart. If I don't ask you, who knows if you will give me small shoes in the future? After knowing Dumbledore's attitude, Lockhart laughed, showing his trademark smile and that row of bright white teeth, and then without hesitation you pressed the button. Ah, Professor Lockhart is so handsome. Yes, he is simply the perfect person in my mind. After Lockhart laughed, his fans in the outside world were staring. Of course Lockhart didn't know, otherwise he might have put on a little more. As a person who is used to packaging himself, Lockhart has already made his signature smile deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Professor Dumbledore also said just now that no one understands Slytherin better than him, and no one understands Malfoy better than him. In fact, I personally agree with Professor Dumbledore's previous choice. But just now, I suddenly thought of your friendly reminder before you started. This question is not a serious one. So, what is indecent? I think the answer should be the third one. Draco loves Harry, but because of Ron's existence, love turns to hatred. Professor Lockhart, that's not the case. Harry made his own voice anxiously. His face was flushed, and he looked a little embarrassed. He wanted to refute Lockhart's point of view, and wanted to tell him how could Draco fall in love with him. But before he finished speaking, Lockhart spoke again. So, for the answer to this question, I choose the third one. Correct answer. Almost as soon as Lockhart's voice fell, Richard couldn't wait to announce the answer. He wanted to end this question and answer session as soon as possible to see what he would gain from it. After he said those 4 words, the audience fell into silence. The 6 people on the high platform turned their attention to Draco, and everyone outside also turned their attention to Draco. Their gazes are very complicated, mixed with blessings, unexpectedness and some subtleties. Draco's face became flushed. He was terrified. I don't like Harry, and I didn't hate him because of love. Draco tried his best to get out of this quagmire. Of course, what he didn't expect was that there was a lot of discussion about him in the outside world. Since Draco likes Harry, although it's unlikely, I seem to be able to accept it. I didn't expect it. Since Draco has hidden it so deeply, he always said that beating is kissing and scolding is love. I seem to understand something. By the way, what do you think Harry will think of it? Seeing Harry's shocked expression, you really didn't expect it. The little wizards at Hogwarts were happily discussing that this astonishing melon could keep the meeting for a whole year. I didn't expect that since Draco has always loved Harry deeply. He became jealous because of Ron. Harry on the high platform looked at Draco, who was defending himself with a complicated expression. How is this possible? How could he love me? It's impossible. It's unreasonable. Could it be because of Ron? Harry turned his head, glanced at Ron, and found that he was also looking at him. His face was complex, as if unexpected. Good guy. Even Ron thinks that Draco likes him. Inexplicably, Harry recalled the previous scenes with Draco, and suddenly a seed of doubt shook his mind. Could it be Draco really loves himself? Harry, come out and explain. I don't like you, I really don't like you. Draco looked at Harry, expecting him to stand up and explain that there was nothing between the two of them. Harry looked at him with complicated eyes. Draco, it's impossible between us, you better forget about it. After speaking, he turned his head away, not wanting to look into Draco's eyes again. It's just that after he refused, he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Dumbledore looked at the two of them with interest, and after seeing Harry reject Draco, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Draco stood where he was. What Harry said earlier echoed in his mind. It's impossible for us. We cannot. Impossible. Looking at this scene, Richard suppressed the smile in his heart. Okay, the small game before the start is over, because this is an unscrupulous question, so only the real answer will be given, and no analysis will be given. After the real answer is given, the quiz game will officially begin. Chapter 6. What Harry Potter is the one who opens the Chamber of Secrets? This is actually just an entertainment question. Its answer has some entertainment taste. If it is a serious answer, then Mr. Dumbledore's answer before is correct. So that's how it is. Dumbledore suddenly remembered who said that this was an unscrupulous question before. It turned out that he was not wrong, but that the answer to this question was the same. He just said, as someone who knows Slytherin and the Malfoy family very well, how could he be wrong? Draco also heaved a sigh of relief. It turns out that this question is an entertainment question, and it is specially made to amuse people. It's okay. He almost really thought he liked Harry. But why, after knowing that he didn't like Harry, did he feel a little bit disappointed? Harry also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be wrong. It's good to be wrong. What a pity. It turns out that Draco liking Harry was a wrong answer. I thought I could see the two of them together in my lifetime. Just yes, this might be the beginning of reconciliation between Slytherin and Gryffindor, but we can help them. Let the two of them truly love each other. Outside, the little wizards of Gryffindor and Slytherin looked at each other because of this sentence, and there was a special excitement in their eyes. Everything you want to say is in your eyes. In the question and answer space, the card in Richard's hand was changed again. Then, a card appeared in the hands of the 7 people on the high platform. When the game is over, the rewards will be sent to you automatically, Mr. Lockhart. Okay, it's okay. I'm not the kind of person who cares about rewards. Lockhart showed his bright white teeth. It's a pity that Richard is not one of those witches, so he won't be fascinated by it. Next, we will officially start our quiz game. First of all, a friendly reminder. In the next questions, only the 3 people who are the first to answer the questions can answer the questions. After answering the wrong questions, there will be some punishments, but please rest assured, the question and answer space will definitely not embarrass you. Can we rest assured? The 7 people on the high platform had this thought in their hearts at the same time. After the incident just now, they also made a certain evaluation of this question and answer space in their hearts. This is a question and answer space that is not very serious. Anyone who believes what he said will be tricked miserably. Okay, since you all agree, please listen to the question. The Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago, which resulted in the death of a Hogwarts student, and almost closed the entire Hogwarts school. So who opened the Chamber of Secrets at that time? A. Rubus Hagrid. B. Harry Potter. C. Ginny Weasley. D. Tom Riddle. Please answer the question. As soon as the words were finished, when the text on the card just appeared, 3 green rays of light shone everywhere, very eye-catching. Richard took a closer look. Good guy, the 3 people who succeeded in answering the question are Dumbledore, Lockhart, and Draco. Draco blushed. He thought he would answer this question successfully. Does the person who opened the secret room need to ask who it is? He has just experienced this incident, and he is confident. Without thinking too much, you can find the correct answer from these 4. I choose B. The answer is that Harry Potter is the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets. When he said these words, Draco was in high spirits. As if I knew it a long time ago. Everyone present was startled. They looked at Draco with complicated eyes. That kind of mentally retarded eyes made Draco feel that something was wrong. Tell me, is there something wrong with Draco's mind? It's hard to say. It's also possible that he loves Harry so much that he can't help but say Harry's name. After you said that, I thought of the little problem before, and always felt that there might be something wrong with Draco's brain. You're right. Who would choose Harry Potter for normal people? Could it be that Harry Potter existed 50 years ago? That's right. Do you think Draco didn't read the question? Blaze suddenly thought of something, and said to the little snakes in the surrounding Slytherin college with an inexplicable expression, this shouldn't be possible. Draco isn't that stupid. Pansy Parkinson said weakly from the side. Draco, who felt something was wrong, heard the humanoid creature standing in the middle speak before he had time to look at the question. Draco, for the wrong answer, you will be punished by dancing on the high platform. Do it immediately. As soon as the words fell, Draco felt that his hands and feet were not his own. They actually started to move by themselves, dancing with hands and feet. Don't do it. It is undoubtedly a very painful thing to lose face in front of one's sworn enemy. How could the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets not be Harry Potter? Draco's mind was full of doubts, and he hadn't figured out what the problem was. It wasn't until after he finished dancing that he looked at the words on the card again that Draco realized what was wrong with him. Before the Chamber of Secrets was opened, there was a 50 years ago. Isn't that embarrassing? Look at the expression on Draco's face. I didn't expect him to be so stupid. He answered the questions without looking at the questions. Maybe it's because he loves Harry so deeply. The Wizards of Gryffindor are all fearless characters. Facing the provocations of the Gryffindor Wizards, the Wizards of Slytherin College didn't look good. But from the look in their eyes, it can be seen that they will never let go of the opportunity to trick the Wizards of Gryffindor College. Draco, next time you must pay attention to read the questions carefully. If you are in such a hurry, you will cause yourself a lot of trouble. Dumbledore winked at him, looking like an old boy. Then you two, who will come first? Richard looked at Dumbledore, thinking in his mind that Dumbledore's answer was wrong, and if he was punished to dance, he would definitely accept it with pleasure given his personality. After all, there is a childlike soul living in this old body. Why don't you come first, Gildero? Dumbledore turned his head and looked at Lockhart with a smile on his face, with an expression that I'm doing my best for you. Lockhart's smile froze on his face. He didn't want to lose face in front of others like Draco did. Look at what Draco looks like now. It's just like a monkey juggling. But, okay, Dumbledore, Lockhart readily agreed. Here, he has no right to refuse. Chapter 7 Hagrid is the one who hides the deepest. He is the murderer. The secret room was opened 50 years ago. I've also heard a little bit about this. Lockhart fell into deep thought. as if he had returned to the days when he was still studying at Hogwarts. Decades have passed since that time. He only heard about this incident by accident, but he never expected to use it here. I still remember that when the Chamber of Secrets was opened, a student died in that accident. As the matter was narrated from Lockhart's mouth, this aroused the curiosity of the little wizards from outside, because looking forward from where they are standing now, they can still see the bloody writing on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened again. It never occurred to me that the secret room was opened 50 years ago. One person died at that time. Yeah, fortunately, this time the secret room was opened, only a cat died. As soon as the voice came out, he suddenly felt a bit cold around him, and when he turned around, he saw Filch staring at him intently. I said I was a slip of the tongue. Do you believe me? Not to mention what kind of miserable life this unlucky child will encounter after this. Lockhart's mind is now immersed in his own memories. I still remember that the person who was killed at that time seemed to be a wizard from our Ravenclaw college. It is precisely because of this that I know a little bit about it. And now, the witch who was killed has become known to everyone as Myrtle who loves to cry. He didn't make a choice. He was still narrating the past. It seemed that he was going to find clues from the past, and then judge the answer. It turns out that the Weeping Myrtle is the little wizard who was killed that year. Is this a secret 50 years ago? Could it be that Professor Lockhart knew about that? How is it possible? Professor Lockhart is only 32 this year, and he wasn't even born 50 years ago. Then tell me who will know about this. Of course they are the professors. After some discussion, the little wizard outside gradually turned his attention to Professor McGonagall. Seeing this, Professor McGonagall felt a little helpless. She picked up the wand with her right hand and put it on her throat. The voice is loud. Okay, be quiet. The secret room was indeed opened 50 years ago, but I don't know exactly how. You should look at the picture above carefully. Maybe that person will tell you the answer. Professor McGonagall here is full of aura, frightening all the little wizards. On the other side, Ron quietly called Harry. The distance between the two of them was not very far. Harry, look at what Lockhart said. The Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. Maybe you can ask him about the sounds you heard in the corridor. You're right, Ron. After this quiz game is over, maybe I can ask Professor Lockhart about those voices. Because Ron's words guided the confused Harry, he was a little excited when he said it. It's just, haven't you always disliked Professor Lockhart? You think he's a liar? After getting a little excited, Harry looked at Ron suspiciously. I can't figure it out. Ron must have changed too much. I do think he's a liar, Harry. Even now, I still think he is a liar, but since he knew about the opening of the secret room 50 years ago, he might know what you said. I think Ron is right, Harry. Maybe you can ask him when the time comes, but what I didn't expect is that it's really rare to hear such words from Ron. Just because you haven't heard it, doesn't mean I won't say it. Ron had already written his pride on his face. Hermione looked over, but she spoke in a very low voice. Even if she leaned towards Harry specifically, it only made their hearing less blurred. However, as they got closer to each other, their high platforms got closer to each other, which made their communication more convenient. Dumbledore didn't pay attention to Harry and the others. Following what Lockhart said, he returned to the year again. He is a person who has personally experienced that incident. Those old hands stroked the words on the card. To be precise, he was stroking the fourth answer. The line with Tom Riddle. Could it be you, Tom? He couldn't help blending in with the long-lost memories. It seems that he has returned to that time, when Principal Armando Dippet was in office. Gradually withdrawing his thoughts, Dumbledore looked at the figure in the middle. This time, he can count on Lockhart as the vanguard. Help yourself rule out a wrong answer in advance. First of all, Ginny Weasley is a freshman who just entered this year. She is too young. She is definitely not the heir of Slytherin, the opener of the Chamber of Secrets. After all, she is a Gryffindor, and I have seen that girl. Lockhart was still talking casually, with a smile on his lips all the time. Secondly, Harry cannot be the opener of the Chamber of Secrets, the heir of Slytherin. The reason is the same as Harry's. Both of them are too young. They were not even born 50 years ago. Unless, of course, Lockhart didn't say this sentence, it was just his inner voice. Unless a time converter is used, not to mention the consequences of such a long time conversion, it is impossible to do it with the magic power of today's time converter alone. So the correct answer must be between A and D. Others might choose D. After all, Hagrid is the goalkeeper of Hogwarts. Compared with an unfamiliar name, everyone would prefer trust the person you know. Although, I really don't want it to be him, but the facts prove that that person is him. When this was mentioned, Lockhart subconsciously glanced at Dumbledore. He knew exactly who Hagrid was. Seeing that there was nothing unusual on Dumbledore's expression, Lockhart gritted his teeth and continued. So, my choice is A. I choose Rubeus Hagrid. He is the heir of Slytherin, the opener of the Chamber of Secrets, and the ambitious man. This is impossible. After Lockhart finished speaking, the three of Harry directly refuted. How could Hagrid be the one who opened that secret room? Nothing is impossible, little wizards. Lockhart laughed. He loved to laugh because it made his flawless white teeth noticeable to others. You are still young, so you don't know that someone was caught in the opening of the secret room 50 years ago. And that person happens to be the one you think is impossible. He is Rubeus Hagrid. 50 years ago, a murderer. Chapter 8. The murderer 50 years ago was someone else. How is this possible? How could Hagrid be a murderer? Lockhart must be lying. I have already seen that he is a liar. Hagrid is always so kind to us. How could he be the heir to the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets? It must be Lockhart, the liar who wants to raise himself by framing Hagrid. Most wizards who know Hagrid are Gryffindor wizards. When Lockhart said that Hagrid was the murderer who opened the murder in the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago, their first instinctive reaction was to not believe it. Who knows? After all, he looks honest and honest, but he may have distorted and dirty thoughts in his heart. Maybe he wants to kill all of you Melbourne wizards in his heart. That's right. No one thought that the relationship would look so good on weekdays, but it might be different in private. In the corridor on the other side, the little wizards of Slytherin ridiculed the little wizards of Gryffindor. They haven't forgotten what they were ridiculed by the wizards of Gryffindor school before. Now that they finally found a chance to sarcastically come back, how could they let it go so easily? Do you guys know about this? Compared to the strong smell of gunpowder between Slytherin and Gryffindor, the relationship between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw is much more peaceful. When the two colleges got together, the Hufflepuff wizards curiously asked those whose parents were wizards. Not to mention, it really allowed them to find a little wizard who knew something about the incident 50 years ago. That little wizard was named Middle Thomas, from Ravenclaw College, and he was one of the few people who barely knew what happened back then. Why is it reluctant? Because he already knew who was arrested in that incident, and he didn't know anything else. I also heard this from my family members at a party. They said that what happened back then was well known, and many people knew about it. Then do you know who the murderer is? A curious little wizard next to him asked. After the wizard asked, the other wizards all looked at Middle with curious eyes. This made Middle, who had never experienced the attention of the public before, flushed. Of course, I must know who the murderer is. I know a lot about the secret room case 50 years ago, but due to time constraints, I can only tell you who is the secret room case 50 years ago. Murderer. Middle said loudly, his eyes swept over the wizards who were looking at him, and his heart was suddenly filled with a feeling called ecstasy. For a moment, he couldn't help blowing, but fortunately, he reacted and closed his mouth in time. Then tell me, who was the murderer of the Chamber of Secrets case 50 years ago? It couldn't really be Hagrid. I've seen him before, and he's quite kind, but he just looks a little fierce. Yes. Could it be the one named Tom Riddle? On one side, a few Ravenclaw little witches couldn't help but defend Hagrid. After all, there are too many people who know Hagrid, and Hagrid's honest and easygoing appearance is also known to everyone. Except for those in Slytherin House, Several of his colleges had wizards who had a good personal relationship with Hagrid. This also allowed them to speak for Hagrid, a half-blood giant. Of course, I heard from them that it seems that Hagrid was arrested in the end of the incident 50 years ago. Middle said loudly, but when he said it himself, he was also a little confident, obviously unwilling to believe it. Richard watched this scene with great interest. He is dual purpose, and his attention from the outside world is mainly on a certain little witch from Gryffindor College. Ever since she saw her name in the Q and A space, this little witch's complexion was very strange. She looked very pale and pale. The people around didn't notice her, even if they saw her name on the Q and A space. They wouldn't think much about it. But she will think about it herself. Ever since I had an extra diary, and after communicating with the diary every day, Ginny Weasley would feel that something was wrong with her. It seems that in a blur, someone is manipulating his body to do something. Taking a closer look, that person was himself. After doing all this, Ginny saw the blood on the wall, and she immediately wanted to find Professor Dumbledore and tell him all about it. But panic, fear and all kinds of negative emotions lingered in her heart, making her a little vacillating, and she didn't dare to tell anyone. Moreover, one thing she remembers very clearly is that there is a name written on the diary, the name of an owner on a diary. Tom Riddle! Could the secret room be opened by itself? Compared to other people who began to doubt Hagrid, they believed that Hagrid was the culprit of what happened 50 years ago. In Ginny's heart, she vaguely got an answer. The real murderer is Tom Riddle, the one who left this diary. She closed her eyes, feeling a little complicated in her heart. If the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets last time was Tom Riddle, but this time after 50 years, she was the one who opened the secret room! Ginny is very conflicted now. Should she tell Dumbledore about the diary? Now Filch's Mrs. Rollis fell to the ground, not knowing whether she was dead or alive. I have already made a big mistake. Ginny's thoughts were filled with chaos. How about throwing away that diary, so that no one will know that the secret room was opened by oneself? Suddenly, this thought popped up in her heart. While startling myself, after thinking about it, I found that this is indeed a good way. You only need to throw away the diary, then no one will know that you did the Chamber of Secrets. Then you will not bear any responsibility, and you will not be expelled from Hogwarts. Yes, what the little witch is most worried about is that she will be expelled from Hogwarts and will not be able to study here. Ginny here is full of thoughts, while Lockhart over there is full of confidence. Everyone is looking forward to the next answer. The little wizards have already learned through a few people who knew a little bit about Hagrid that the murderer who opened the Chamber of Secrets was Hagrid, because Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic punished him back then, broke his wand and expelled him from school. So, they all felt that Lockhart was sure to win this time. Flying Dragon riding on the face, asked how to lose. Mr. Lockhart's deduction is very good. However, it's a pity you gave the wrong answer. You need to accept punishment and forget your emotions for a while. For a moment, everything was silent. Chapter 10 Listening to Dumbledore's narration of the past. Isn't it Hagrid? Then the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts punished the wrong person for what happened that year. What's going on here? It can't be Harry, right? This old man. You really think a lot. If it's Harry, how did he get back 50 years ago? Lockhart frowned. He was sure that he heard correctly, so the opening of the Chamber of Secrets was really not done by Hagrid. He also has some understanding of this matter, but now he feels that what he understands may be wrong. So it's really you, Tom. Dumbledore seemed to have aged for a moment, and then he cheered up again. Since he made the wrong choice back then, this time he will find a way to make up for the mistake, and he will not make the wrong choice again. At the beginning, because of Grindelwald, Dumbledore paid special attention to Tom Riddle, who was talented but had personality problems in Hogwarts, and he was also very strict and distrustful of him. He was afraid that Tom would be the next Grindelwald. Facts have proved that what he did back then was wrong. Because of his choice, he really created a Dark Lord. Not as ambitious and ideal as Grindelwald, but more brutal and bloody than Grindelwald, and even more unacceptable to him. Tom Riddle was one of the few things Dumbledore would regret in his life. Richard's gaze turned to Dumbledore, and the outside scene followed Richard's gaze to Dumbledore. Do you think Professor Dumbledore knew about the opening of the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago? That's for sure. Professor Dumbledore has been teaching at Hogwarts. He must know who is 50, the murderer of the secret room opening case years ago. Not necessarily. You must know that Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic jointly announced that the person they found to open the Chamber of Secrets was Hagrid. After the silence, there was an even more intense quarrel. Many people hold their own opinions, and the quarrel is inseparable. Of course, the quarrel between Slytherin College and Gryffindor School is more heated. The wizards of the two academies were already at odds with each other. It's entirely the other party's opinion, and I will do the opposite. Richard, who was single-minded and dual-purpose, ate the big melon while chatting with Cedric from time to time. Not to mention, it's quite interesting to eat. 50 years ago, I was a professor at Hogwarts. Dumbledore spoke, with a bit of regret. His words had a high degree of credibility, and as soon as he spoke, everyone shut their mouths. They were all aroused by this question. After all, at this moment, the secret room has been opened again. A Mole-born wizard died last time, so what about this time? How many more people will die? Not only those pure Mole-born wizards were curious, but even other half-blood and pure-blood wizards were also very curious. I have personally experienced this. The three of Harry looked at him, Snape also looked at him, and Lockhart looked at him even more. Compared with the truth based on hearsay, the words spoken by a person who has personally experienced it are undoubtedly more authentic. I thought it was just my wild guess. After all, he is so smart, eager to learn, and polite. He is deeply loved by professors and supported by classmates. But now, I realize that I was wrong. He hid it too deeply. Perhaps I should have guessed it a long time ago. Hagrid has really suffered all these years, and he has been charged with an unwarranted crime. He was rambling, like an old man who was talking about his youthful past. But isn't he just an old man over 100 years old? I have shouldered a lot, endured a lot, and made a lot of mistakes. The voice didn't sound again, and everyone was watching Dumbledore on the screen, listening to his somewhat vicissitudes of life monologue. Sometimes I wonder, if I had stood up and expressed my conjecture back then, would it have created a different reality? But I didn't. It's been too long, so long that I thought I would bring this matter into my grave. But it doesn't seem too late to say it now. Dumbledore looked at Richard, to be precise, at the humanoid creature made of light holding a card in the center. Please forgive me, what an old man has been holding back for a long time. It's okay, Mr. Dumbledore. I think there are many people who would like to hear your story about the past. After all, everyone is willing to work hard to learn the truth, Richard said softly, and his voice was also transmitted from the screen to the outside. Everyone knows that the truth will soon be revealed by Professor Dumbledore himself. In the Gryffindor wizard, Ginny's face became paler and paler. She's not a fool. It turns out that she still had a bit of luck in her heart, thinking that the incident 50 years ago might really not be Tom Riddle, but that tall and big Hagrid. But now she closed her eyes instead, and there was no luck in her heart. Just throw away the diary when you go back. As long as you throw it away, then nothing will happen, she thought to herself. And on the high platform, Dumbledore's last words have also fallen, telling the truth that everyone wants to know most now. Thank you, Mr. Unknown. What you said makes a lot of sense. The truth is always what everyone wants most, even if it is so painful. It doesn't have the slightest beauty in fairy tales. I didn't stand up back then, so this time I'll stand up and tell the truth. I choose. Everyone looked at Dumbledore intently. I choose D. The answer is that Tom Riddle was the one who actually opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. The answer is correct, and the reward will be issued. Please check the analysis now. Richard clapped his hands and applauded Dumbledore himself. This applause woke everyone up. First, a few people applauded, and then everyone clapped their hands. applauding the old man who told the truth after 50 years. A card appeared on the screen, which said the analysis and rewards of this problem. Prize: permanently increase 1/10 of the body's magic power content. Prize winner: Albus Dumbledore. The prizes for this question alone made everyone's eyes widen. 1/10 of the magical power in a wizard's body does not seem to be much, but one must know that Dumbledore is the top wizard in England and the top wizard in the world, so increasing his upper limit by 1/10 will make him become more powerful. How scary is it? Milky white light surrounded Dumbledore, and the word comfort was written on the old man's face. Tom Riddle is an excellent student of Slytherin, a famous figure in the world, on par with Dumbledore. At that time, after many searches, Tom finally found the legend that has been passed down for thousands of years, Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Step killed Lavine Crow's Elizabeth Warren later attracted the attention of all the teachers and students of Hogwarts. Because the impact of the matter was too great, the headmaster of Hogwarts at the time was going to close Hogwarts and let all the little wizards go home, and Tom didn't want to leave Hogwarts, so he made a decision. Chapter 11: Severus Snape's Anger, Harry's Curiosity. The analysis ends here, and everyone who wants to know the answer will feel itchy. What about the back? What does Tom want to do? What is he going to do? This analysis is not a son of man. Half speaking, I want to curse it. I'm curious about what kind of decision Tom made. Do you think he framed Hagrid? Then let Hagrid be punished instead of him. Aren't you curious about the evaluation of Tom in the Q and A space? There are famous wizards in the world, who are on a par with Dumbledore, but as far as I know, there is not a famous wizard named Tom Riddle in the world. The little wizards once again became excited. Richard S., what do you think? Cedric looked over curiously. How can I see it? Apart from standing and watching, what else can I see? Richard really wanted to roll his eyes at Cedric. Perhaps, that Tom Riddle changed his name later, which is why we don't know any famous wizard in the world with this name. It makes sense. Cedric looked thoughtful, and Richard, who dismissed him, let out a sigh of relief, and continued to focus on the question and answer space. Mr. Dumbledore's answer is very correct, and the past he told is also very interesting. If there are not a few questions later, I am afraid that everyone present would want to continue listening. If you want to listen, sir, you can come to my office later and have a chat. Dumbledore blinked at Richard with an expression of indescribable sincerity. I believe you, ghost. I'm afraid you want to know my real identity, or who is behind this question and answer space. Besides, I, who have read the original book, know the truth at that time. Do you still need to tell me? Richard's smile froze on his face, but fortunately he was glowing all over his body now, and Dumbledore couldn't see the expression on his face. Let's talk about that later when we have a chance. Now let's start the formal second question. He coughed and continued to talk, and the audience became silent again. And the three of Harry were thinking about what Professor Dumbledore said before. All contestants, please listen to the questions. Noticing that someone was absent-minded, he spoke a little louder. Why is Severus Snape so special to Harry? A. Because Harry is the illegitimate son of Severus Snape. B. Because Harry and Severus Snape had almost the same experience when they were young. C. Because Severus Snape was instructed by Dumbledore to treat Harry exclusively. D. Because Harry has the most hated look of Severus Snape and his favorite eyes. As soon as the question came out, Dumbledore quickly looked at Snape. I saw that he was staring at the milky white humanoid creature in the center, looking as if he wanted to swallow its flesh and blood. Something's going to happen, he thought to himself. The short-lived joy that had just been rewarded disappeared and was replaced by tiredness and worry. Harry, on the other hand, was stunned. This question almost touched his heart. He has always wanted to know why Professor Snape targeted him so much. She never gave him a good look, and even made fun of him in class. This can be said to be the unsolved mystery in Harry's heart. I'm so curious. He also looked at Professor Snape. Avada Kedavra. A dark green light shot out as Snape raised his wand. But Richard, who was standing in the center, only slightly raised his hand. Snape's killing curse disappeared without a trace, and, with the appearance of a bolt of lightning, it struck Snape's head directly, making him tremble all over. "The first warning is just a small punishment," Richard said softly. His voice was still as gentle as before, but now it gave people a sense of deterrence. Black smoke came out of Snape's mouth. He didn't continue to do anything, but his eyes were still fixed on Richard. "It must be certain, and my true identity must not be exposed." Seeing Snape like this, Richard's eyelids twitched, and he had already made a certain decision in his heart. The sudden change frightened the wizards present. Could there be some secret in this question? Otherwise, Professor Snape's reaction wouldn't be so intense. "I haven't seen him so desperate." "Do you think it's because Professor Dumbledore secretly ordered Professor Snape to target Harry specifically, and that's why Professor Snape chose to take action?" "Then why don't you say it's because Harry has Professor Snape's most hated look and his favorite eyes?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" "That old bat, Professor Snape, is temperamental by nature. You might as well say that Harry is his illegitimate child." Harry looked at the questions and choices on the card, and when he saw the first answer, his head was also dazed. "What the hell? I'm Snape's bastard son? How can this be? No way, no way, when is this? No one will believe this." He looked at Snape's greasy appearance, but he was thinking in his heart that he wouldn't believe that he would be Snape's illegitimate child even if he was killed. "Severus, calm down." Dumbledore comforted him aloud. Seeing Snape's appearance gave him some headaches. This question and answer space is really not a good thing. It specializes in exposing people's shortcomings, and directly tells the deepest secrets hidden in others' hearts. Inexplicably, Dumbledore felt that there wouldn't be any questions about himself later on. Immediately, the eyes that looked at the milky white figure in the middle were all wrong. After Snape gave Richard a hard look, he slowly put down the wand in his hand. This made Dumbledore breathe a sigh of relief, and it also let Richard breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, when Professor Snape used the Avada Kedavra curse on him, he was so frightened that he almost lost his mind. "It's okay. Okay, this is the question and answer space, and in the question and answer space, he is invincible. Otherwise, he would really die under Snape's sudden Avada Kedavra." Now that everyone has calmed down, let's start preparing for answers. 3.2.1 The rush to answer begins. 3 green lights soared into the sky. Unexpectedly, the hand speed of these wizards is still very fast. Everyone took a closer look. Snape did not participate in the quick answer. Lockhart kept a straight face and did not participate in the quick answer, and it was even more impossible for Dumbledore to participate in the quick answer. Although he knows the answer, it's impossible for him to play in person. That's not right, not right. Okay, this time the answerers are Harry Potter, Ron Weasley and Draco Malfoy. Chapter 12 Invading Draco in Fantasy and Harry in Suspicion. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy fell in love and killed each other again, which was really unexpected. Do you think the 3 of them will know the answer to this question? It shouldn't be possible. Seeing how angry Professor Snape is, the answer to this question must be the deepest secret in his heart. How could it be easy for others to know? The little wizards of Slytherin gathered together and discussed in a low voice. It never occurred to him that since the usually unsmiling Dean Snape was targeting Harry specifically, then do you think it's possible that the professor was instructed by Professor Dumbledore to target Harry specifically? I think this is very possible, at least much more likely than the first and fourth answers. After all, how could Harry be the professor's illegitimate son? And the last answer is about the ambiguous, which makes people feel inexplicable. You're right, Bryce, I agree with you. It's very likely that Professor Dumbledore ordered our dean to target Harry. Originally, our dean is usually very partial to us, and he is extremely targeting Gryffindor. There is no doubt about those reckless people. Pansy spoke, his eyes flickering. Professor Snape stared at the words on the card, but his attention was still mainly on that line of words. The appearance of the person I hate the most, and the eyes of the person I love the most. Lily, you 3, who will come first? Richard said with a smile. even if no one could see the smile on his face. Harry and Ron looked at each other, and before they had time to say anything, Draco on the other side couldn't wait to jump out. "I'll come first," he said loudly. Seeing this, Harry and Ron were also happy to let Draco come first. After all, it is not a rare thing for a free thug to scout the way. Richard's gaze turned to Draco, and what outsiders saw was naturally Draco's very confident appearance. It seems that she has a well-thought-out plan and everything is under control. As for Draco, I guess he will be punished by the Q and A space again for answering wrongly this time. A roar of laughter erupted from the wizards gathered in Gryffindor College. This made Professor McGonagall, who heard their discussion, couldn't help but smile. "That's better than your Gryffindors in Slytherin," someone retorted unwillingly. "How do I remember that in the question and answer space, Draco is the only one of you in Slytherin, and there are at least 3 of us, and one of them is Harry." Lee Jordan stood up and made sarcastic remarks. As expected of someone who is about to be a commentator, the words that come out of his mouth are sharp. Those words made everyone in Slytherin speechless. They also couldn't explain why there were 3 little Gryffindor wizards in the question and answer space, but they only had one Slytherin, which was still a joke. At this time, no matter what, Slytherin needs someone to stand up. So what? Doesn't this prove that our Slytherin wizards are stronger than your Gryffindors? 1 is worth 3. Draco is our Slytherin elite. Marcus stood up and fought back, but his eyes were fixed on someone in Gryffindor from beginning to end. He didn't even look at Lee Jordan. Obviously, in his heart, there was only one person who could rival him. Lee Jordan wanted to say something to counter Marcus, but a hand was on Lee Jordan's shoulder. "It's Wood." He read the meaning in Marcus' eyes. That kind of provocation, that kind of malicious look. That was an invitation from the enemy in his destiny. "Then how can I avoid fighting? Returning 1 is worth 3. Returning the elite of Slytherin, in my opinion, is nothing more than a foil for Harry and the 3 of them. Just a clown in Slytherin." Wood put his hands on Lee Jordan's shoulders, but his eyes met Marcus's. During this period, it seemed that an invisible electric light was clashing with each other. "Are you trying to fight? Reckless. Do you just want to fight when you open your mouth? I think the real reckless man is you, rotten snake." HMPH, isn't it just relying on sharp words? What else can you do besides this? Of course it can beat your Slytherin team. Your Quidditch team is not worth mentioning. Since our Quidditch team is not worth mentioning, then I hope you can still stand up and say such things. The 2 represented their respective colleges, and the words they said were filled with the smell of gunpowder. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw said that this melon is very delicious. They even hoped that wizards from the 2 colleges would fight. "That's enough. Be quiet, or Slytherin and Gryffindor will go back to the common room first." Professor McGonagall glanced round with cold eyes, and all the wizards she saw couldn't help but shudder. She has accumulated power for a long time, and the aura on her body is not something these little wizards can resist. Even Marcus and Wood felt chills all over their bodies. HMPH2. The 2 looked at each other, snorted coldly at each other, and retreated to their academy. Draco was very confident, very confident. He felt that he would never answer wrong this time. The last question was because he didn't read the question carefully. But this time, he took it seriously and read it 3 times. Then it was confirmed that this question was obviously a question for giving points. After confirming this point, Draco almost laughed out loud. "Stupid Potter, stupid Weasley, I don't even dare to snatch a free sub-question. I'm just blah blah blah. This time, let's see how I, Draco Malfoy, suppress you too." Ha 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 ha. He glanced sideways at Harry, his disdain written all over his face. In his heart, he was overjoyed. He had already envisioned the scene where he punched Harry, kicked Weasley, and then overwhelmed Gryffindor. That picture is so beautiful, and it makes people feel so happy. Harry, who was looking at Draco, was a little confused about the meaning of Draco's look at him just now. Just look at it, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Could it be ... Draco really has thoughts about himself? At that moment, Harry was terrified. There was only one thought in his mind. After the question and answer space ended this time, he wanted to stay away from Draco. Go as far as you can. It's best to come to a place where you don't see each other. Ahem, Draco, tell me your answer. Seeing that Draco had been immersed in his fantasy, he would look at Harry and smile at Harry from time to time. Richard sighed a little. It seems that Draco really loves Harry deeply. Chapter 13 Why Draco has a confidence every time a sudden voice interrupted Draco's fantasy. He subconsciously wiped the corners of his mouth with his sleeve, and his gaze was shifted to the center. This question is a bonus question, he said loudly, with a little pride in his tone. This confident look aroused everyone's curiosity. Could it be ... Draco really knew the answer? Even Snape diverted his gaze from staring at the figure in the middle, and looked at Draco. There was an indescribable taste in his eyes. I felt overwhelmed when my secret was about to be revealed, but it seemed to be accompanied by some relief and relaxation. As a wizard who was good at occlumency, Snape also kept too many secrets in his heart. But the matter about Lily may be the last thing Snape wants others to know besides Dumbledore. He still deeply loves that person. Do you know the answer? Seeing Draco's confused and confident appearance, Harry couldn't help being curious, and asked his own question to his sworn enemy for the first time. Of course, Potter, Draco said hesitantly. He did it on purpose. There was unspeakable excitement in the eyes looking at Harry. This time, you are destined to be trampled under my feet. Didn't you read the question? Oh, I forgot. You are stupid, Potter. Stupid Gryffindor. What Draco, who said these words, didn't notice was that the way Dumbledore looked at him was very intriguing. Do you still need to think about this question? Anyone with the discerning eye can see the correct answer, Draco said proudly. Harry was a little speechless, completely annoyed by Draco. What does it mean not to read the question? What does it mean to be able to see the correct answer even if you have a discerning eye? Since you know the correct answer, then tell me, what are you pretending here? Look at our Slytherin elite. Draco will definitely answer this question. Marcus, in the Slytherin crowd, turned towards would shout out. Wood ignored him, seeing Draco's appearance. He was also a little worried. Could it be that Draco really knows the answer this time? What should I do? Wood. Draco looks like he really knows the answer. Lee Jordan lowered his voice and whispered in Wood's ear. It's okay. Even if Draco gets the answer right this time, there are still 3 questions left. We have to trust Harry and the others. It was not Wood who said this, but Percy, who had always been stern. He is more nervous than everyone else now, because his youngest brother is also participating in the answer. Even though the two of them didn't fight each other very much on weekdays, Percy was still proud of him at this moment. Percy is a very conflicted person. On the one hand, he values honor, fame, and power. On the other hand, he may not even realize it, but in his heart, he cares very much about his family. Seeing that it was Percy who came, Wood resisted the urge to talk with Marcus. Then let's take a look first. There's no rush to go back when you find an opportunity to sarcasm. Let Marcus, the villain, be proud of himself for a while. Yo, what's the matter? Have you nothing to say? Over there, Marcus will not easily give up this good opportunity to beat the dog in the water. Wizards who have always used various words to ridicule Gryffindor. The wizards of Gryffindor all had a dangerous gleam in their eyes, but they endured it after all, because Professor McGonagall is looking at them. Because of this, the wizards of Slytherin College greatly increased their momentum. So, what is your choice, Draco? Richard looked at Draco quietly, hoping that he would give him a different answer. Does it need to be said? The professor must have been instructed by Dumbledore to target Harry specifically, so my choice is also this. The answer is C. Draco's answer seemed to set off 1,000 waves. Indeed, from the perspective of this option, the third one is undoubtedly the most likely. Others are not unreasonable, or they are so cloudy that people can't understand them. Who knows what happened to Professor Snape when he was a child? Who knows if Harry is the illegitimate son of Professor Snape? Of course, no one will believe this. Everyone knows about Harry's background. If you want to know more, you can find out by reading some modern history of magic. As for the last one, it seems very possible, but it is actually completely impossible. The most disgusting appearance and the most charming eyes are in the cloud. Just look at Professor Snape's indifferent dead face. How could he fall in love with someone else? For a moment, everyone felt that Draco had really chosen the right question. Harry looked at Dumbledore. His mind was full of one thought. Did Professor Dumbledore really instigate Snape to deliberately target me? Why? Why has to be this way? He couldn't figure it out. Dumbledore naturally noticed Harry's strange eyes, and immediately understood what was going on in his heart, but he didn't care, because he guessed the correct answer to this question. It was not as simple as Draco thought, nor as complicated as Harry thought, but he couldn't say it. At least the person who said it couldn't be him. Snape looked at Draco with a flicker of eyes, and then he turned his head, glanced at Dumbledore, and also glanced at Harry. By the way, what that look meant, Harry didn't know. It seems that Draco really guessed right. Did he really guess right? All of a sudden, there were constant sounds of surprise and suspicion in the audience. They really felt that Draco was probably going to get him right this time. That kid Malfoy really got lucky. Wood glanced at Marcus, who was complacent, with an unkind expression, and felt uncomfortable no matter how he looked at it. He is also surrounded by some Gryffindor wizards. Let them be proud for a while, and when the time comes, the two of us will find a way to make them happy. George, how can you say that? We are sending joy to everyone. You're right, Fred, it's my fault. We're the ones who want to bring joy to Slytherin. Richard looked at Draco quietly, and after getting the answer, he asked again, "Are you sure, Draco? Are you sure it's the answer?" "I'm sure, sir, I'm very sure that's the answer." In the absence of Harry, Draco still showed the elegance of the pure-blood nobles of the Malfoy family to the fullest. Let Dumbledore come, and there is nothing wrong with it. It's a pity that as soon as this child meets Harry, it will be a spark that touches the gunpowder and immediately blows up. Sorry, Draco, your answer is wrong. Chapter 14 Draco Punished. Harry and Ron nervous. Draco gave the wrong answer again, which did not arouse everyone's surprise. What everyone was more curious about was that the answer Draco chose was obviously the most likely answer, but since it was not, what would be the correct answer? Why did Professor Snape target Harry in particular? Are there any secrets here? After Richard said that he answered incorrectly, Draco's expression was like disgusting as eating flies. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. And then he heard the figure in the middle speak. There are rewards and punishments, and there will definitely be some small punishments for wrong answers. But please rest assured, our punishment will definitely not harm personal safety too much. This time, Draco's punishment is to become a talking sheep and dance for 1 minute in front of all the teachers and students of Hogwarts. With a slight smile, Richard's words just fell. Draco disappeared from the high platform. Outside, the teachers and students of Hogwarts had just finished watching Draco's punishment when they found a standing sheep suddenly appeared in front of the screen. Before they could react, the sheep began to speak. "Save me, I don't want to become a sheep, and I don't want to dance. It's a pity that one's will cannot change the instinct of the body." Under the strange eyes of all the teachers and students at Hogwarts, Draco, who had turned into a sheep, provoked a ghost dance. It's really interesting, isn't it? Minerva. I just want to wrong Draco a little bit, but I don't think he should care too much. Professor McGonagall frowned. Although she didn't like the little wizards in Slytherin very much, but as a Hogwarts professor, she still very much resists the students in her school becoming like this. But at this moment, an old but powerful voice came into his ears. A look of joy suddenly appeared on Professor McGonagall's face, and he turned around. "Albus, it's really great that you can come back. Maybe it's only temporary. The answer is not over yet." Dumbledore looked helplessly at Professor McGonagall. "The question and answer is not over yet. The reason why they came back here is only to enjoy Draco's dance. After all, it is in front of the teachers and students of the whole school." "Harry, don't be in a hurry later. You must think twice when answering the questions. Don't you think it must be fun to make Harry dance as a sheep?" "Why must it be a sheep? Can't it be turned into something else?" "George, you're right. maybe you can turn into a dog to dance. I want to see if he can turn into something else. And Ron, okay, stop talking, George. Fred, seeing Harry and Ron whose faces were gradually turning pale, Percy glared at them both. Are these two troublemakers afraid that the world will not be chaotic? Don't worry, the answer to the first question is obviously impossible. After all, Harry's origin is written in the history of magic, and the most likely third question has been proven wrong, although I don't know much about it. Feel that Professor Dumbledore will be bad for Harry. Wood stepped in from the side. Now this question is not only about Harry and the three of them, but also about which house is better between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Obviously, Draco has already lost, and it's not just an ordinary embarrassment. I believe he has gotten his wish and become a famous celebrity in Hogwarts. In this situation, Wood has pinned all his hopes on Harry. As for Ron, do your best. I believe in Harry and Ron, Hermione said from the side. She looked at Harry and Ron firmly and gave them an encouraging look. Now anyone with the discerning eye can see that the correct answer should be above B and D. But none of us know about Professor Snape's past. The Gryffindor wizard next to him came up and talked a lot. I think it's B. It's very likely that Harry and the old bat had almost the same experience when he was a child. So he targeted Harry in this way. Then why can't it be D? Maybe it's because of Harry's appearance that the bat hates him. I think it's B. I think it's D. Looking at the excited eyes of the people around him, and hearing the intense discussions coming from his ears, Harry felt as if his head had been punched, and the inside became mush, and he was dizzy. Ron looked at Draco, who was dancing in front of all the Hogwarts teachers and students with horror on his face, and wailed in his heart, why did he have to participate in answering the questions? If he also loses, then the subsequent punishment is enough to make him a laughingstock in Hogwarts, or the kind that accompanies the entire campus. It's terrifying just thinking about it. It was even scarier than facing the hell three-headed dog last semester. Soon, 1 minute passed. Draco disappeared into a ball of white light, and when Wood and the others looked at Harry and the others, they also found that they had turned into white light, and then disappeared. That scene reappeared, and those 7 people stood on the 7 high platforms again. After Draco turned back into a human, his face was very pale. He couldn't figure it out. He clearly chose the most likely answer, but why was it still wrong? Okay, after the entertainment just now, I think everyone should have a good time. So let's continue to answer the next question. There are still 3 answers left. I think your luck should not be that bad, Richard said with a smile. His eyes turned to Harry and Ron, and the outside scene also turned to Harry and Ron. Harley pursed his lips, suppressing the uneasiness in his heart. Compared with him, Ron's complexion is much worse. Then you. Who will come first? I'll come first. Ron gritted his teeth and stood up. Harry looked at Ron in astonishment, obviously not understanding why he did this. The two of them can obviously delay for a while. Harry, the remaining answers are nothing more than the second and fourth, and the first one is obviously not. Ron smiled wryly, and he still listened to Wood's analysis just now, so the chance of getting the right answer is it's either me this time, or it's yours. So let me go first. Harry opened his lips, and uttered a word in a somewhat complicated manner. Good. Ron didn't look at Harry anymore, but looked at the milky white figure in the middle. He was indeed afraid, but what he was afraid of was only punishment. He would not be afraid of answering questions. I choose the second one. Are you sure? Is there anything else to say? Like analysis or something? Okay, I have nothing to say. Okay. Congratulations, your answer is wrong. Chapter 15 Harry, my reward turned out to be. When Richard said his congratulations, the expression on Ron's face turned into ecstasy, before he yelled to vent his fear just now. What Richard said later sent him from heaven to hell. Wrong answer. There is nothing more frightening than these few words. There was a trace of expectation in Ron's eyes looking at Richard. He knows that punishment is inevitable. So can it be lighter? If you answer wrong, you will be punished. Mr. Weasley's punishment is to experience the feeling of visceral compression. With that said, Richard winked at Ron. It seems that this punishment is simple and harmless. Wait. Wait. Ron broke out in cold sweat, trembling, wanting the radiant humanoid creature in the middle to give him a chance to buffer. Looking at this punishment, one can tell from the literal meaning that this is not a good meaning. What does it mean to experience visceral compression? Compared to Draco, who just went to dance, Ron suddenly felt that he could dance in front of all the teachers and students. So he wanted to stop it aloud, and wanted to give himself another punishment. However, Ron's wish will come true in the end. After Richard said the punishment, Ron's body suddenly twisted, and his whole body began to compress out of thin air, turning into a strange shape. It took a few seconds for Ron to return to his original shape. He was pale and trembling. Seeing Ron's appearance when he was punished just now, it was really a bit chilling. The whole body was suddenly compressed into a ball, and it took several seconds for it to change back. Suddenly I feel that Ron is quite pitiful. Why don't we bully him less in the future? No. It's because he has become so pitiful that we have to give him more joy in the future, and how can we call it bullying? That's called sharing happiness. You are right, George. Wood, who was listening to George and Fred's words, decisively distanced himself from them after hearing what they said. These two brothers are not human at all. But that's Ron. That's the younger brother of the two of them. But it's really well done. But this does not prevent Wood from staying away from the two of them. As a well-known scourge in Hogwarts, these two brothers usually have countless tricks in their minds. Wood didn't want to be targeted by the two of them. It would definitely not end well. It's better to let their own brother Ron bear the love they both have for him. There are still two answers left. The first one is obviously impossible, so there is only the last one left. Harry has the look that Professor Snape hates and the eyes he loves the most. In the gathering place of Slytherin College, several young wizards gathered to discuss this issue. Why can't it be the first? If Harry is really Professor Snape's illegitimate son, then he should come to us Slytherin. The most important point is that Professor Snape will not treat him like that. Daphne glared at the place where the sound just came out, wanting to see whose head would be so stupid. After analyzing it for so long, she still couldn't guess the answer. Looking over in a blink of an eye, he found that the person who mentioned the mental retardation problem was one of Draco's followers, and a clear expression appeared on his face. She knew that most people don't have the brains to continue asking questions that insult their IQ. But if that person is Draco's follower, then there is no problem. Draco seems to have an IQ problem now, let alone his follower. After Draco and Ron eliminated two answers one after another, although there are still two answers left, anyone with the discerning eye can see that there is only one real answer. No one would take the content of the first answer seriously, including Harry. It's your turn, Harry. All eyes were on Harry. It seemed inevitable that Harry would answer correctly this time, but everyone still wanted to see his next answer. After all, guessing or not, it's just a guess, not a real answer. Harry glanced at Ron. Ron's face was very ugly, but he noticed the difference in Harry's eyes. Finally, he forced out a smile. Harry withdrew his gaze and placed it on the card in his hand. His eyes were fixed on the fourth option from beginning to end. As for the first option, he didn't even glance at it. Snape looked at Harry, at those eyes, to be precise. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Perhaps Dumbledore would have guessed something, but he wouldn't say it. I choose the fourth answer. When he raised his head, Harry answered very firmly. A faint sense of enlightenment rose in his heart. When he first entered school, when Professor Snape looked at him, he should be looking into his eyes, right? Are you sure? Very sure. Congratulations, Harry, you answered correctly. Richard was silent for a while, and then gave the answer with a smile amidst Harry's fearful and uneasy mood. Since it's the fourth one? Why, looking at the answer, Professor Snape should really hate Harry's appearance. This is really unexpected. Although after excluding other options, the real answer is very likely to be the fourth one, but it is really unexpected. Wizards from several academies talked about it, and Snape looked at Harry more and more complicatedly. "Congratulations, Harry." "Thanks," Harry replied with a complex expression. "Now, check the answer analysis and distribute rewards," Richard said with a smile. With the lessons learned from Dumbledore, everyone expressed curiosity about the prize Harry would receive next. "What reward do you think Harry will get?" "Probably similar to what Professor Dumbledore got." "I think so too. It's most likely to increase Harry's magic power." "That's pretty good. If you think about it, you don't have it yet." When the rewards were issued, even Harry couldn't help but wonder what he would get. Then, he saw two strangely shaped objects on his hands. And he is still very familiar with these two very strange-looking things. To be precise, anyone who came from the Mole world is very familiar with these two things, because these two things are two different guns. Chapter 16 Harry, Ron. This thing is really easy to use. When he saw two guns with different shapes and colors in his hand, Harry was a little excited and also a little confused. As an authentic person who grew up in the Mole world, how could he not know the most powerful weapon of Moles? Although, these are just two pistols. But it has already taken him by surprise. Look, what is Harry holding in his hand? It looks weird. Some wizards who didn't understand asked. They grew up in the wizarding world since they were young, and they didn't know much about Mole weapons. "It looks like a weapon, but I just don't know how to use it." "It's a gun, a pistol, a weapon from Moles," someone shouted excitedly. Judging from the situation, it can be seen that he knows the weapon, has known all about Moles, or came from Moles himself. "What's the use of this gun? Can it also cast various spells like a magic wand?" A few curious little wizards surrounded the wizard who obviously knew the prize in Harry's hand. And such a scene was also being staged in several other academies. Many young wizards who had never seen it before were curious about it. Guns don't seem to be able to fire spells, but they contain something called bullets, which can be shot out with the gun to cause damage to the enemy. The wizard thought for a while, and then began to explain the weapon in Harry's hand. But the more he explained, the disdain appeared in the eyes of those little wizards who didn't know about Mole weapons and came from the wizarding world. Perhaps to them, since they cannot cast spells, then this so-called weapon is not very powerful. "Harry, the two guns in your hand have different functions. The white one, the bullets fired can heal others. No matter how serious the injury is, it only takes one bullet to instantly restore it to its original state. What about the black one? The bullets fired are meant to kill and injure the enemy. The power is probably as big as a thunderbolt blast. And both of these guns have a characteristic. They use your magic power to make bullets. Theoretically, how much magic power you have is how many bullets they can fire. In other words, the bullets are theoretically infinite." Richard slammed his mouth, and briefly explained the effect of the system on the two guns in Harry's hand, including that the weapon is currently in a sealed state. If the seal is lifted, then this weapon will become more powerful. Black and white double guns, ebony white ivory double gun imitation, level, excellent, being sealed, owner, Harry Potter, black. The power of the fired bullet depends on the owner's magic power level and the magic power contained in the bullet. In theory, the greater the magic power, the greater the power, the number of bullets. Note, the black color was secretly developed by some secret organization. It is specially used to look handsome and cool. It is the best choice for pretending to be X. White, the power of the fired bullet depends on the owner's magic power level and the magic power contained in the bullet. Theoretically, the greater the magic power, the greater the power. Quantity. Common note, the white color was developed by a certain church, and it is specially used to save lives and heal the wounded. I'm here to shoot you, but it's actually for your own good. Finally, let me explain that these two weapons have been bound to your soul. That is to say, no one else can use these two weapons except you without your consent, and you can take them back at any time. Looking at Harry, who was still in a daze, Richard spoke out again, telling Harry and everyone else about the conditions and functions of the two prizes. After all, These two guns are not ordinary guns. If they are not in order, will someone be greedy and come to snatch the weapons in Harry's hand? His voice also brought Harry back to his senses. He swallowed a bit of saliva and looked at some mysterious patterns engraved on the black and white guns. The exquisite appearance mixed with a smear of iron and blood is simply his favorite thing at this age. None of them? Okay, thank you, sir. There's no need to thank me, Harry, you deserve it. Seeing Harry holding two guns, Richard's eyes flashed with surprise. He could already imagine the future Harry holding these two guns at Voldemort. Harry, bet I have no bullets in my gun. Voldemort, ? Holding the two guns. Harry raised his head and glanced in Ron's direction. Seeing him curiously looking at the two guns in his hands, a sense of evil suddenly rose from his heart. He raised his hand, pointed the black pistol at the high platform in front of him, and pulled the trigger. For a split second, Harry felt as if a tenth of something had been sucked out of his body. Then, above the black pistol, a black light flashed. Bang! The high platform in front of Harry exploded, mainly because he was facing in front of him, and the dust from the blast covered his face. And the bullet didn't weaken, it directly hit the cobblestone path under the high platform, blasting out a small crater. Fortunately, perhaps due to some magical reasons, the damage caused by this weapon has no effect on Harry. It's just that his image is gone, his face is full of dust and black marks. Ron, this thing is really easy to use. Harry raised the two guns in his hand and said happily to Ron. Ron over there opened his mouth wide and was stunned. He didn't know what to answer, so he could only keep nodding his head. Not only him, but Draco, Hermione, Snape, Dumbledore, and Lockhart, as well as the Hogwarts teachers and students outside, were also stunned by the damage Harry had just done when he pulled the trigger. For a moment, the balustrades of the ledge in front of Harry, including those made of bricks, had been blasted to pieces. Richard's eyes were full of weirdness when he looked at Harry. With a wave of his hand, the destroyed high platform and the cobblestone path on the ground returned to their original state at an extremely fast speed. Harry, you must use this weapon with caution. Although for some special reasons, the damage it causes does not exist to you as the master, but to others. Richard didn't continue talking. He believed that Harry would understand what he meant. I see, sir, thank you. Harry looked at him with sincerity. Now that I have tried the black one, it is necessary to try the white one. However, can this bullet really heal all the wounds on that person? Are you sure you won't beat people to death directly? Harry looked at the other white gun in his hand with strange eyes. The others also looked at Harry with not so kind eyes. Harry, you have to promise me not to use this weapon against your classmates. Dumbledore spoke. Okay, Professor, I will definitely not use them indiscriminately. Harry looked at Dumbledore sincerely. Dumbledore also knew about the guns used by muggles, but only a very few of them have such great power, and the recoil of high-power pistols is not so easy to bear. But judging by Harry's appearance, his pistol seems to have no recoil and is extremely powerful. It seems that it is necessary to have a good chat with Harry next. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, carrying something intriguing. Okay, next, you can take a look at the analysis. Chapter 17 Severus and Harry, the most complicated too, but obviously, compared to why Professor Snape specifically targeted Harry, everyone was more interested in the weapon Harry got. The one just said that the black guns are for killing people, while the white guns are for saving lives. They haven't seen how the white guns saved people. The disdainful wizards before looked at the little wizard who knew what a gun was. Are all muggle guns this powerful? It's not that they haven't seen similar spells, but they haven't seen similar alchemy products. And since it's a weapon, it can be produced energy. Of course, the most important thing is that Harry is handsome and cool with two guns. May I ask which boy can resist the charm of these two weapons? It should be possible. The little wizard who answered stammered. In fact, he had only seen this thing before, but he didn't know the power of the pistol. What's more, the two hands in Harry's hand, the gun was obviously modified in a special way. This How should I explain it to these people? A bitter expression appeared on the little wizard's face. On the other side, everyone also refocused on the question just now. It's just that, Draco muttered from time to time. Damn Harry, stupid Potter and the like. However, looking at his envious eyes, it was clear that he was very worried about Harry getting the 2 guns. Apparently, he thought that if he had answered correctly just now, those 2 guns would be his. At this moment, Draco was so envious of Harry that he exploded. But now no one will pay attention to him. Even Richard just glanced at him. Everyone's attention was focused on the analysis of the answers to the questions, including Harry. Maybe Harry is the one who most wants to know the truth. Question: why is Severus Snape so special to Harry? Answer A. Through the history of modern magic, we can know that Harry's parents are James Potter and Lily Potter, Evans, so answer A is wrong. Answer B. Harry Potter was an orphan since he was a child, and he grew up living in the parents of his uncle and aunt, and suffered some unfair treatment, which does not match what Snape suffered when he was a child, so answer B is wrong. Answer C. The reason why Snape targeted Harry was entirely out of his own heart, not at the instigation of Dumbledore, so answer C is wrong. Answer D. Harry looks like the person Snape hates the most, but also has the same eyes as the person Snape loves the most. The most hated person was a little bit similar when he was a child, and Snape would not hate Harry so much, but Snape's feelings for Harry have always been special, so the answer D is correct. When he saw the analysis of answer B, Snape admitted that his heart beat violently for a moment. He was really afraid that this damn question and answer space would tell about his childhood. Thinking about it, this was undoubtedly the scariest thing for Snape. No one wants their experiences to be known by others. But when he saw the analysis of the last question, the expression on Snape's face was very complicated. Like Snape, when he saw the analysis of answer B, Harry rarely showed embarrassment. He didn't want it to be publicized that he had been treated unfairly. But when he saw the 4th answer, Harry froze. He has the exact same eyes as Snape's favorite person. He subconsciously looked towards the high platform where Professor Snape was. It happened to meet Snape's eyes full of complexity. What does this analysis mean? Could it be? At this moment, Harry's heart was in disarray and was extremely complicated. As a person who has been repeatedly targeted by Professor Snape since the beginning of enrollment, Harry is undoubtedly the person who hates Professor Snape the most besides Ron and many Gryffindor wizards. But now, Harry's resentment towards Snape turned into complicated, confused and bewildered. If you look at it according to the meaning of the above text, what Snape hated most was undoubtedly his father, because he looked exactly like his father. But what do you think this sentence means? Professor Snape both hates Harry and loves him deeply, Blaise said with a smile. His eyes were rolling around, and he was always thinking about some tricks in his heart. Daphne glared at him. How can you talk nonsense like this? Although the analysis says that Dean Snape's feelings for Harry are special, it's obviously not what we thought. It can be said that because of the analysis of the 4th option, Slytherin College and Gryffindor College fell into group discussion at the same time. Snape targeted Gryffindor College a lot. He originally thought that he deliberately targeted Harry because he was unhappy with Harry's identity and entering Gryffindor College. Who knows, there are deeper factors. George, Fred, what do you think? Wood leaned over again. He felt that the 2 brothers were so smart that they would be able to guess some answers. George and Fred looked at each other, looked at Wood with strange expressions, and said in unison, "How else can I read it?" The analysis clearly states that Snape, that old bat, hates Harry's father and loves Harry's mother. It's very likely that Harry's father stole Harry's mother. George added, "That's right. That old bat probably failed to snatch Harry's mother from Harry's father, so it hated Harry very much." Fred was extremely excited about his guess. Although the 2 brothers talked a lot, Wood and the Wizards of Gryffindor College generally understood what the 2 brothers meant. That seems to be the case, and I don't know if it's right. He touched his chin. The guess given by brothers George and Fred based on the analysis seems to be correct. But no one knows whether the truth of the matter is really the case. When George and Fred shared their two guesses, most of the wizards in Gryffindor were here, and after further discussions, the wizards of Hufflepuff College next to them knew. Not long after, Ravenclaw also know. After they knew about it, the Slytherins also knew about it. It's very subtle. The atmosphere in the entire Slytherin house has become more subtle. Many little snakes looked at each other, and they could all see the disbelief and embarrassment on each other's faces. After all, when the news reached them, what they heard was that Harry's mother had snatched away the man Snape loved the most. It's embarrassing. Chapter 18. What happened last year? The meaning of the question. There was an awkward atmosphere over the place where the Slytherin wizards gathered. Most of the wizards were staring at each other, while Wood and the others on the other side looked at them strangely. Severus, it's just an insignificant matter. It might be a good thing to say it. At least Harry shouldn't have doubts about you all the time. Dumbledore looked at him. He didn't intend to answer just now, just to appease Snape's emotions. Snape just hummed coldly. His thoughts are very confused now. His mind is almost muddy. It seems that everyone is very shocked by the answer to the second question. Richard waited until they had almost finished receiving the answers and calmed down before speaking again. As soon as he opened his mouth, Snape's chaotic thoughts were immediately attracted. Snape stared at the glowing humanoid creature, and couldn't forget that it was this humanoid thing that leaked his secret. If possible, he really wanted to send Avada Kedavra to send him to hell. However, he had already tried it just now, and Avada Kedavra was erased by this thing in front of him by unknown means. This shocked Snape and Dumbledore. As we all know, Avada Kedavra is one of the instant death spells. In the entire wizarding world, there is no one except Harry Potter who was killed by Avada Kedavra when he was a baby and is still alive. But he didn't seem to be hit by Avada Kedavra. It just made the spell disappear suddenly. Please bring your attention back. We are about to start the third question. Richard threw away the card in his hand, and then, as if by magic, he took out another new card from the back of his hand. If these actions were shown in front of those muggles, they might receive countless applause. But here are all wizards, so naturally they wouldn't be surprised by Richard's tricks. Dumbledore looked at the small card that reappeared in his hand. He had a hunch that the next question would be very interesting. In fact, Dumbledore's intuition was right. All contestants, please listen to the questions. Last year when Harry was just entering school, Snape asked Harry 3 questions. What did those 3 questions mean? A. As we all know, Professor Snape hates Gryffindor students, and he hates Harry, a Gryffindor student who has a huge reputation in the wizarding world, so he specifically asked 3 questions to embarrass Harry. B. The 3 potions questions Snape asked Harry are naturally not easy to ask. Each question represents a deep meaning, and the answers to the 3 questions add up, and their meaning is, I am concerned about Lily's death. Express remorse. C. Is this still a question? It must be the conspiracy of the great British wizards Dumbledore and Severus Snape. These 3 small questions contain an extraordinary conspiracy. D. As a very boring wizard, Snape is evil in his heart. He just wants to deliberately make things difficult for Harry to satisfy his evil taste. This question and its options are very long. But this is not what everyone is concerned about. They are more concerned about the connection between Professor Snape and Harry. Professor Snape and Harry again? I thought this question might ask something else. Unexpectedly, the professor is so popular in the Q and A space. But I think, Blaze, Professor, he shouldn't like this kind of welcome. In fact, that was exactly the case. When Snape saw this question, his mentality immediately exploded. He was pinching his robe tightly, and his plain face was as cold as ice. Richard felt a little embarrassed that if Professor Snape knew his true identity, he might have to be careful whether there was any special potion in his pumpkin juice when he ate at Hogwarts in the future. Professor, I don't want to target you specifically, This is all done by the question and answer space. Richard murmured inwardly. He pretended not to see anything strange about Professor Snape, and glanced at Harry. Encountering a question about himself again, Harry's little heart was beating thumpingly. He looked nervously at Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled kindly at him, which eased his mood a lot. Then, Harry looked at Snape strangely. At the beginning of school last year, Professor Snape's rubbing was aggressive, and he successfully made him hate potions class with 3 questions. But what he didn't know was that there was a deeper and more special meaning behind those 3 questions. No wonder, when Hermione raised her hand, Professor Snape ignored it, although part of it was because she was the best student in Gryffindor College, but it should be more because Professor Snape wanted to pass the 3 questions to tell yourself what it is. Without prejudice, Harry was still very smart. But first, he wants to get rid of his prejudice. This was impossible before. What's more, when you have Hermione, you can use your brains and just go straight up. That is to say, the situation is different now. Harry. He heard someone calling him softly, and looked in the direction of the sound, just in time to see Hermione's worried expression. He froze for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "It's fine." He opened his mouth softly, knowing that Hermione could hear his voice. "No matter what, I am not alone, and I still have friends by my side to accompany me." Looking towards Ron, he could just see that Ron was also looking at himself worriedly. This made Harry feel very warm inside. "I am not alone." Dumbledore, who had been watching Harry all along, had a gratified expression on his face. He was happy for the friendship between the 3 of Harry, but he seemed to be thinking of someone, with a dazed expression and a little sadness. Chapter 19. Is Draco really an idiot? Although I really don't want to say it, I didn't expect that I would be a conspirator among these answers. Looking at Snape's appearance, Dumbledore was really afraid that he would try to test this question and answer space again. The previous warning had already made the old man want to play it safe, so he spoke out directly, attracting everyone's attention with a self-deprecating way. "Mr. Dumbledore, the answers represented by these options may not necessarily be correct. You don't have to be so concerned." "Thank you, sir. This may make me, an old man, feel better." Richard nodded slightly, then glanced at the 7 people on the 7 high platforms. "Are you ready?" "Start answering immediately when you are ready." As soon as Richard finished speaking, the 7 buttons flashed red to prove that they could be pressed, and it also proved that they were ready to answer. The wizard's hand speed is extraordinary. 3 dazzling green lights lit up. "Why is there a green light?" "That's naturally Richard bad taste." "All right, the people who will answer the question next are Harry Potter, Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy." Snape didn't rush to answer. He was actually very arrogant in his heart. Although it feels strange to describe it this way, it is undoubtedly a more appropriate description for Snape's heart. "Hermione, come on." Harry spoke softly. "Now anyone with a discerning eye can guess what the answer is. After all, the previous question has revealed that Professor Snape has a relationship with Harry's parents, so this question is also the same." But just as Harry finished speaking, Malfoy over the jumped out. "I'll come first." After finishing speaking, he looked at Harry and Hermione quite provocatively. "Look, Malfoy thinks he can do it again." It is estimated that next time, he will choose another wrong answer in his mind full of Harry. Isn't this Malfoy's normal operation? Every time he answers, he misses the correct answer. This is also a kind of talent. The moment Malfoy took the lead, the displeased students of Gryffindor College directly sprayed the place where Slytherin House gathered. The distance between the 2 sides is only a few meters. If not for the presence of all the professors, maybe they will come to a big fight between the 2 colleges. "Do you think we will be your brainless fools?" It doesn't matter who doesn't have a brain. What if the ones who don't have a brain are you? A bunch of brainless reckless, a group of dead snakes without humanity. The 2 sides were arguing loudly, and the atmosphere was about to be blown up by them. Professor McGonagall frowned and pointed his wand at his throat. "That's enough. If you make any more noise, all go back to the lounge." Professor McGonagall, who was in full swing, made the atmosphere that was directly ignited on both sides instantly stiff. Students from both colleges looked at the majestic Professor McGonagall with horrified eyes. Professor McGonagall is also very troublesome for these two colleges. These two academies are naturally in conflict, and when they meet together, it's like water meeting fire. Water and fire are incompatible. But there is no way. This is a problem left over from history. Even she has no good way to solve this matter, so she can only let them go with the flow. Anyway, it won't cause too much trouble. Maybe. He looked at the students on both sides who had been stopped from yelling, but still stared at each other with their eyes. Professor McGonagall felt his head hurt again. Should we find a way to drive them back? Draco Malfoy, will never lose this time. Draco looked at Harry and said loudly. He thought that Harry must be his fateful enemy. Is his greatest enemy, Draco Malfoy, on his way to glory. With Harry here, Draco Malfoy will always be just a supporting role. No, he is not reconciled. The answer to this question must be as I thought. The answer to this question must be that Dumbledore and Professor Snape have a bigger conspiracy behind them. After he said these words, the way Harry looked at him changed. My mind is full of why I want to be with such a fool. It's quite boring. Thinking back to how I got into arguing with such a fool before, and fought back and forth. Sure enough, my IQ must have been lowered by Malfoy. Harry turned his eyes away, while Dumbledore looked at Draco with a half-smile. Mr. Malfoy, didn't you expect me to be such a scheming old man in your heart? He said softly, as if he was feeling sad for being misunderstood, and he seemed to be asking Malfoy step by step. Is this how he doubts the greatest wizard in England? No. No, Professor, I didn't think that way. I just think that answer is very possible. Draco stammered, but later on he spoke more and more smoothly, and directly said what he thought of on the spur of the moment. All right, no one will force you. Are you sure you chose the third answer? Draco Malfoy. I'm thinking about it, sir. Then I'll give you 30 seconds to make a decision as soon as possible. Okay, sir. When Draco was about to speak and chose the third answer, he stopped again. A trace of hesitation appeared on his face. In fact, choosing the third option of this question is still an expression of Draco's reluctance. It's not that he didn't realize that the second option is the most likely real answer to this question, but he didn't want to believe this, so he resisted in his own way. In contrast, he was more willing to believe that it was Dumbledore's conspiracy. But unfortunately, I'll choose the third one, sir. Draco really wanted to say choose something else, but an inexplicable emotion lingered deep in his heart. Let him finally make a decision. Let's resist again. Even if he loses, he will let the stupid Potter know that he will never give in to these problems. Harry didn't know about Draco's inner drama. He even thought that Draco Malfoy was a fool, and secretly made up his mind to take a detour when he saw Draco again after returning home. I will never see this guy who will lower his IQ again. And the interest in Dumbledore's eyes, who had guessed something, became more and more intense. Chapter 20. Draco wearing the Bellala fairy suit. Sorry, Draco, your answer is wrong. Richard looked at Draco with surprise. He wondered if the child's head had been hit by Harry. Obviously he has the analysis of the answer to the previous question, so he can guess the correct answer to this question. But he just chose the most unlikely one. This is not a brain problem. What is this? Or, does Draco want to dance in front of the whole school again? Thinking about it this way, Richard thinks it's really possible. In order to be famous in Hogwarts, don't you even give up your face? Why, Draco, what did he think? Blaise exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Didn't think of it at all. Okay, who knew that Draco would not choose the correct answer, but would die with an answer that he knew at a glance to be wrong? Who knows? Maybe there's really something wrong with his brain. He must have been beaten stupid by Harry. You forgot that they had a conflict a few days ago. Daphne is quite right. I also feel that Draco's mind was blown out of his mind during the conflict a few days ago. Marcus, who originally thought he was stupid enough, felt quite speechless watching Draco insist on his wrong choice. And the Gryffindor students over there couldn't help laughing. The laughter was as exaggerated as it could be. The sarcasm in those eyes was as obvious as it needed to be. Even Professor McGonagall, who has always been unsmiling, had a rare smile in her eyes. After all, she is also a member of Gryffindor. It's really good to see the students of Slytherin House deflated. Come on, let's guess what punishment Malfoy will receive next. Will he turn into a dog to dance a dance, or turn into something else? How can you say that? We're all classmates in the same school. It would be nice if it was simpler. Let's hang ourselves upside down for a while. The atmosphere among the Gryffindor students was very cheerful. They hoped that Malfoy would have another transformation dance. So, you have to accept punishment again, Draco. Regardless of whether Draco's mind was fooled by Harry or not, he still has to accept the punishment he deserves. Come on. Isn't it just dancing? I'm not afraid. Gritting his teeth, Draco looked tragic. But he was relieved in his heart. As long as you don't feel the feeling of internal organs being compressed like that Weasley guy, it's fine. Isn't it just dancing? He still doesn't believe that there is no dance that he can't control. It's dancing. That's right. Looking at the punishment that appeared on the card, Richard could be said to be holding back his own laughter, trying not to let himself laugh out loud. As a professional, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't laugh unless he couldn't help it. Draco's punishment is to put on the Bellala Fairy's suit and perform a tap dance in front of all the teachers and students. It lasts for 1 minute and will be executed immediately. Resisting the need to laugh out loud, Richard waved to the 7 of them, sent them out and helped Draco change his clothes. By the way, Draco was still thinking about what the Bellala little demon fairy set was, and he felt a strong malice from the inexplicable void. Before he could figure it out, he appeared in the middle of the crowd again, wearing a pink skirt, and his hair was also rendered pink. Seeing Draco's appearance, all the teachers and students at Hogwarts, including the 6 Dumbledores who had just been sent out, fell silent for a moment. There was a bit of silence on the field. Everyone looked strange, and Draco began to feel uneasy. Then, I don't know who laughed first. It was like a spark that detonated the entire explosive barrel. The hall roared with laughter. The whole of Hogwarts is full of cheerfulness. Even Snape, who had always been paralyzed, had the corners of his mouth slightly raised. As for the Slytherins, although they wanted to hold back their smiles, they were not professionals, so they were all laughing. Ron laughed so much that he didn't even want his own image. What could be more refreshing than watching one's enemy lose face? Especially, that enemy of mine danced in front of everyone in women's clothing. Colin, quickly, take a picture of this scene. In the place where the Gryffindor students gathered, someone shouted excitedly. Colin Creevy's face was also very excited. For the first time, he felt how convenient it was to have a camera holding it up, dancing to Draco Malfoy. Boom, a fresh photo is already there, and Colin is surrounded by big men with intriguing smiles. Don't think too much about it. How can Gryffindor students have bad intentions? They just want to let more people appreciate Draco Malfoy's heroic appearance. This is a great thing. Amidst the laughter of everyone around him, Draco noticed something was wrong with his clothes. Look down. This little pink skirt and the pattern on it, this dress is really beautiful. However, it was what made Draco want to cry. This little skirt seems to be on her body. When Draco started to tap dance in this little pink dress, the atmosphere at Hogwarts became more cheerful. Perhaps today's Halloween, Draco's dance is the real surprise. In this atmosphere, Hermione looked at Harry, a little complicated. You will answer later, Hermione. The sadness on Harry's face had long since disappeared, replaced by ease and joy. Harry, I already have this, and I don't need anything else for now. Harry took out his black and white guns and placed them in front of Hermione. I'm more curious about what you will get. This question should be answered by you. After all, it is about you. Hermione disagreed, as she said, when this question is related to Harry, he should also answer it. That big ... Professor Snape didn't answer either. That's the deal. This time, Harry's attitude was very firm. Chapter 21 Friendship and love are the most precious things in the world. 1 minute is up soon. This minute is definitely the happiest minute for all the teachers and students at Hogwarts. And after being teleported back to the high platform, Draco looked up at the sky with a dull gaze. He didn't understand how a good dance and the easiest punishment could become like this. Unlike Weasley, his punishment was visceral compression, and that kind of severe pain could be seen just by looking at Weasley's expression. But why? He just wasn't happy. Looking at the dazzling light in the sky, a line of tears slipped from the corner of his eyes. It's definitely not because he is very sad, nor is it because he is dancing in a Bellala little magic fairy suit. He wept because the light in the sky was too dazzling. However, no one is looking at him now. As soon as she returned to the question and answer space, Hermione wanted to answer directly, picking a wrong answer at random. But obviously, someone is faster than her. "Sir, my choice is the first one," Harry said loudly. After speaking, he looked at Hermione with a very relieved expression. He even smiled a bit, as if he was the one who answered correctly. "Harry, you don't have to do this." Hermione looked at him with complicated eyes. She knew that Harry was afraid that she would give the wrong answer first, so he probably answered first and left the correct answer to her. "Thanks." An inaudible whisper came out of her mouth. "Some things are good to keep in mind." "Sorry, Harry, your answer is wrong." After glancing at the text on the card, Richard raised his head and said to Harry on the high platform, "If you answer wrong, you will be punished." "Your punishment is—" Draco quickly put away the sadness on his face, and looked at Richard without blinking. Looking at those small eyes, there was still some expectation in them. Why did Harry do this? Maybe it's to leave the opportunity to Hermione. He can obviously choose the second answer. Okay, let's not say a word. Give Harry the right to choose. It is his freedom to choose. There was a lot of discussion. Some people didn't understand Harry's choice, while some people seem to have realized something, and some people are merciless ridicule. "Look, that stupid Potter, and only he can do such a stupid thing." The loud words were full of ridicule. "That's you, Marcus. Only you Slytherins are so unscrupulous. You don't understand friendship, and you only want to snatch it like a mad dog for those little benefits." In order to protect his friends and teammates, Wood confronted Marcus without hesitation. "And we Gryffindors will never compromise our interests like you Slytherin." The two looked at each other. As opponents, the eyes of the two of them looked at each other with a strong smell of gunpowder. With Professor McGonagall around, the two of them wouldn't brazenly quarrel and throw some spells at each other. Although, they all wanted to do this, Dumbledore looked at Harry with some relief. Friendship and love. It was the last thing he woke up to in his life. Friendship and love are the most precious things in this world. He has done many wrong things and missed many choices. Seeing Harry walking in the direction he wanted now, he couldn't help but smile. At least this time, he will never let Tom's situation happen again. Your punishment is very simple. Pick your feet on the spot and give yourself a smell. After finishing speaking, Harry winked at Richard. The two of them stared wide-eyed. A blush appeared on Harry's face. "Is there any inexplicable shame?" Just now he asked those Gryffindor students who were outside. From their mouths, he knew that all the teachers and students of Hogwarts could see what happened in the question and answer space. It also means that all the teachers and students in the school will know what he is going to do next. It seems that Harry, you don't want to do it yourself. It doesn't matter. It's also possible to do it from the question and answer space. To Harry's ears, the gentle voice was comparable to the most terrifying devil in the world. He really wanted to ask Richard if he could have the same punishment as Ron. He would rather suffer the pain of internal organ compression than face the pain of the next society death. However, Richard had already made a move. While Harry was still struggling, he had already manipulated Harry's body. He thought he had taken off his shoes, rubbed his fingers on the socks, and then brought them back to his nose to smell them. After finishing, Richard released the control over Harry's body, leaving Harry, who had been spoiled, standing alone on the high platform with his eyes blank. The whole person is thinking, who I am. Where do I come from? Where am I going? Hiss. A row of breathing sounds. Hogwarts teachers and students have made great contributions to the cause of global heating. It's really gratifying to congratulate. Seeing Harry's misfortune, Draco finally felt much better. As long as you don't die alone, dancing in women's clothing is not unacceptable. Even if Harry is not as unlucky as himself, it doesn't matter anymore. What he cares about is whether anyone will be unlucky with him. Obviously, there is now. It's your turn, Miss Granger. What is your choice? Richard tried his best to make himself look kinder, but looking at the terrified eyes of the little witch, it was obviously not very effective. Hermione has obviously regarded him and the question and answer space as a perverted space. But it's okay, Richard comforted himself in his heart. What does the punishment in the question and answer space have to do with Richard? He is not a pervert, sir. Hermione took a deep breath, tried her best to calm her fluctuating heart, and replied tremblingly, "My choice is the second one." According to the previous question, it is not without reason that Professor Snape treats Harry specially, so only the second answer is the most realistic answer. Good answer, Miss Granger. The gentle voice sounded relaxing from the bottom of my heart, and it also calmed Hermione's panicked heart. Your answer is correct. Chapter 22 Basic Magic Lines, Knowledge from Another World. After hearing this sentence, Hermione was really relieved. She was really afraid that if she answered wrongly, she would be punished like Harry. As for wearing a pink skirt to dance, anyway, she is a girl, at most she feels a little shy, not unacceptable. The rewards and analysis will begin next. Putting the card down, Richard waved his hand, and suddenly a yellowed, thick book full of patterns appeared in Hermione's hand. Most people who read that book were very curious, especially the Ravenclaw students. Yearning for wisdom, they have a curiosity about all knowledge that ordinary people don't have. Maybe only the Gryffindor students looked at the mysterious book in Hermione's hand with disgust. Hermione, what is that? Ron and the other Gryffindors weren't curious, but Harry was anyway. Having won a reward once, he naturally knows that most of the prizes from the Q and A space are not ordinary. A book, she murmured. Her eyes were a little confused, as if she was attracted by something. Hermione's appearance makes Harley as worried. Dumbledore looked at the heavy book in Hermione's hand, and was affirming a certain guess in his heart. The rewards given to them by the Q and A space are, in a sense, what they want most. For example, himself. What he wants most is power. He needs power to protect Hogwarts and prevent Voldemort from making a comeback. What Harry wanted was a weapon that could bring him peace of mind, something that could help him. From the previous description, we can know that the two guns in Harry's hands each have a kind of ability, which just complements each other. One attack and one defense. So what about Hermione? He also has a clear understanding of Miss Granger. This is a studious little girl who loves knowledge and reading. I really don't know why the Sorting Hat sorted her into Gryffindor instead of Ravenclaw. Basically, Dumbledore guessed Hermione's prize. Maybe it's some kind of knowledge. For example, alchemy may also be related to potions. He thought to himself. As everyone knows, Hermione at this moment is engrossed in the introduction of the heavy book in her hand. Basic Magic Pattern Encyclopedia. Introduction, a magic system from another world, with unimaginable power, but it takes time to learn magic patterns. Level, good. It's not a weapon after all, it's just a textbook. Owner, Hermione Granger. Its main purpose is to engrave the learned magic patterns on weapons, transform ordinary weapons into magic weapons, and let magic weapons be further strengthened and transformed into more powerful weapons. There will be a certain probability of failure. Note, someone once used the basic magic pattern to continuously strengthen a weapon, and finally created an artifact. Make good use of this book. After all, extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of human beings, and it is also the most powerful weapon of human beings. Miss Granger, you should have almost received the prize introduction. The abrupt voice brought Hermione back to her senses, who was deeply intruded in her mind, and looked at the milky white humanoid creature in the middle of the field that was exuding a gentle light. "Yes, sir, but I think this prize is too expensive. Although I don't know what a divine weapon is, but I can get a key point in the introduction and precautions, so I think it should be some kind of very powerful weapon." "That's what you deserve, Miss Granger. I hope you can study the above knowledge well. After all, it is magic knowledge that is not available in the entire magic world." When Dumbledore, who had been staring at the book in Hermione's hand, heard these words, his eyes lit up. Any very powerful wizard is a very knowledgeable person, and their desire for knowledge is deeper than anyone else. However, Dumbledore couldn't do such a thing as snatching books from other people's little girls' hands, and he wasn't Voldemort. However, when the time comes, he may take out some of his treasured books to borrow the basic magic pattern encyclopedia in Hermione's hands. "I have another question, sir." Hermione caressed the heavy book in her hand, and put her eyes on it. After knowing that it was magic knowledge from another world, she already knew how precious the book in her hand was. "You say, I just noticed that there is a grade on those items, so how is this grade assigned?" Hermione raised her head with piercing eyes. "Since the evaluation of this book is good, there must be better ones." "You're right, Miss Granger." Richard looked at the clever little witch gently. "I forgot to tell you about the level of this prize. According to the strength and ability of the prize itself, and the comprehensive considering that, the prize levels are divided into rubbish, good, excellent, powerful, artifact, a total of 5 levels. And the book in your hand is rated as good. After all, it's just a basic textbook. Such an evaluation is enough." The calm and composed voice carried a little sunshine-like warmth, calming the nervous and anxious hearts of many people. Hermione let out a deep breath that she was holding back because of nervousness, and said something sincerely to Richard. "Thank you, sir." "You don't need to thank me, Miss Granger." Richard's reply was very flat. "As I said before, you deserve this." By the way, in the question and answer space, you can also take this opportunity to inquire what level your wand and potion will be rated at. Only you will know the specific content. In the past, Slytherin and Gryffindor College, which used to be arguing at the moment when the prizes were revealed, stopped arguing. Professor McGonagall walked back and forth between the students of the two colleges with a straight face. On the contrary, the students of Ravenclaw College had some small chatter. They are all top students in Ravenclaw, and they belong to the group most interested in knowledge. After the question and answer is over, we may go to Granger, exchange knowledge with her, and borrow the book in her hand. That's what I thought too, but do any of you know Granger or Harry? In Ravenclaw College, the small group of students gathered together looked at each other, and they all saw the dazed look on each other's faces. Obviously, none of them knew Harry's trio. "Maybe we can go to Cedric. That guy can play with many wizards in the academy, and he also knows the twins of the Weasley family. It should be good for him to come forward." "Then I'll leave it to you, Ramis." "No problem. Now let's think about what kind of knowledge you should use to borrow from Miss Granger." The knowledge of magic in another world can be said to have aroused these students who are obsessed with learning. Chapter 23 Snape. "That's actually what I most want to say to you." After letting go of his nervousness, Harry withdrew his gaze and placed it on the card. He actually pays more attention to analysis, because he can get more secrets about the past, or those things in the past from it. This is what he wished for. He tried to inquire, but was prevaricated. For the understanding of his parents, Harry can only get a few strokes in the history of modern magic. They are the boy who lived, Harry Potter's parents, etc. Then it's gone. Their life stories, what did they do? Why did they die? And what was the reason? Harry didn't know all of this. He asked Professor Dumbledore, but the professor told him only if he wanted him to grow up, even about the relationship between Professor Snape and him. Harry never thought about why Professor Snape hated him. It seems that it is very natural that Professor Snape hates himself, and that he hates Professor Snape. It is a very common and trivial thing. Question: when Harry first entered school last year, Snape asked Harry 3 questions. What did those 3 questions mean? Answer A: as we all know, Professor Snape hates Gryffindor students because of his past experience. He has a deep-seated dislike for every Gryffindor student, but this has nothing to do with the current problem related. The 3 questions Severus Snape asked Harry did not spread to Harry because of his dislike of Gryffindor College, so the answer A is wrong. Answer B. Severus Snape has always regretted Lily's death. The 3 questions he asked Harry are naturally not ordinary questions. The meaning of the 3 questions combined is what Snape most wanted to say to Harry, so answer B is correct. Answer C. The reason why conspiracy theories have been enduring is that people like to speculate on others with the greatest malice, but Albus Dumbledore did not premeditate with Severus Snape and secretly instructed him to embarrass Harry, so answer C is wrong. Answer D. Although Severus Snape is very nerdy and doesn't resist the dark, he didn't intend to satisfy his own bad taste when he asked Harry the 3 questions, so answer D is wrong. This is the complete analysis on the card. Not only the 7 people on the high platform can see it, but people outside can also see the words on the card. Harry put his eyes on the second answer. This was about his mother and Snape. What does the professor most want to say to me? Confusion appeared on Harry's face. He remembered that he was hostile to Professor Snape last semester and suspected him of being a dark wizard who wanted to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. I thought of what Quirrell said at the end. If it wasn't for Professor Snape protecting you. Many things he didn't think of at first, just because he subconsciously ignored them. But when he understood, looking back, many things were different. Professor Snape's remorse. What kind of connection does he have with his mother? Harry suddenly felt that he didn't even have a good understanding of this professor who he once hated but now felt complicated. Unexpectedly, Professor Snape's old bat actually has something to do with Harry's mother. Dumbfounded, it wasn't just Harry, but also the students of Slytherin and Gryffindor who didn't expect it. If it was just a guess before, then the answer to the second option now undoubtedly tells them that their guess is correct. Professor Snape really loved Harry's mother. Otherwise, the question would not have been mentioned twice. This is simply the biggest melon on Halloween. Students and professors from several colleges said that this is definitely the most memorable melon they have ever eaten. On the contrary, a few old professors, who have been teaching at Hogwarts for many years, probably know something. Just like Professor McGonagall, she is one of the few people who knows about it. Snape's emotions are very complicated now. On the one hand, his secret was revealed, and the truth he wanted to hide was known to most people, which undoubtedly made him a little bit annoyed. But with the mysterious means before the question and answer space, Snape was shocked to find that he couldn't do anything. On the other hand, as the information he wanted to convey was told to her son in this way, he felt a secret joy in his heart that he didn't even know. Perhaps this was the best choice. It can be said that Dumbledore's head was turning dizzy. He looked at Harry from time to time, and turned back to look at Snape from time to time. After seeing that the expression on Snape's face gradually relaxed from indifference and solemnity, it softened a lot. Dumbledore also quietly relaxed a lot. It seems that you have figured it out, Severus HMPH. So what if you figure it out? So what if you don't understand it? Dumbledore, you'd better think about the problems brought about by this question and answer space. There are so many young wizards who can see it, and the news cannot be hidden. Our minister is very ambitious. What Snape said made Dumbledore feel very headache. He naturally knew that what the former said was very reasonable. But it was also because of the reason that he had a headache. Those pure-blood families, as well as the Ministry of Magic controlled by Fudge, desperately wanted to put their tentacles of power into the greatest school in England. The sudden incident now, for those people, whether it is true or not, is a good excuse to intervene in Hogwarts. No matter what those people say, they will try to test it out. But it's okay now, the situation is not too bad. Dumbledore is confident that they will cut off their thoughts of reaching into Hogwarts one by one. Don't worry, Severus. With me at Hogwarts, there will be no chaos. The confident Dumbledore's eyes flickered, and he thought he had planned in his heart. Snape snorted coldly, and didn't want to say anything to Dumbledore. No one knows Dumbledore better than him. This is a digging hole for others to jump into. Chapter 24. Lockhart is in name only. Is he really a liar? Everyone's thoughts are different, and the issues they are thinking about now are not the same. However, Richard felt much more relaxed. There are 2 more questions, and this Q&A is coming to an end. At that time, what can he get from it? Next, let's start the 4th question. Accompanied by a gentle voice, new text appeared on the card, and the old text disappeared. Snape narrowed his eyes. If the problem this time was still between him and Harry, maybe he couldn't help but give Avada Kedavra to the one in the middle of the field again. Wasn't it just being struck by lightning? It's okay. He just wants to be the master of the question and answer space of nausea. Hermione closed the book she had just opened and looked at the card. Lockhart also returned to normal, and the extremely indifferent expression just now disappeared from his face. Draco, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and glanced at Harry and Hermione resentfully, firmly believing that he would not be wrong if he did it again. Everyone, please listen to the question. Synchronized with the sound, new words appeared quickly on the card. Gilderoy Lockhart is well known as a well-known adventurer and powerful wizard in the British magic world, but in fact his combat skills are not strong, and he hangs out at high-ranking officials' banquets all the year round, feasting and feasting, which makes the level of magic spells he has learned it is also falling sharply and becoming nameless, but Lockhart doesn't care, as long as he is still proficient in that spell. Then he believes that he will not fall. After all, he started his career with that spell. May I ask, what is the magic spell? A. Iron Armor Curse. B. Avada Kedavra. C. Forgetting Curse. D. Imperious Curse. When he saw this question, Lockhart's face, which had just recovered, suddenly turned pale. He was deeply afraid that Dumbledore would see something from this question. He didn't dare to gamble, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't even dare to look at Dumbledore. The old man's eyes seemed to see through everything. His azure blue eyes were full of wisdom and the vicissitudes of time. Of course, it wasn't just someone who focused on which spell Lockhart was proficient in. There was a small group of students who didn't like Professor Lockhart in the first place, and they all noticed the namelessness in the text above the question. Look, it has long been said that Lockhart is a liar, an ignorant liar, and you still don't believe it. The little lions of Gryffindor said to some girls from the Ravenclaw school they knew well. That look, that tone. Don't be too excited. How could they not use the flaw they found with great difficulty to attack those little witches who firmly believed that Lockhart was for their good? The few little witches in Ravenclaw who firmly believed in Lockhart were silent. They looked at each other, and they all saw surprise in each other's eyes. Could it be that Lockhart is really a liar? Don't talk nonsense. The card only says that Professor Lockhart's spell level has dropped significantly. This doesn't necessarily mean that he is a liar. A little witch stepped forward, and Wood knew her. She was Serena from Ravenclaw College, and she was also one of those witches who always believed that Lockhart was a great wizard. At this moment, she stood up, defended her idol, and argued hard. That doesn't explain anything. You didn't read that it says that Lockhart is a nameless person. He is completely useless and can only be funny and cause trouble. Didn't you see it through the past few days? Look at what he brought us in class. The students of Gryffindor College were naturally unwilling to be suppressed by her, and they quickly organized a counterattack. The Slytherin people were watching the show, and some of them rolled their eyes, thinking in their hearts that after returning this time, they would find an alliance with the Ravenclaws to fight against Gryffindor, so that these little lions would be cruel, suffer a big loss. When the Gryffindor students proved that Lockhart was just an empty-handed liar, these little Ravenclaw witches don't know what to do or refuted. It is really what Professor Lockhart has done these days that has completely disappointed a large number of wizards who had expected it. In the beginning, when Lockhart brought the Cornish elves to class, many little wizards were very excited, until the group of Cornwall elves lost control after being released. Many students at that time, especially the Gryffindor students, experienced what it was like to fly into the sky without a broom. Among them, Neville Longbottom is the most famous. According to a wizard who did not want to be named, that feeling is really bad. At that time, Professor Lockhart not only failed to deal with those Cornish elves in time, but also ran away immediately when he saw that the situation was not good. The good name and the promise are to give these little wizards more opportunities to practice. If it's just that, maybe it's really Professor Lockhart who wants to give them more opportunities to practice. The problem is that Lockhart kept talking about his great deeds in class afterwards, and from time to time he would draw a few people from the little wizards in class to accompany him in acting. It can be said that apart from these Lockhart fans, the rest of the little wizards who were selected to perform were simply miserable. It would be fine if Lockhart took an acting class, but he took the very important Defense Against the Dark Arts class in Hogwarts. Many young wizards jokingly said that just now a big Butterquirrel has left, and now a liar Lockhart has come, and the Defense Against the Dark Arts class is in name only. Professor McGonagall turned a blind eye to these students' complaints against Lockhart. Not to mention these students, she wanted to ask what Lockhart was teaching. If Dumbledore hadn't stopped her and reassured her, maybe, what would have happened? I don't know what Albus thought, but he would let such a bastard come to teach at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall also felt that the level of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class in the past few years was not as good as each year. It happened that the wizards who came to be professors of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class were rarely capable for a full year and could retire unscathed. In fact, Dumbledore is not to blame. After all, Lockhart graduated with straight honors when he walked out of Hogwarts. After many years of packaging, he became a great adventurer again. Who can imagine that his level has become so poor now? Chapter 25 Gildero. What do you think of this question, Gildero? What do you think of this question? Dumbledore's amiable voice was heard when Lockhart was pale and out of control. But Lockhart didn't think Dumbledore's voice was kind. People with a guilty conscience are most likely to be frightened. Professor Dumbledore may also try it. You will never think of which spell I am most proficient in. In my adventures over the years, I have used it to save my life many times. Since you can't hide, then just take a gamble. Lockhart still has that determination, otherwise he wouldn't have deceived so many people, and he hasn't been exposed until now. In fact, the years just after leaving Hogwarts were definitely the peak of Lockhart's time. But he didn't use that knowledge for a long time, which still caused him to become unfamiliar with magic spells. Except for the one I've been using. Oh, it seems that you have survived many dangers, and the spell you are proficient in is not Avada Kedavra? After saying these words, Lockhart's back was completely wet, and he felt a chill in his heart. Give him 10 guts, but he wouldn't even dare to say that the Avada Kedavra he is most proficient in. This is not a question of proficiency. This is the question of whether or not to enter the Azkaban. Even if the world knows that he is a liar, he used the Oblivion Curse to sneak attack many wizards, stealing their experience and making it his own. With the contacts he has accumulated over the past few years, at most he will be imprisoned in Azkaban for a few years, and he may still be released. But it was said from Dumbledore that he knew the Avada Kedavra and used it on wizards or magical animals. Then it's not as simple as a few years. He is afraid that he will die of old age in Azkaban. Professor, don't talk nonsense. I don't know the Avada Kedavra, and I have never used the Avada Kedavra. He quickly defended himself, fearing that it would be a step too late, and let this great white wizard give him the title of a black wizard. That's fatal. Don't get excited, don't get excited. I was just joking with you, you will believe me, Gildero. As he spoke, Dumbledore blinked his eyes like a child. Lockhart wiped the sweat off his forehead, and smiled reluctantly. I know the professor likes to joke around. It's okay. It's okay. After being so stimulated by Dumbledore, he felt like he was about to have a heart attack. Is this a joke? This is simply using this matter to intimidate him. Lockhart's thoughts drifted back to a certain day last month when Dumbledore found him and wanted to hire him to teach at Hogwarts. Originally, He didn't plan to go back to Hogwarts. He still knows how much he has, since he didn't use those spells. His spell level dropped drastically. Except for a few spells, he can't even release most of the spells now. How could he return to teach at Hogwarts like this? That's not a mistake, children. Of course, it's also because he has self-knowledge, knowing that he will definitely be exposed by those professors when he returns to teach at Hogwarts. But Dumbledore's smiling face was too scary to bear. He said something at the time that made him change his mind. Jidero, I don't think you will refuse an old man's proposal. After all, not everyone likes to go to Azkaban for a lifetime. Until now, he can still remember Dumbledore's blue eyes, like magical eyes. Look, I told you everything, Hermione. Lockhart is a liar in name only. Ron was very excited. The questions on the question and answer space are the best evidence. Even the question above advertises that Lockhart is a figurehead, so he really is a figurehead. Hermione gave him a blank look, and didn't want to pay attention to this gloating and complacent fool. Do you think Lockhart belongs to that person? It was he who opened the Chamber of Secrets and killed Filch's cat. Harry's eyes were burning, and he thought of more at this moment. It should be. No way. Ron hesitated. He suspected that Lockhart was a liar, but he never thought that Lockhart would be Voldemort's man. Harry, is there any basis for you to say these words? Compared to Ron's hesitation, Hermione was much bolder. However, Harry shook his head. I have no evidence. Then why do you say that Lockhart is that person's? When Voldemort was mentioned, even Hermione couldn't help but pause. Voldemort's name is easy to say, but not everyone has the courage to say it. Have you forgotten Quirrell from last semester? At that time, who would have thought that the professor who said nothing, didn't know anything, and made the whole classroom a mess would be his? The more he said, the brighter Harry's eyes became. He even believed that Lockhart belonged to that person, and that he opened the Chamber of Secrets to help that person take revenge on Hogwarts. But this is not a reason to directly suspect Lockhart. We have no evidence. Who said no? Harry looked at Hermione with a gloomy gaze. Could it be that you have evidence that Lockhart is that person? Now, Hermione and Ron were surprised, especially Ron. He was basically inseparable from Harry. Why didn't he know what Harry knew? Could it be that Harry left him again to go it alone? Not really. Harry touched his nose, a little embarrassed. And you? But we can go and investigate Lockhart secretly. As long as he is the one who opened the secret room, he will show his feet sooner or later. He wanted to speak loudly, but he was afraid of attracting attention. I can only lower my voice as much as possible, and control my heart that wants to dance around. Richard, who was about to let the 7 people on the high platform scramble to answer, glanced at Harry's position with great interest. If he hadn't known that the diary was with Ginny Weasley, he might have really doubted Lockhart. Okay, the discussion is over. Let's start answering. Chapter 26. Ron, I think I'm smart. Lockhart originally thought that Dumbledore would be the one to answer. But who knew that Dumbledore just looked at Harry amiably, and didn't have the urge to rush to answer this question. My family knows my own affairs. Instead of letting other people answer this question and get a reward, he might as well answer it himself. What if the Q and A space rewarded him with several spells? Is it a powerful force? By then, he will no longer be the titular liar Lockhart, but a real great adventurer Lockhart. Richard glanced at the 3 bright green lights on the high platform. The people who will answer the question this time are Gilderoy Lockhart, Draco Malfoy, and Ron Weasley. I have to say, Mr. Lockhart, it's really cheating for you to answer this question yourself. The slightly teasing words entered Lockhart's ears, but did not bring much change to his expression. After wiping off his cold sweat, Lockhart tried to keep his expression normal, not wanting to be seen by others. That's fatal. Dumbledore knew about it, so he wasn't too worried. If Dumbledore wanted to report him, he would have gone to the Ministry of Magic long ago. Before that, He panicked subconsciously. I know that some students have misunderstood me now. These years of feasting and feasting have indeed made me more and more unfamiliar with the magic spells I have mastered before. But you have to believe that I am still that great adventurer, Gilderoy Lockhart. A row of white teeth, a standardized smile. Lockhart seemed to be still the handsome Lockhart. Even though many people now have doubts about him, there are still many fans who firmly believe in him. I'll come first, sir. The abrupt voice interrupted Lockhart's carefully prepared words for himself. He also wanted to take this opportunity to wash away the supercilious looks he has received these days. Throw all the problems in my teaching to the fact that I haven't used magic spells for a long time, and then my level has dropped. No matter what, you can't let others doubt you. Those experiences in my book. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by someone, which really annoyed him. He looked unkindly at the person who interrupted him. Very good, Weasley, this time I made a note. Including the last time I said loudly in the auditorium that I was a liar. I wrote it all down. Lockhart's expression froze for a moment before returning to normal. Based on this alone, Richard felt that Lockhart was worthy of admiration. After all, not everyone has such a strong psychological quality and can control their anger. Okay, Mr. Weasley. However, he won't bother with Lockhart. Since someone wants to answer the question, let that person come first. When he was glanced at by Lockhart's emotionless eyes before, Ron's heart could be said to be in a state of panic. Then he thought that Lockhart was a liar, and there was Dumbledore in Hogwarts. So why should he be afraid of him? If he missed this opportunity and simply gave it to Lockhart, a liar, he would regret it. Draco felt somewhat regretful. He probably blamed himself for not knowing how to be the first, and gave up the opportunity to Weasley, the pure blood shame in his eyes. Sir, since it's Lockhart who is the professor who is most proficient in spells, I have a guess. The heart was still beating, and Ron could feel that everyone's eyes were on him. It was difficult for him to experience this feeling of being watched by everyone. Except for the one time he felt it at the end of last semester, this is already the second time. It has to be said that he likes being under the spotlight. As Ron guessed, all eyes were on him, whether it's the 6 people on the high platform, or the Hogwarts teachers and students outside the question and answer space. There shouldn't be any problems. In the Gryffindor crowd, someone voiced doubts. It's not that they don't want to believe Ron, but judging from his previous actions, apart from being arrogant, childish, and bragging, Ron has never shown the fact that he has a brain. Although the vast majority of Gryffindor students are brainless fools, they definitely don't think they are brainless. All along, in their eyes, Ron was a little follower who followed Harry's ass. As for Hermione, that's Gryffindor's scoring machine. Gryffindor's IQ is responsible, and that's not something Ron can compare to. I don't know, although he is my younger brother, I should say a few words for him. But judging from his personality, there is a high chance that he will be blind. Percy, just say that he doesn't have that brain. That's right, but you're right, except for that liar Lockhart, everyone else can only rely on fooling around. As one of the few friends of Percy, they often heard Percy talk about how his younger brothers like to cause trouble. George, do you think he can do it? It doesn't matter if it's okay or not. To be honest, I really like watching him make a fool of himself. George raised his eyebrows at Fred, looking quite excited. Fred was shocked when he said that, and his eyes were full of strangeness when he looked at him. Didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Don't you want to? Although he is the younger brother of the two of us, the younger brother is just used to trick you. Wood, who was next to him, walked a little further away, and at the same time, he made up his mind not to provoke these two troublemakers. 1/3 of Gryffindor's college scores were harmed by these two. As long as they can't think of it, there is nothing they can't do. The other 2/3 depend on whether the remaining Gryffindor students and Harry's trio are willing to let it go. Suddenly, I felt a heavy burden on my shoulders. He had to think about the Gryffindor House Cup, and he had to think about winning Slytherin's Quidditch team. Wood was thinking about graduating soon. Looking in other directions, Cormac was hooking up with a girl, and suddenly he had an idea in his mind. If the knowledge in Professor Lockhart's book is true, then he definitely needs a spell to protect himself. Ron explained his point of view loudly. So, I think Professor Lockhart is most proficient in the Iron Armor Curse. A radiance of confidence emerged from his body. But what Ron is thinking in his heart now is, fortunately, I heard Hermione talk about some spells before. Chapter 27 Lockhart, Mere Weasley. Less than half of me hearing this, a trace of sarcasm flashed in Lockhart's eyes. A mere Weasley, short-sighted, with a worrying IQ, and extremely ignorant, is not half as good as him. If he was only proficient in the Iron Armor Curse, how could he sneak attack those powerful wizards? Could it be that he put an Iron Armor Curse on himself and rushed forward to fight melee? That's the behavior of a reckless man. As a high-end, elegant wizard, that must be a sneak attack. It wasn't just Lockhart who sneered at what Ron said. There was another person who was very disdainful of Ron's answer. That person is Draco. He wasn't disdainful of Ron's speculation, he was disdainful of Ron. Draco felt that Ron, who came from the pure-blood Shame family, would definitely give the wrong answer. If Ron gets it right, he'll eat it on the spot. So, your answer is A? Right. I know he chose the first one, but sometimes the process still has to go through. I choose A. The Iron Armor Curse. When thinking of those punishments, Ron's body trembled, but he continued firmly. As for the spells in the options above, except for the third one, Ron has heard about them. The point is that Hermione mentioned them. Moreover, as a pure-blood wizard, a wizard who grew up in the magic world, how could he not know the three unforgivables? If Lockhart is the most proficient in the Avada Kedavra Curse and the Imperious Curse, it naturally means that he has used these two spells a lot. If Lockhart had been using these two unforgivable curses in private, then he would have been arrested and taken to Azkaban long ago. This is Ron's understanding. He has heard of the Forgetting Curse, but I haven't seen it. Mr. Weasley, sorry, your answer is wrong. When Richard said the word sorry, Ron suddenly felt bad. When he spoke, Ron's expression became very bitter. And this time, your punishment is. Livingston clicked, and glanced at the card in his hand. The words on it began to change. With just one glance, he can almost see it. Say something nasty to your same sex. I have liked you for a long time. Be my boyfriend. Anyone is fine, as long as you say his name. Ron, who was already pale, looked very strangely at the figure in the middle after hearing his punishment. Immediately afterwards, he subconsciously looked at Harry. The little wizards outside were silent, but when you looked carefully, you could see the look of expectation in their eyes. They were all looking at Ron, wanting to see which man's name they would hear from his mouth. Whether it's true or not, as long as you can hear that name from Ron's mouth, you can know who he cares about most. Everyone thought that the last person Ron mentioned should be Harry. Even Harry thought so. Noticing Ron's gaze, he also looked at Ron. His body trembled unnaturally, and his eyes pleaded. Don't say my name, and don't say that to me. Don't look at me, I'm afraid. You look at others. Ron, who had been with Harry for a long time, naturally understood the meaning of Harry's eyes. Although it was what he thought. PFFT, as expected of Weasley, this punishment is different. I don't think it's just a punishment. It's very likely that it's Weasley's real thoughts. You like men. Draco switched on the cynicism mode and directly brought the Weasleys into it. George and Fred outside looked at Draco in the picture, their eyes flickering. Maybe we should bring more joy to Slytherin. Fred, I remember we made some good things a few days ago, we can show them to try. You're right, George. But should we improve it? Wait a minute. Let's talk about it in detail. The two looked at each other, and smirks flashed across their faces. Shut up, Malfoy. Ron, who was already embarrassed, was even annoyed after being ridiculed by Draco. That's right, I get it. I've spoken your heart out. You like men. Draco looked at Ron with disdain. The sarcasm on his face was clearly visible, and then a sneer appeared in his eyes. Let me guess which guy you like. Could it be Potter? That's very possible. After all, the two of you are inseparable every day, and you can be seen wherever you go." This wave of cynicism made not only Ron a little upset, but even Harry glared at Draco, wondering if he should shoot him twice. Let him feel a weapon from Miles. Ron, who was furious, looked at Draco's hideous face, and for a moment he felt a little impulsive. Looking at the punishment, he immediately took it to heart, and the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. "There are still 10 seconds left. Complete the punishment as soon as possible. Don't delay any longer." Following Richard's words, a huge phantom immediately appeared in midair. "Above is the time to pause, a full 10 seconds. Then as his voice fell, time began to pass. Ron panicked in his heart. Looking at Draco's disgusted face, he stopped hesitating immediately. "Malfoy, I like you. Are you willing to be my boyfriend?" He just looked at Draco like this, staring at him dumbfounded. Although it was embarrassing to say these words, it was really refreshing to see Draco's bewildered look. The melancholy in my heart was swept away, and I felt an indescribable joy. Even Draco made himself feel bad, so he dragged him to feel bad together with him. Anyway, he must not be the most embarrassing person, after all. A certain person wore a small skirt and danced in front of everyone before. "No. No, Weasley, you are courting death." Draco, who was on fire, instantly became jealous. If someone didn't know, they might think that Draco was very moved. Dumbledore watched this scene with a smile. It seemed that a phantom of a person appeared in front of his eyes, but it was fleeting. Chapter 28 Ron's Depth Confession of Love. Draco reluctantly refused. "No, Mr. Weasley, your tone must be nasty." Richard looked at the words on the card and shook his head. He spread out his hands, feeling a little helpless. Ron blushed. Just now, that was something he said with great difficulty. It took great courage. "If you let him do it again." "Well, he can't do it." "I see, Mr. Weasley." It can be seen that Ron is very embarrassed. So, Richard decided to help him, and with a wave of his hand, the Q and A space took over Ron's body. Ron, who just felt something ominous, trembled before he could move. He felt dizzy, and then he saw Draco. A special magical power flowed through his mind. Let him want to express his inner feelings from the bottom of his heart. He looked at Draco, and thought that his hideous face was getting better and better. Inexplicably, he felt that he was a little handsome. At this moment, Ron felt that he seemed to be attracted to Draco. "This Malfoy boy." "Draco," he said softly, with an unimaginably gentle tone. Draco got goosebumps when he called him that. He looked at Ron with a strange look. His affectionate eyes were unnaturally tinged with horror. At this moment, Richard had a bad taste and subconsciously waved his hands. A bright passage appeared to connect the high platform between the two of them. Ron's eyes lit up, and he resolutely embarked on this path composed of pure light, walking towards Draco's high platform. Seeing Ron walking towards him, Draco's panic intensified. Everyone's eyes were on Ron and Draco. Even Harry was not surprised. However, seeing Ron's appearance, Harry's eyes were a little strange. "Draco, I have liked you for a long time." "You ... don't come here." Facing Ron's affectionate confession, Draco regretted it very much. "If I had known earlier, he would not have ridiculed Weasley." "It's all right now, I'm burning myself with fire, and I've provoked this fear on myself." "No, Draco, you can't do this. I love you. From the first moment I saw you, I knew that in this life, I belong to you." When Ron finished speaking these words, he had already walked to Draco's high platform and stood in front of him. Draco's face had already turned pale. He collapsed on the ground, holding onto the railing next to him with both hands. Seeing Ron walking towards him affectionately, he opened his mouth. His eyes were terrified, but his whole body was trembling. I don't like you." "It's okay, Draco, time will prove my love for you." Hearing Draco's refusal, there was a hint of sadness in Ron's eyes, as well as a touch of sadness. "Draco, I like you. Are you willing to be my boyfriend?" But even so, Ron still said the last sentence. After all, if you don't say this sentence, you don't count as completing the task. No. I don't want it. The shocked Draco wished he could get up immediately and jump off the high platform. After saying this, Ron's affection and heartbeat began to dissipate. His eyes gradually cleared up, and then he realized what he had just done, and his expression changed instantly. But before he could say anything, Richard waved him again and sent him back. Very good, very beautiful confession, but unfortunately, you were rejected. Richard took the lead in applauding, with a look of regret on his face. He was not the only one who regretted it. Among them were many students from Hogwarts, as well as Professor Dumbledore. What a pity. If I were a woman and heard Ron's affectionate confession, I might agree, Wood said to the Weasley twins, although his tone was full of pity, but his gloating eyes had already betrayed him. If it is said that Gryffindor House is full of laughter, then Slytherin House can't help but laugh. Most people want to laugh, but thinking that Draco is also a member of their Slytherin House, and he is still in such a miserable state, then can't help it. All of a sudden, the 4 colleges were full of laughter. Richard S. I never thought I would see such a scene. Draco in a small skirt was fun before. I didn't expect that Weasley and Malfoy would be so fun. Cedric's handsome face was split open. Don't worry, Cedric. Richard's mouth curled up, and he looked at Cedric inexplicably. I believe that next time, there will be a place for you in the Q and A space. As soon as these words came out, Cedric's smile disappeared. Let's forget it. I believe that there are many talents in our Hogwarts, and there should be no shortage of me in the question and answer space. He rubbed his chin, and the way he rolled his eyes made Richard couldn't resist hooking him on the shoulder. The faint sense of strangeness disappeared without a trace at this moment. At this moment, he initially integrated into the Hogwarts environment. Okay, let's ask the next person to answer the question. Amidst the laughter, Richard looked at Lockhart. Draco is still in panic. Want to come? There is no way to rush to answer with Lockhart. Obviously, Lockhart thought so too. He straightened his sleeves and was about to speak. I'll come first. It was interrupted by the sudden words. Lockhart's smile froze, and he felt that this scene was inexplicably familiar. It seems that the kid from the Weasley family interrupted him like this before. However, this time, it was replaced by a kid from the Malfoy family. Draco supported the railing and tried his best to stand up. His body was still a little weak. It can be seen how much pressure and fear Ron's affectionate confession just now brought to him. Okay, Mr. Malfoy. The smile on Lockhart's face remained unchanged, and he turned to look at Draco. With his previous experience, he didn't think this kid from the Malfoy family would choose the correct answer. If he chooses the correct answer, he will be on the spot. I choose C. Lockhart is most proficient in the forgetting curse. Draco's answer made Lockhart's smile disappear immediately. There was some deep meaning in the way he looked at Draco. Will Draco know what he did behind his back? Or was he just guessing this time? Chapter 29 A Book and a Black Branch. Congratulations, Mr. Malfoy, you answered correctly. Without even reading the text on the card, Richard, who is familiar with the plot, directly congratulated. This made Draco look much better. I have the experience of choosing the most likely answer but being wrong. Draco was also afraid that this time it would be like before. He didn't want to dance in the Bar-la-la little demon fairy suit again. After rejoicing, the only thing left is to look forward to it. With the lessons learned from Harry and Hermione, he believed that he would be able to get a good reward. Looking at Draco's expectant A's, Richard smiled, and Lockhart didn't retract his gaze. He still stared at Draco, trying to see something from his expression. For example, does Malfoy know those things about him? But unfortunately, he is doomed to be disappointed. Mr. Malfoy, your luck is better. You get 2 things, Richard said while bringing the prize to Draco. To be precise, he waved his hand, and the 2 prizes automatically appeared in Draco's hands. One of them was a book, while the other was a dead black branch. Looking at the 2 things in his hand, Draco's expectant expression stopped. It's a bit complicated, and I don't know what to say. But then the information passed into his mind told him what the 2 things in his hand were. 20-piece theory. Introduction. Princes and generals, rather have a kind, blood does not mean everything. Level, garbage artifact, you know, it's just a book after all. Even if the knowledge in it can make you realize a lot, it depends on the person. Owner, Draco Malfoy. Its main purpose is to enable people to find their own beliefs and find a correct and smooth road. Note, level does not mean everything. If you can put all the theories in this book into practice, then the value of this book is comparable to an artifact. Sorry, it's just a piece of garbage. Looking at the words on it, Draco wanted to open the cover of the book and take a look at the contents. An inexplicable palpitation lingered in his heart. He felt that if he could get the contents inside, it would be enough to change the entire magic world. But he still didn't open this 20-piece theory after all, and the introduction to this book seemed to plant a seed in his heart. Immediately afterwards, he looked at another thing in his hand. That withered black branch. Lightning strike wood. Branches, beech wood. Introduction: lightning wood is a tree that is naturally struck by lightning in rainy days, because after being struck by lightning, there is a righteous energy of thunder and lightning in the tree. It has a strong function of warding off evil spirits and suppressing evil spirits. Among them, lightning strikes jujube wood, lightning strikes beech wood, and lightning strikes cypress wood are the best. Other lightning strike wood is slightly less. Level, excellent. This is a modified lightning strike wood. It can reach a 100% tacit understanding with the holder, a pure natural magic wand. Owner, Draco Malfoy. The main purpose of use: if you don't know how to use a magic wand, then you must not be a wizard. There is a certain increase in magic spells. When using black magic, the power is weakened. Note, it is born with a certain deterrent effect on evil spirits, and doubles the damage to remnant souls. After reading it, Draco's breathing became short of breath. However, what he actually wanted more were Harry's 2 double guns. He thought those 2 guns were cooler. No matter how you say it, it's much better than this pitch black dead wood. But, after all, this is the reward he got for hard work, and Draco is quite happy. Except for Draco, who was obsessed with his prize. Everyone else looked at the analysis on the card, especially the other students who were not in the question and answer space. They were very curious as to why Professor Lockhart was the most proficient in the forgetting charm, including many of Lockhart's fans and sisters, such as Justin Finleary. This man who loves Professor Lockhart. The current Lockhart just has a bad reputation. Some people think he is a liar, but the vast majority of students still adore this famous adventurer. It would be even better if his level of class was not that bad. At this moment, whether they're Lockhart's admirers or doubters, their eyes are all focused on the analysis. Gilderoy Lockhart is well known as a well-known adventurer and powerful wizard in the British magic world, but in fact his combat skills are not strong, and he hangs out at high-ranking officials' banquets all the year round, feasting and feasting, which makes the level of magic spells he has learned it is also falling sharply and becoming nameless. But Lockhart doesn't care, as long as he is still proficient in that spell, then he believes that he will not fall. After all, he started his career with that spell. May I ask, what is the magic spell? Answer A. What gave you the illusion that Lockhart is very proficient in the Iron Armor Curse? In fact, he only knows this spell, but he is not very proficient. Therefore answer A is wrong. Answer B. Avada Kedavra, one of the 3 famous unforgivable curses, one of the most terrifying black magic spells, is feared by all wizards because of its instant death effect, and those who know Avada Kedavra are not necessarily a dark wizard, but a dark wizard must know Avada Kedavra, such as Voldemort. Unfortunately, Gilderoy Lockhart does not know Avada Kedavra, so answer B is wrong. Answer C. Gilderoy Lockhart's most frequently used spell is also the spiritual spell he is most proficient in, and even this spell can make him known as the Master of Oblivion. Few people in the world can use the Oblivion spell compared with Gilderoy Lockhart. The answer C is correct. Answer D. Imperious Curse, one of the 3 famous unforgivable curses, because it deprives one's mind and controls others without being seen. It is enough to know how terrifying it is. Lockhart, although he is a rare master of spiritual magic, he does not know this spell, so the answer D is wrong. After analyzing the four, everyone focused on two aspects. On the one hand, it is the analysis of Avada Kedavra, on which they saw the name that cannot be mentioned. On the other hand, some skeptics were shocked by some comments about Lockhart. Chapter 30 Young friend and lover, former partner and later enemy. I really didn't expect that Professor Lockhart would be a rare master of spiritual magic. Ahem, your focus is still on Professor Lockhart. Shouldn't you be paying attention to that person's name? Then what's the point of concern? Didn't you question Professor Lockhart before? So what do you say now? Professor Lockhart's performance in class before was really bad. Who knew that Professor Lockhart would be so powerful? The people who were arguing a lot were no longer divided into the previous skeptics and worshippers. Now, following some comments about Professor Lockhart in the Q and A space, they feel that Professor Lockhart's identity as an adventurer should be well known. Lockhart was still smiling with his white teeth showing, but there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. He is now very afraid that the families behind some students will deduce something that is not good for him from the information they say. Ron's eyes were dull, and he looked at Lockhart with some confusion. For some reason, he was extremely hostile to Lockhart and thought he was a liar who only played tricks to gain fame, but he never thought that he was actually a powerful wizard. Although he doesn't know what spiritual magic is, being able to be called a master in this magic proves that Lockhart is not as simple as they seem. Professor Lockhart doesn't look like a liar. Who knows, what if he really knows nothing? The unwilling Ron tried to continue to persuade Harry, but Harry just shook his head slightly and didn't say much. He had his own judgment. It's hard to say now. Lockhart's performance in class has already lost a large part of his popularity. Lockhart was too enthusiastic towards him, and that kind of enthusiasm made Harry feel uncomfortable. In fact, Harry didn't dislike Lockhart very much. The main thing was that he didn't quite get used to Professor Lockhart's enthusiasm for him, just like a giant dragon saw his favorite shiny gold coin. It made Harry feel like he had seen his whole body. The next thing is the last question of our first round of Q and A live broadcast. As a finale question, it can be said to be a question that the Q and A space has been thinking about for a long time. I hope everyone can look forward to it. The sudden voice interrupted Harry's contemplation, making him realize that he was still on the high platform in the question and answer space. Richard looked at the words on the card, and felt some anticipation in his heart. After the question and answer is over, he will also be able to get his reward. In this regard, Richard has always been very curious about what he will get. The gazes of the 7 people on the high platform, as well as the gazes of the Hogwarts teachers and students who were watching the live broadcast outside the question and answer space, were all focused on a milky white light humanoid creature that Richard changed. Everyone was very curious about what the finale question of this round of Q and A live broadcast would be. Some people said that the finale topic was probably about Harry and that person. Some people also said that the last question may be to expose the darkest side of the Ministry of Magic. No matter what they say, there is that kind of curiosity about the topic. That is, in Richard in Patch's student group almost laughed out loud when he heard these 2 guesses. Of course, his main attention is still in the question and answer space. Let me play a charade first. The next question is about Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in the British magic world for 100 years. Following Richard Wordsworth, the gazes of the other 6 people on the high platform except Dumbledore. They all looked at Dumbledore, especially Snape, who did not hide the curiosity in his eyes at all. Previously, the question and answer space revealed his secrets. This made him very upset, but there was nothing he could do. But now when it was Dumbledore's turn, Snape's eyes were full of gloating. Unlike Snape's schadenfreude, everyone else was quite curious about what kind of secret Professor Dumbledore would know from the question and answer space. Looking at everyone's curious eyes, Dumbledore's eyes flickered a little. Okay, let's start now. Please listen to the questions. When Albus Dumbledore was young, He hit it off with a blonde young man. Using Bartilda Bagshot's words, these two children who have tasted the vicissitudes of life too early hit it off. They like fire and pot. Two young people whose souls are attracted to each other plan to establish a wizarding organization and find the holy artifact together. And among them, who came up with the phrase for the greater good together with Albus Dumbledore, A. Gellert Grindelwald, B. Tom Riddle, C. Newt Scamander, D. Armando Dippet. After the 6 people on the high platform and the Hogwarts teachers and students read this question, everyone was stunned, silent and afraid to speak. Snape stared at Dumbledore even more. Few people know about Albus Dumbledore's past. All of them, including the entire wizarding world, their impression of Dumbledore was the amiable appearance that Dumbledore had taught at Hogwarts for decades after he defeated Grindelwald. No one would have thought that Dumbledore would say for the greater good in the question and answer space. Just by looking at the literal meaning, one can understand the meaning of this sentence. Albus Dumbledore was engrossed in the topic of the question and answer space, not paying attention to other people's gazes. Or in other words, all he was thinking about now was the person he met when he was 18 years younger, and the person he met 2 months earlier. What he experienced later was the most regrettable and painful thing in his life. Sometimes he also wondered if his sister Ariana would not have died if he hadn't met that person back then. It's a pity that the past can never be changed, just like time is irreversible. After all, that is a thing of the past. Chapter 31. The unlovely Harry and Hermione should be the most shocked. They had no idea that Dumbledore was the one who would say this for the greater good. In their eyes, Dumbledore is kind and fair to everyone, and there is no difference between pure blood, half-blood, and muggles. He sees everyone correctly. He is the most intelligent wizard in the world. However, it was precisely because she couldn't think of it that she was so shocked. Dumbledore gradually came back to his senses, and his thoughts returned to this place from that summer. He looked at the other 6 people on the high platform, taking their expressions into his eyes one by one. He knew that outside, everyone's eyes were probably on him. When you are young, you will always make some wrong choices, and those choices often lead to some bad consequences. I hope you can remember that you must be careful when you face every choice in your life. Albus Dumbledore wiped the tears from his eyes. But when he took a closer look, it seemed that nothing had changed. He did not shed tears. These are some of his words of emotion to these students. Okay, let's start now. It's time to rush to answer. Richard stood up. He was also the one who knew most of the process of this question, and he was a little embarrassed about it. The Q and A space is exposing scars. That incident was the one that Dumbledore regretted the most and suffered the most. But this time, although Richard said that he could answer quickly, no one took any action. They are all looking at Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore naturally noticed this too. He said with a relieved smile, "Don't worry about me, this matter is also a mistake I made when I was young and frivolous, you just have to answer quickly." Obviously, Dumbledore did not want to participate in this question and answer. The pain caused by some things is unforgettable. This time, Dumbledore didn't want to face it. For the other 6 people, I looked at you, and you looked at me. When the time on the alarm clock in the middle was still 10 seconds away, 3 people took the initiative to press the button to participate in the rush to answer. Very good. The 3 answerers this time are Harry Potter, Gilderoy Lockhart and Draco Malfoy. Now, please answer the 3 of you. I'll come first. Harry opened his mouth and looked at Dumbledore. Draco rarely argued with Harry, and Professor Lockhart also smiled at Harry. After all, he really likes this young man. Who wouldn't like a person who can take his reputation to the next level? Mr. Potter, please give your choice. Taking a deep breath, Harry continued to focus on the topic, and then moved down to look at the 4 options for this topic. It can be said that except for the first choice, he doesn't know anything about it. Even the first choice was what he saw on the card when he first entered Hogwarts last year. And what Harry thought was, since it was the enemy that Dumbledore took the initiative to stand up to defeat, it was obviously impossible for him to be the one who made that statement with Dumbledore. Then, there are the last 3 choices left. I choose C. The person who proposed with Professor Dumbledore for the greater good is Newt Scamander. When Harry raised his head again, his eyes were full of determination. If the answer is wrong, he will be punished. Hermione looked at Harry with some concern in her eyes. She also heard the name Newt Scamander from Harry's mouth. Just now, when she saw this name on the option on the card, she felt a little familiar. Now when hearing Harry say it, Hermione finally knew where the familiarity came from. She saw this name in a book. Mr. Newt Scamander, author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. When I was young, I traveled around the world, observed and studied magical animals, and raised the danger of extinction of magical animals, calling on all wizards to protect magical animals. A very famous wizard. In some areas, Mr. Scamander's prestige is no less than that of Dumbledore. That is, when Hermione thought of this name, she knew Harry was going to be in trouble, and he answered wrong. Because it is impossible for a man who calls on all wizards to protect magical animals to propose anything for the greater good. Sure enough, when she thought of this, Richard's voice announcing Harry also came. Although I really hope that you can answer this question correctly so that I can get off work quickly, but I have to say that your answer is wrong, Mr. Potter. Richard deliberately suppressed his voice to make his voice sound softer. He found that these people seemed to have some misunderstandings about him, and they always looked at him with strange eyes. It is obvious that he is old and kind, and he is a good old man. Thinking of the punishment Malfoy received just now, as well as the punishment Ron received, Harry's face turned pale and a little stiff. He didn't think he would be so special in this situation, that he could escape the means of that devil. But he didn't want to put on a pink skirt or a pink wig to dance in front of the whole school. I also don't want to confess affectionately to someone of the same sex like Ron did. At this moment, Harry felt like crying, and really wanted to slap himself a few times, and ask himself why he had to rush to answer because he already had those 2 guns. There is no regret medicine in the world. Even if there was one, he wouldn't be able to take it. I could only feel uneasy in my heart, and waited for my punishment to come as if I were dead. Relax, Mr. Potter, there is no need to be so nervous. This is just a little game. It's okay that Richard didn't comfort him. After this comfort, Harry's face turned paler, and his body even trembled a little. He looked at Richard in horror, almost writing the words "let me go" in his eyes. This look made Richard's smile gradually disappear, and his face gradually became expressionless. Mr. Potter, your punishment is to experience the extreme stench for 1 minute, and then no matter what you smell, it will still stink. And then, execute immediately. Chapter 32 Chocolate Frog Card. What does it feel like to experience the extreme stench for a minute? The teachers and students at Hogwarts didn't know about it before, and they wouldn't try it. But now they know, because Harry was about to vomit his stomach out on the high platform. Vomiting for a minute made Harry look weak. But with the space for question and answer, those dirty things disappeared quickly, and they also protected Harry's body so that he would not vomit and pass out. After a minute passed, Harry supported himself on the railing. He looked exactly like Draco just now. It feels like Harry is much worse than Ron and Malfoy. It's different. At least Harry doesn't have those dark histories, one said with a smile, and while talking, shook a few photos on his hand. This is in your hand. When the man looked at the photos, his eyes immediately brightened. Brother, let's take a step to talk. After seeing Harry's tragic experience, Draco shivered all over, as if thinking of something bad, while Lockhart was much more straightforward. The smile on his face disappeared immediately. Next to the 2 of you, then 2 gentlemen, which one of you will come first? Let Malfoy come first, Lockhart said with a smile. As a professor at Hogwarts, how can I come first for this great opportunity for students to practice? Let the students experience and practice first. Hearing Lockhart's shameless words, Draco stared at him with wide eyes. What he wanted to say just now was stuck in his throat, but he couldn't say anything. In terms of shamelessness, he is really no match for Lockhart's expert in this field. In this case, then Mr. Malfoy, what is your choice? Facing the target of Richard Light, Draco looked at the words on the card again in a panic. Potter has ruled out one of those choices, and he has a 1/3 chance of winning the remaining 3. Then, here comes the problem. Which one should he choose? He didn't know any of the 3 names above. The alarm clock in midair, the second hand on it rotates rapidly, and next to it are numbers that time passes quickly. Draco gritted his teeth, thinking in his heart. Bet. Sir, I choose B. The person who said that sentence with Dumbledore was Tom Riddle. After saying the answer he thought, Draco felt a lot lighter in his body. If I am wrong, then I am wrong. Isn't he just going to accept punishment? He's not the kind of person who can't afford to lose. Counting how many times Draco Malfoy has answered wrong questions and been punished since the appearance of the question and answer space until now, his experience can be said to be comparable to that of hundreds of battles. But why? Why are the tears in his eyes? He raised his head so that even if others saw tears in his eyes, they would just think that he was being hurt by the light and shed tears. When Dumbledore heard this name, his face was strangely complicated. This complexity was discovered by some people outside. Look at Professor Dumbledore. When he just heard the name Tom Riddle, the expression on his face seemed to have changed. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. It seems to be true. The professor's expression is so strange. Is it possible that Malfoy is about to answer another question correctly? That guy Malfoy is really lucky. I think he's obviously just guessing. Isn't this normal? Does any of you know what happened to Professor Dumbledore when he was young? Several colleges got together, and they all felt that Draco should not make a mistake this time. Didn't you see that the expression on Professor Dumbledore's face changed when he heard the name Tom Riddle? When answering this question, Draco didn't see the strange expression on Dumbledore's face, so naturally he wouldn't have other feelings similar to excitement. Sorry, Mr. Malfoy, your answer is wrong. When Draco looked up at the sky with tears in his eyes, Richard revealed Draco's vague expectation without hesitation. Let his expectations fail again. How come? This time we saw Professor Dumbledore's expression change with our own eyes. That's right, Dumbledore's face suddenly changed just now, which at least proves that this man named Tom Riddle should be a very important talent to Dumbledore, otherwise it wouldn't cause his face to change suddenly. Do you think the question and answer space is wrong? As soon as these words came out, Blaise and Daphne stared blankly at Goyle, who was stroking his head, with the eyes of a fool. This made him puzzled, and he didn't understand what he said wrong. While everyone in Slytherin was looking at the fool, Gryffindor was also noisy. There are 2 more people. Who do you think they will be? I wonder if you've heard of Gellert Grindelwald? Colin Creevey raised the camera in his hand and spoke cautiously. Ever since he took pictures of Ron's embarrassing appearance and Draco's dancing appearance, people around him looked at him with a hint of heat in their eyes. This can't help but make him a little flustered. The sky is a lesson. He just wants to take pictures. What kind of bad intentions can a boy who only wants to take pictures have? It's little Colin. Do you have any strange ideas? George and Fred appeared next to him at some point. The 2 brothers stood on both sides of him, stretching out their hands to hook his shoulders. No. It's not like this. I just want to say, don't you guys think the name Gellert Grindelwald is very familiar? At the beginning, Colin Creevey still stuttered when he was watched by the fiery eyes of the 2 brothers, but then he spoke more smoothly. It seems to be true. I am also somewhat familiar with the name Gellert Grindelwald. The people next to him were shocked to find that he was also very familiar with this name, as if he had heard it somewhere. A group of them looked at each other in blank dismay, and then suddenly seemed to remember something, and said in unison, Wizard card. Chapter 33 about Dumbledore and the pig-headed boy Draco. Everyone who wants to collect all wizard cards must have the most cards of Albus Dumbledore. There are so many cards, it can be said that they are very overflowing, compared with others. There are poor other wizard cards that are rarer and less in number. Albus Dumbledore's wizard card can be said to be the least worth. Ahem. The card with the most. Every time the card is opened, a chocolate frog will die tragically in the mouth of the wizard. Actually, I want a Cornelius Agrippa card even more. Fred blinked and said without changing his face. As the rarest card recognized by the wizarding world, Fred has wanted this card for a long time. Is now the time to discuss cards? Wood's face immediately turned black. He couldn't possibly follow up and say that he wanted it too. Now is the time to discuss Gellert Grindelwald. Our only impression of this wizard is the one on the chocolate frog wizard card about Professor Dumbledore, who defeated the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945, and that's all. Perhaps we should look at the history of modern magic. There should be an introduction to Grindelwald. Then, who is going to see it now? Wood glanced around, only to find that their eyes were all looking at him, which made his already dark face even darker. Well, I think we can go to the library to read when the question and answer is over. Wood, who didn't change his face and didn't beat his heart, definitely didn't want to take the pot. He threw it out decisively, but saw Lee Jordan looking at him with a smile. It was clear that he wanted him to flip through the book now. But is this possible? Is this realistic? Will Gryffindors go to the library? Stop it. It's more realistic to say that Harry is Snape's illegitimate child. The vast majority of Gryffindor wizards would rather deal with their wands than go to the library to read books! Now there are two options left. One is Gellert Grindelwald, and the other is Armando Dippet. The final answer lies in these two. Kujang had a heated discussion with Cedric, and Richard was a little speechless when he saw Kujang just now. He was dragged to Ravenclaw by Cedric, and then watched the two of them communicate there. I know a little about Armando Dippet. I saw his introduction in the history of modern magic and some related things. He was the previous headmaster of Hogwarts School, because Hogwarts died at the time. Resigned because of the loss of a student, Kujang said to Cedric, who was watching her patiently. Little did he know that Cedric's thoughts were not on this at all. Richard just glanced at them with concern, then turned his attention back to Draco. Instead of continuing to eat dog food, it is better to watch others be punished with peace of mind. Mr. Malfoy, your punishment this time is... Hey, Mr. Malfoy. What's wrong with you? Why did you faint? Richard felt helpless looking at Draco, who passed out immediately. Are you so scary? But even if Draco faints, it's fine. In the question and answer space, there is nothing that cannot be resolved. If there is, no, definitely not. Richard pointed at Draco, and a milky white light shot from his hand to Draco, who fainted on the high platform. The few professors who were a little nervous when they saw Draco faint, also relaxed after watching this scene. They believe that the question and answer space will definitely solve Draco's problems. It's not because they believe in the question and answer space, but because they believe that the question and answer space will make Draco return to normal and accept the game punishment. Since this is the case, then there is nothing to worry about. Sure enough, after that milky white light entered Draco's body, in 2 or 3 seconds, he woke up slowly. When Draco woke up, he looked up and saw 6 pairs of eyes staring straight at him. This shocked him. Could it be that something changed in him? Thinking of how she looked in a small skirt before, his complexion began to become complicated, and he quickly looked at his body. Mr. Malfoy, are you feeling better? After looking at his physical condition, he found that he hadn't changed much. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, the demon's voice came to his ears. Only then did he raise his head, and looked at the milky white glowing humanoid creature in the middle, who was holding a card and looking at him. Okay. Much better. He actually wanted to say that his health was not good. That's good. The punishment this time is to turn into a pig's head for 1 minute. I believe you are ready. By the way, when you passed out, the punishment had already begun. Draco blinked. What did he hear just now? Pig-headed human body? That is to say, Draco reached out his hands and touched his face. The nose is still the ears are still the mouth is still and the eyes are still there. It just changed. Draco, who wanted to cry without tears, touched his face. What he never expected was that Colin Creevey, who was outside, raised the camera in his hand again, and clicked on Draco in the screen. A fresh photo will be released. Very good. I have one more photo worth collecting. Colin Creevey thought excitedly. He's thinking too much now. As a bitch, he doesn't get many galleons. there is a limit to the number of galleons that Gringotts can exchange for them. 100 gold galleons can only be exchanged for each year, which is £500. Besides, if you want more galleons, you have to figure out a way for yourself. This is not very friendly to these momps. But 100 galleons per year is enough for them to buy books and daily life. But something is different this year. The main reason is that the books by Professor Gilroy Lockhart are too expensive. Each book costs at least 5 galleons, while the most expensive teaching books are only 3 galleons. If Lockhart's book is only 1, then it's okay. But he is full. There are 6 books. Each book is so expensive, which makes it difficult for some little wizards who are not very well off. Chapter 34 Lockhart, hey, is this deception serious? Looking at Draco who turned into a pig's head, Lockhart read the title carefully. To be honest, he didn't want to become like that. This is really too embarrassing. He felt that he was thinking of his lovely book fans. This time, no matter what, I have to guess correctly. It's your turn, Mr. Lockhart. I know, I'm the only one left now. Lockhart touched his nose. His eyes dodged a little. He wasn't quite sure which the correct answer would be. Dumbledore's youthful era is really far away from their current era. If it weren't for those wizards who have read the history of modern magic and have a better understanding of the history of the magic world, they might not know about it. As for Lockhart's virtue, since he only wants to be famous, he naturally wouldn't pay attention to such things. Even if he was once an outstanding graduate of Ravenclaw, knowledgeable. But that's just the past, isn't it? Let me see. Lockhart held the card without taking his eyes off it for a moment. First of all, Armando Dippet. He doesn't recognize this name, although he is somewhat familiar with it. Secondly, there is the name Gellert Grindelwald, which he is also very familiar with. He has seen this name on the Chocolate Frog's Dumbledore card. He is Dumbledore's opponent, and Dumbledore is also famous in the magic world all over the world because he defeated Grindelwald. So which one will it be? Both names gave him a sense of familiarity. Armando Dippet, he muttered to himself, his eyes a little dazed. I remembered. This is the previous headmaster of Hogwarts, he whispered to himself. Obviously, as the previous headmaster of Hogwarts, it was impossible for him to be the same age as Dumbledore when he was young. Then, there is only one answer left, although it's incredible. But Lockhart thought, there should be no better choice than this answer. My choice is. He raised his head, and the first thing he saw was Dumbledore's complicated eyes, which made Lockhart tremble, but he continued firmly. My choice is the first one. The person who said that sentence with Dumbledore when he was young is Gellert Grindelwald. I know, it's unbelievable. The enemy that Professor Dumbledore defeated back then turned out to be his best friend when he was young. But in my opinion, this is most likely the correct answer. If you don't open your mouth, you're on your own. Once you open your mouth, Lockhart's words are astonishing. Even Dumbledore set his sights on him. From those twinkling eyes, it could be seen that he was not at peace. Yes, being talked about Gellert Grindelwald again in front of everyone made the old man think of what happened decades ago. He seemed to have seen people from the Ministry of Magic come looking for him again. All the Aurors looked at him, hoping that he could stand up and fight Gellert Grindelwald, who was in full swing at the time. But at that time, he seemed to refuse. Too much time has passed, but these things seem to have happened yesterday. Looking back impressively, the blonde boy leaned against the door and looked at him with a smile. Then say the last sentence to him. Albus, you are still the same. Maybe I should go to Nermengard to see him. How many years have they not seen each other? Dumbledore on this side was in a trance, while Lockhart on the other side was anxiously waiting for the final result. Congratulations, Mr. Lockhart, your answer is correct. Now the rewards will be issued, including the entertainment question you participated in before, and the rewards for both will be issued together. After the final result was announced, Lockhart finally heaved a sigh of relief. His face showed that row of white teeth again. A standard Lockhart smile came out perfectly. Immediately afterwards, A book with a black cover and a ball of light emitting a faint light appeared in his hand. But Lockhart chose to look at the book first, and then look at the ball of light. Encyclopedia of Deceptions. Introduction. I know you don't want to lie, but you always have to prevent others from lying to you, don't you? Level. Garbage, you know. Although it has assembled a lot of tricks, it is comparable to an artifact to you, but to be fair, it is at most just a garbage. Owner. Gilderoy Lockhart. Main purpose. It can make a liar more powerful, and at the same time make you more defensive against a liar. Note. You have to be careful not to let others know that you are a liar. Oh, believe me, when they know you're a liar, it won't necessarily end well for you. After reading the information about the book, Lockhart had a very strange look on his face. On the one hand, he felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. On the other hand, he felt a secret joy in his heart. I really don't know if getting this thing is a blessing or a curse. He muttered something to himself, and then decisively put the complete book of deception into his pocket. Although the evaluation given by the Q and A space is rubbish, it also depends on who gets it. After putting away the book of deception, Lockhart moved his gaze to the last ball of light, stretched out his hands to take it, and then conveyed the same information as before to his mind. Basic 3 Curse Mastery Upgraded Version, Armor Curse, Imprisonment Curse, Disarming Curse. Introduction. There will be no wizard who can't attack, defend, and control the 3 types of spells. No way, will there be such a good wizard. Level. Excellent. You can already be regarded as a good wizard if you have mastered 3 attack and defense spells. At least you won't be easily knocked down by a stick. Owner. Gilderoy Lockhart. Main purpose. Make wizards who don't know these 3 spells instantly master them. The question and answer space includes teaching packages, and the outside world only takes a second, while those who know the 3 spells can directly improve to proficiency without sequelae. Those who are more than proficient will be promoted by 1 level, divided according to the standard of the question and answer space. Note. I hope you can use these 3 spells well. Liars have no future. Only great wizards can go on. After reading the message, this ray of light also entered Lockhart's mind. Memories from many years ago began to reappear, full of pictures of him learning these 3 spells back then. Immediately afterwards, some new pictures appeared. In those pictures are wizards who are demonstrating the 3 curses. After a long time, Lockhart opened his eyes. From the perspective of the outside world, it was he who caught the light ball, then closed his eyes, and then opened them again. The moment he opened his eyes, Lockhart was no longer the previous Lockhart. This point, Dumbledore is particularly sure. Chapter 35 Questions and Answers and Armor Protection. Lockhart took out his wand, thought for a while, pointed the wand at himself and said softly. Then a transparent gigantic armor appeared on his body, protecting him inside the armor. Looking at this scene, Snape narrowed his eyes. The previous Lockhart was in name only, but now it seems this situation may be about to change. It's so cool. When he saw how heroic the armor spell he released was, he murmured subconsciously, then put away his wand, and smiled gently at everyone looking at him. At this time, Lockhart was fed with the knowledge of the question and answer space. In that endless white space, he could not count how many times he had practiced and actually fought these 3 spells. This also made him less exaggerated than usual, and more focused and serious that a wizard should have. It can be said that at this moment, he is extremely close to the young, serious, and passionate young man who just graduated from Ravenclaw. Jidero, it seems that you have learned a lot from that ball of light. Seeing you now reminds me of when you just graduated. Dumbledore's words stunned Lockhart for a moment. He looked at Dumbledore and met those blue eyes. It's not too late now, Professor Dumbledore. Hearing this, Dumbledore just nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Then, everyone's eyes shifted to the card. Who came up with the phrase "for the greater good" together with Albus Dumbledore? Answer A. At that time, Gellert Grindelwald came to Godric's Hollow to find the secret of the Deathly Hallows. This was the first time Albus Dumbledore met a friend who matched him, and for the first time in his life, his thoughts could be fully understood. The two talented teenagers hit it off immediately, and then they put forward the slogan for the greater good, so the answer A is correct. Answer B. When Tom Riddle entered Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore was teaching at Hogwarts. The time does not match, so answer B is wrong. Answer C. Newt Scamander is a student of Albus Dumbledore, and he is the person he trusts the most, because the time does not match and the philosophy is different. The answer C is wrong. Answer D. When Armando Dippet was the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore had just entered Hogwarts. Because the time did not match, answer D is wrong. Everyone looked at the analysis and thought about it. Answer A contains more information. No one expected that the famous Dark Wizard would have such a deep relationship with their principal. Perhaps apart from the wizards of that era, very few wizards today have really gotten to know their principals, the greatest wizard in England for a century. What they know about Gellert Grindelwald may be limited to what is written on Dumbledore's chocolate frog card. He defeated the Dark Wizard Gellert Grindelwald in 1945. Besides, then I really don't know anything. Okay, gentlemen. Looking at the silent crowd, Richard broke the deadlock. The first round of question and answer sessions is over, and our journey will also be suspended here. Everyone is very welcome to participate, and it has brought fun to many of us. Now I announce that the first round of Q and A live broadcast is officially over. After finishing speaking, Richard was going to send them back, and then check what he got. But at this moment, Dumbledore stopped him. This unknown gentleman, is there only one round of the Q and A live broadcast or there will be many rounds in the future? It's not just this round, Mr. Dumbledore. Richard looked around meaningfully. Looking at him, when certain conditions are met, the Q and A live broadcast will proceed to the next round, and the rules may also be changed. Then, he waved his hand. The scene in front of the 7 people on the high platform suddenly changed. The environment in front of him is no longer the white space made up of light before. They returned to Hogwarts again. Richard turned his head and glanced at Cedric, a little tired. Well done, Harry. And Ron and Hermione. You are the pride of our Gryffindors. When Harry's trio came back here, the Gryffindor students surrounded them. Ron looked up and found that it was Percy who had been at loggerheads with him. At this time, his face was flushed, and he looked at him with pride. Percy walked up to Ron and reached out to touch his head, but Ron dodged subconsciously. This made him startled for a moment, but then he reacted and patted Ron on the shoulder instead. You are our pride. Ron was flattered by Percy's praise. But he is not the only one who is flattered. Wood gave Harry a big hug and told him how proud they were that he got the questions right. Colin Creevey raised his camera and took a picture of Gryffindor surrounding the 3 of Harry. Dumbledore also saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. But he hasn't forgotten the business yet. The wand in his hand was facing his throat. A spell was used. Loud voice. Okay, children, happy things can be postponed for a while. Now several professors, Draco, Harry, Ron, Hermione and he looked at Lockhart and Gilderoy. Come with me to the office now. As soon as the words fell, the Hogwarts College group, which was still lively just now, suddenly became cold. They haven't forgotten why they were here in the first place. Filch's cat's body was still stiff, and he held it in his arms. His eyes looked at the crowd, as if silently complaining. For a moment, the scene was silent, and there was no sound. Go, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. We trust you. Wood, Percy, and most of the Gryffindor students stood beside the 3 of Harry. There was no suspicion in their eyes when they looked at Harry. Instead, it was the eyes full of trust that moved Harry deeply. Chapter 36 Rewards and returning to the Hufflepuff common room this evening was really full of twists and turns, but fortunately, the matter is finally over. Let's go, Cedric. Richard reached out and hooked Cedric's shoulder, pulling him over. Seeing him chatting happily with Kujang, Richard wanted to give him a supercilious look. Did you pull him away from the Hufflepuff crowd just to make him eat dog food? Before, it was because they focused on the question and answer space and didn't have time to take care of things here. But it's different now. Slow down, Richard. Cedric was dragged by Richard, and he exclaimed from time to time, attracting the curious eyes of the little wizards next to him. But after seeing that it was Cedric and Richard, they silently looked away. While dragging Cedric, Richard checked his rewards. Compared to those who participated in the Q and A live broadcast, there were a few people who were rewarded. Although what Richard got was not as precious as theirs, it was just right. Live question and answer system. Host, Richard Ramirez. Talent, magic power absorption, small. The speed of magic power recovery is much higher than that of ordinary people. Skill, all petrification, 1. Equipment, magic wand, 12 inches, alder wood, unicorn hair, fit 80%, theory of knowledge, charms, 2. Potions, 1. Transfiguration, 1. Defense against the dark arts, 0. Items that can be collected, 3. System update, upgradable. Opening the system panel, Richard wasn't surprised when he saw that the fit between himself and the wand was only 80%. After I wake up and have the memory of my previous life, this will inevitably have some impact on my current personality. Except for those close to me, it may be difficult for others to notice these subtleties. However, in a few days, it will be good for others to get used to his current appearance. After all, Richard awakening those memories does not mean that he has forgotten the previous memories. System, is this claimable item a reward for me? Yes, please get the host as soon as possible. The system will start upgrading at 12 o'clock tonight, and the host can only view the system panel at that time. It can still be upgraded. It's amazing. He blinked. It was the first time he saw her. I want to receive my reward. Since the first round of Q and A live broadcast is over, you will get an exclusive magic wand, an exclusive talent, and a practical spell. After being dragged away by Richard, Cedric followed him to the Hufflepuff common room. Filch's cat was attacked on the second floor, and Hufflepuff's common room happened to be in those barrels behind a still life painting. By winding down the stairs. Along the way, Richard quieted down. He was checking what he got. First of all, there was an extra magic wand in his pocket. There is also a description of a magic wand in the equipment column. Equipment, 1 2, 12 inches, alder wood, unicorn hair, fit 80%, 13 inches and a half, aspen wood, Thunderbird tail feathers, fit 100%. After seeing the exclusive magic wand that the system rewarded him on the equipment bar, Richard's hands were itchy and wanted to take it out. But just as he put his hand in his pocket, he remembered that Cedric was still by his side, so he pressed it down. Wait until a suitable opportunity is found, and then bring this magic wand to the public. Afterwards, Richard opened the system panel and continued to check the rewards he had received. First of all, there is an extra talent of never forgetting in the talent. Talent, photographic memory, exclusive, possesses extremely powerful learning ability, knowledge absorption ability, magic power absorption, small, magic power recovery speed is a bit higher than ordinary people. Secondly, there is an extra occlumency in the spell, and the number behind it is 3. Seeing this number, Richard was thoughtful. Maybe this number is his level of proficiency in mastering the spell. He is still very familiar with this part. And after getting occlumency, Richard's eyes felt bright, and then he fell into a state of facial paralysis. In this state, Richard can deeply feel his suppressed emotions. His current state is more like closing his thoughts and emotions in a box. In this box, his mind will not be as defenseless as before, and anyone's legilimency can invade his mind. Now he is equivalent to adding a door to an undefended box, or a security door with an iron chain. So this is the feeling of occlumency, he muttered to himself. But his voice was so soft that no one heard what he said. Although he can't feel his own emotions now, he can fake it. Construct false memories to convince yourself. This is equivalent to building several layers of boxes. The most authentic thoughts and emotions are placed at the bottom, while the false memories constructed by him are placed at the top. By the way, the lock is removed, making it look like what an ordinary undefended brain should have. Therefore, in the outside world, Richard's expression changed for a moment, and then gradually became indifferent and expressionless. But after a while, the previous smile appeared on his face again, and he could be seen to be very happy, but looking closely at his eyes, one could feel something strange. It seems that Richard is out of tune with the surroundings. Let's go. If any Hufflepuff student wants to come and go for supper, they can turn into another wooden barrel at night. I believe this is where Filch can't find it. Of course, he probably doesn't have time tonight. Then I wish you all a happy evening. The Hufflepuff prefect made a rare joke. As a Hufflepuff wizard, whenever they sneaked out of the common room at night, it certainly wasn't a night excursion. Don't worry, they are not the group from Gryffindor College. Naturally violated the rules. Usually when they sneak out of the common room at night, they go to the road next to the barrel that leads directly to the Hogwarts kitchen for supper. But for so long, there were only a handful of Hufflepuff students who went to the kitchen at night. Chapter 37 Dispute. Dumbledore walked ahead, wand in hand. Many things that happened tonight were beyond his expectations, whether it is the reopening of the secret room written on the wall, or the mysterious question and answer space that suddenly appeared. Could there be a connection between the two that he doesn't know about? Years of experience allowed Dumbledore to grasp a clue. He's not sure yet, just a little suspicious. Lockhart's office was a little closer to them, but within 5 minutes, everyone walked into the office full of Lockhart's photos. Please come in, please come in. Compared to the sad faces of the three of Harry and the puzzled thinking in Dumbledore's eyes, Lockhart's expression was more natural. After receiving those rewards, his strength has been improved to a certain extent, and it also provides a strong guarantee for the next thing he will do. Lockhart believed that he would make those little wizards believe in him again. Take off the title of that liar on his head. What do you think of what happened just now? As soon as he entered the office, Dumbledore's blue eyes swept towards Lockhart and Snape. As for the three of Harry and Draco, the four of them may not be able to feel it because they are still young. If that's the wizard's method, then the strength of the mastermind behind the scenes is too terrifying. Dumbledore. But, is there really a so-called god in this world? Low tone, cold voice, coupled with his expressionless face. Snape made them feel like a dark wizard, a ruthless villain. Especially the three of Harry, standing next to him, could feel the coldness from Snape's heart even more. Feeling that he was not in a good mood, Dumbledore understood him very well. Anyone who has a secret that has been hidden for many years is suddenly exposed. I am afraid it's not going to get any better. Maybe, no matter who is the person behind the question and answer space. What kind of purpose does it have? The only thing we can know is that he possesses great power, means beyond our imagination, and ... he knows many secrets. Contrary to his usual gentleness, the old man's attitude at this time was quite serious and solemn. The various unknown means, the appearance of blocking the Avada Kedavra, and the powerful magic power in his body, they all clearly told the old man that the question and answer space is not an ordinary thing. He couldn't imagine what would happen if one day Voldemort also entered the question and answer space to participate in answering questions. I don't know how many times this is. The old man feels that the seriousness of the matter is making the future development out of his control. Maybe it's not as serious as we thought, Professor. At least as far as the current situation is concerned, the emergence of the question and answer space is very beneficial to us. Lockhart on the side stepped forward, relieving the increasingly tense atmosphere a little. You're right, Gildero. At least the emergence of the question and answer space will do us more good than harm. Swept by Dumbledore's blue eyes, the deep meaning in his eyes made Lockhart feel a little uneasy, and cold sweat broke out behind his back. Draco stood there anxiously, his body was moving, and he couldn't calm down at all. This was the first time he was called to the office by Dumbledore on his own initiative. It can be described as a rare experience. But with his own dean around, he wouldn't feel so awkward. Draco, I don't know what you got, but no matter what it is, I hope you can make good use of it, and don't use those things to go astray. On this point, I hope you are the same, Harry. I know, Professor. The three of Harry said in unison. Me too. Maybe it was Dumbledore's personal request, or because of something else. Draco's arrogant face had an unnatural blush. After taking a deep look at Draco, Dumbledore's gaze turned to the three of Harry. Okay, don't be so restrained. Now I want to know even more. Where were you at the Halloween dinner tonight? And how did you appear in that place? Do I still need to ask? It must be Harry Potter and his followers who used a kind of profound black magic to petrify Filch's cat. Harry, who was stared at by Snape's deadly eyes, felt uncomfortable. It's not, Professor. You have no say here, Harry. With a low reprimand at Harry, Snape turned to Dumbledore, speaking rapidly. I propose to put the three of them in confinement. I hope you can agree with me, Dumbledore. Don't do this, Severus, don't do this. The old man shook his head. His blue eyes looked at Harry with tenderness, which gave the three of them an indescribably at ease. At least this old man is on their side, someone who is willing to believe in them. You will regret it, Dumbledore. With a cold snort, the look in Dumbledore's eyes was not as kind as before, but other than that, he didn't do anything else. He only slightly expressed his inner dissatisfaction. Professor, we didn't do anything with Filch's cat on the wall. At the Halloween dinner tonight, Harry, Ron and I received Nick's invitation to go underground to attend the banquet of those ghosts, so we were not in the auditorium. Yeah, Professor, we just ran into this incident when we were going back. And when we arrived, there was already that line of blood on the wall, and Filch's black magic cat. Facing the defense of the three of Harry, Snape just watched with cold eyes, but Lockhart smiled kindly at them. I think what the three of them said makes sense. The murderer who opened the secret room will not be the three of them. No one will stay where they are after doing something stupid. Besides, I have a certain understanding of the Chamber of Secrets. Believe me, I will personally find out the murderer when the time comes. I know where the secret room is. Regarding Lockhart's personal assurance, Dumbledore only returned a meaningful look, while Snape gave Lockhart a look of disdain. Chapter 38. The first night tour. In the middle of the night, lying on the bed, Richard gradually sorted out the memories surging in his mind. After receiving those memories just now, he felt dizzy in his head. But now he is even more dizzy after the matter is over. Lying on the bed, his roommate was not Cedric as he had thought before. In fact, Cedric is a year older than him, and it is impossible for him to be the roommate with him. Of the few people living next to him, only one, Railcom Peter, was a half-breed from the magic world, and the other three were wizards from the mole world like him. They are Steve Libby, Arissa Rabbit, and Aches and Peeps. Richard thought about what happened to him tonight and the rewards he got in the end. The question answering system has already started to be upgraded. Before the upgrade is completed, Richard can't communicate with it. He can only stare at the system panel in a daze. Are you Richard or Richard? Where's Myra's? After doing those things, Richard began to think about this issue. Two memories rolled in his mind, and the headache that he suppressed in the auditorium reappeared. Originally, the memory of Richard Ramirez had been placed in the deepest part of his mind. As long as he didn't think about it, he would only know the most basic situations, or only when he met familiar people would he have corresponding memories. But it's different now. The two different memories of Richard Ramirez and Richard began to merge. Scenes of grotesque scenes appeared beside Richard. Looking at these memory pictures that only he can see, his mind was completely immersed in it. It was as if he had experienced it himself. After a long time, Richard opened his eyes again, and a light flashed from his eyes. Until now, he was Richard Ramirez, the Richard who came through time. Both of them are the same person. Finally, it doesn't hurt that much anymore. He stretched out his hand to cover his head, and looked around at the other roommates. Hufflepuff didn't have so many students who liked night tours, and at this time his 4 roommates had already fallen asleep. Looking at it this way, as long as there is no big movement, it is not so easy for them to wake up. Has the first attack already started? Lying on the bed, Richard frowned deeply after thinking about the famous scene he encountered tonight. The start of the first attack meant that the whole of Hogwarts was no longer safe for the bastard students. And looking at Dumbledore's astonished expression before, he obviously didn't know that there was a very dangerous basilisk under this 1,000-year-old castle. Otherwise, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, the greatest wizard in the British wizarding world for nearly 100 years, would not stand idly by. But if Dumbledore didn't know what the basilisk said, it would be very difficult. It's impossible for him to walk up to Dumbledore and say that it was a basilisk that attacked Filch's cat, right? Not to mention whether Dumbledore would believe it. But where did he know it? Behind the truth is the cost of headaches, and Richard obviously doesn't have the confidence at the moment. Even if he has a clumency to isolate other people's legilimency, the huge gap in strength is enough to make people wipe away the thoughts of dying in their hearts and sigh helplessly. Of course, Richard knew Dumbledore is not Tom Riddle. He doesn't have that much desire to kill and can't tolerate different thoughts. However, in terms of desire to control, the two are almost the same. For the time being, it is impossible for him to get close to Dumbledore. He had to figure out a way to guarantee his own life. Perhaps in the original book, no one died, and they were all petrified by chance. However, one thing Richard had to consider was that this was a real world, and it was far from being as one-sided as the book he read in his previous life. In a real world, everything is possible. What's more, he has heard of the famous butterfly effect. Because of his arrival, the fate of some teachers and students in Hogwarts will definitely change in the future. So now all the hemp-born students may be attacked by the basilisk, including him. You must find a way to ensure your own safety. Richard thought of it in his heart, but he didn't think of any good solution for a while. Getting up, putting on his shoes, he wanted to go to the kitchen next to the Hufflepuff lounge to find something to eat. Due to the headache, food always brings joy to people, and it is also one of the most suitable ways to vent when people are troubled. When opening the door, Richard turned his head slightly and glanced at the dormitory behind him. After seeing his roommates still sound asleep, he continued to walk forward, and gently closed the door. He had to find a way to ensure that his life would be intact in the face of the threat from the basilisk. Maybe he'll have to go to Hagrid and see if he can get some chickens from him. But he remembered that those chickens would die, but he didn't know when those chickens died. If it's just those chickens, it doesn't seem very safe. After all, the basilisk's gaze is instant death. Even if he has a rooster to drive away the basilisk, what if he meets the basilisk's eyes by accident? Unsafe. Very unsafe. But you still have to prepare one. After walking out of the common room, Richard restrained his irritability, opened a wooden barrel with a fruit pattern next to it, and got in. The moment he walked in, Richard smelled the aroma of food, which aroused the glutton in his stomach, wanting to have a good meal. But when he got closer, he saw the figure surrounded by elves. That very familiar figure. Albus Dumbledore. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Dumbledore turned his head subconsciously, and saw a Hufflepuff student standing there, staring at him blankly. That's right, violating the school rules and being caught by the principal on the spot. Is there anything more ignorant than this? He also has a little impression of that student. It seems to be called Richard Ramirez. Chapter 39. Dumbledore inviting Richard to see the stars. Professor. After hesitating for a while, Richard decided to call him Dumbledore. After all, he was always seen by him. See, even if you want to hide it, there is no place to hide, so you can only bite the bullet and call Dumbledore. Secretly, he operated Eclumency silently, hiding his memory deeper in his mind, and constructing another layer of memory on the surface, in order to deceive Dumbledore. It was the first time that he really used Eclumency to deal with others, and he was still a rare Legilimency master in the world today. Richard's heart was still a little flustered. Mr. Ramirez, Are you also looking for food in the kitchen? It's not good for your stomach to eat too much greasy food at night. Maybe you should have some dessert. Sweets will always make people who have troubles temporarily put down their worries, Dumbledore said to him, and took out some dessert from a nearby place. Although he was curious as to why Richard was wary of him, he didn't think much about it. Richard thought for a while, and walked towards Dumbledore decisively. Professor, is this also the reason why you love dessert? Reaching out his hand, he took a piece of cake that Dumbledore handed over. Richard slowly put it into his mouth. Almost the moment he put it into his mouth, the sweetness on the top of the cake filled his taste buds, relaxing his tense nerves a little. The look in Dumbledore's eyes was no longer so deeply guarded. No, it's not just because of this that I love these desserts, Mr. Ramirez, Dumbledore said cheerfully. However, Hufflepuff students who like night tours are rare. He blinked at Richard. Even if that student just wants to come to the kitchen to eat. Facing Dumbledore, who was smiling and releasing his kindness, Richard just opened his mouth to explain before listening to the old man in front of him. When you go back, you shouldn't pay attention to Filch. After all, he won't go underground to watch. He pays more attention to the two brothers George and Fred. They are frequent visitors to night tours, and they are born troublemakers. As he spoke, he laughed to himself, obviously remembering something happy. Then, Mr. Ramirez, are you interested in accompanying me, an old man, for a walk later? Go to the astronomy tower to see the night view, Dumbledore said when he asked him to accompany him for a walk. Richard's heart was bewildered. He suppressed the panic in his heart and looked at Dumbledore. A clemency almost couldn't be maintained because of the big ups and downs in his heart just now. Professor, I don't understand. Richard danced and danced, trying to express his doubts with movements. Mr. Ramirez, do you want to say that it is against school rules for students to go out at night? Yes, Professor, this is what I want to ask. Obviously, his subconscious intention was to tell Dumbledore, how could a principal like him take the lead in violating school rules? Isn't this teaching bad students? But you have obviously violated the school rules, haven't you? Dumbledore blinked and looked at Richard, pretending to be innocent. But the meaning in the words is nothing more than saying that you have already violated the school rules, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Okay, Professor, I'd like to accompany you for a walk. Don't be so afraid of me, Mr. Ramirez. I'm just an old man, and I just want a student to accompany me to see the stars on the astronomy tower, and you happen to be beside me. Stretching out his hand, he picked up a few pieces of cake and put them in his mouth again. Dumbledore enjoyed it. What made Richard curious was that none of the house elves were in the kitchen, and they didn't know where they went. However, Richard didn't care. He came to the kitchen mainly for the food. Picking up a piece of pastry on the table, gently put it in his mouth. The peach-flavored aroma spread out all at once, filling his entire mouth, allowing his taste buds to fully enjoy the fragrance from peaches. Although the meat was very greasy, what Richard had to say was that the pastries made by the house elves were really good. Let's go, Mr. Ramirez. I think you don't mind walking a little longer with an old man like me. As you wish, Professor. Richard did not refuse. He is now busy helping some pastries into his pockets and eating them while walking on the road. The two stepped out of the barrel and went upstairs. What Richard couldn't understand was why Dumbledore would suddenly let him go with him to the astronomy tower to enjoy the night sky at night. Apart from meeting each other at the beginning of school, the two of them rarely met each other during the rest of the time. Could it be that Dumbledore guessed something? All kinds of doubts made Richard cautious. As if seeing Richard's embarrassment, Dumbledore's gentle voice came. Mr. Ramirez, can I call you more intimately? Call you Richard? Of course, Professor, it's my honor. Richard bowed slightly and followed behind Dumbledore. Because he didn't know what Dumbledore knew, Richard decided to talk less and look more, so as not to reveal any clues unintentionally. Richard S., have you ever walked by Hogwarts in the middle of the night? No, Professor, it was the first time before, and it was just going to the kitchen to find something to eat. Then it seems that this is your first time. Do you feel that in this silent night, in the past wandering around the once lively but now quiet campus. The old man's voice entered Richard's ears, with a little tranquility. This made him quietly stare ahead. "It feels very subtle," Richard said. "The campus at night is like a silent song, bringing people a tranquility and softness that they don't usually have." What a wonderful metaphor, Richard. "Whenever I wander this castle at night, I always have some different experiences." Although he didn't know why Dumbledore would talk so much to himself, it was impossible for him to just walk away. Chapter 40 First Encounter with the Weasley Twins. Helpless, Richard could only quietly listen to Dumbledore chatting with him. The two of them walked very fast, walking from the 2nd floor to the 8th floor in no time. Looking out of the corridor here, there is a feeling of being in a fairyland. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" "Yes, Professor. Hogwarts at night is like a fairyland." Richard said so. The two came to the high platform one after the other. "Tonight is a sunny day, and you can clearly see the bright stars in the sky. These bright stars seem to point people in the direction, so that people no longer feel confused about the future." At least, Richard thought so. He looked at Dumbledore, this old man with a great reputation. At this moment he was just looking at the night sky like an ordinary old man. But no matter who is by Dumbledore's side and knows the identity and deeds of this person, they will not treat him as an ordinary old man. "I visited Hogwarts at night, and I also visited the stars in the night sky. I think it's time for us to part here." Dumbledore turned his head and looked at Richard with a gentle expression on his face, and there seemed to be an indescribable exclamation in those blue eyes. For a moment, Richard froze for a moment. "Okay, Professor, it was really a pleasant trip tonight." Afterwards, he said to Dumbledore without changing his face, "By the way, if you meet Filch when you go back, tell me that I called you, Mr. Ramirez." With that said, Dumbledore waved his hand, and a note flew into Richard's hand. After receiving the note, he glanced at it, only to see a line written on it. "The night travel permit," with Dumbledore's autograph below this line. Immediately, Richard had the urge to laugh out loud. Even at this moment, he still didn't understand what Dumbledore meant when he asked him to come with him to the astronomy tower to see the stars, and then gave himself such a note. Could it be that his identity was discovered? Otherwise, judging from my own identity, no matter what, I am a mole, and my ancestors have been moles for generations. "Professor, are you not afraid that I will wander around Hogwarts every night with this note?" This is probably the truest thing in Richard's heart. He was wary of Dumbledore's purpose. That kind of vigilance comes from the memory of his previous life, and the subconscious fear when facing the greatest wizard in the world today, afraid that his secret would be found out. So whenever facing the old man in front of him, Richard is very nervous, and will turn on the occlumency to the maximum. No one likes their secrets to be viewed by others, even if that person is their closest person. This is the same. What's more, Dumbledore is not yet. Hogwarts at night is charming and quiet. "I hope you like it, Mr. Ramirez." Facing Dumbledore's eyes full of deep meaning, Richard did not express any extra expressions. With occlumency activated, he is able to control his emotions very well, no matter how much he is shocked in his heart. At least externally, his expression was flat. "Yes, Professor, I have always liked Hogwarts. Here, I feel friendship and love, which is the most important thing ever." Before. When Richard said these words, Dumbledore's blue eyes flashed sharply, and then his eyes softened a lot. "You are right, Mr. Ramirez, friendship and love are the greatest things in the world. It's getting late. You should go back." "Okay, Professor." Richard nodded at him, knowing that it was Dumbledore who ordered him to leave. The hazy conversation came to an end, and when Richard left, he didn't understand what Dumbledore meant by asking him to follow him to the astronomy tower to look at the stars. Originally, Richard thought that Dumbledore had seen his identity. At that time, he was still thinking that Dumbledore deserved to be one of the most powerful wizards in the Harry Potter world, and he could find him so easily. Obviously, he didn't show any signs, and occlumency also protected his memory tightly. But, looking at it from behind, it doesn't seem to be the case. Tonight's night tour is destined to make him confused and unable to figure it out. After Richard walked away, Dumbledore muttered to himself as he watched his back gradually disappear at the other end of the corridor. It really looks like it, Mr. Ramirez. Walking in the corridor, Richard turned off his occlumency, and traces of sweat dripped from his forehead down his cheeks. He didn't stretch out his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead, but turned his head to look at the walking in the distance. Gallery. Dumbledore was no longer in sight, but Richard still knew that he was there. Look, who did we catch? A person who wanders around Hogwarts at night like us. It's really rare. It's not our Gryffindor. After all, not everyone is like the two of us. One from the left and the other from the right. Two voices rang in Richard's ears at the same time. Before he recovered, he broke out in a cold sweat. Afterwards, he calmed down and looked at the two people who sandwiched him. They looked exactly alike, and they were still wearing wizard robes, with a Gryffindor logo on their left chest. In an instant, Richard guessed the identities of these two. The Weasley twins. Yeah, after all, not everyone is like the two of you who run around at night, Weasley. Seeing these two people, Richard's heart gradually relaxed. Although these two brothers usually like to trick others, most of them are their younger brothers and Slytherins, so they probably wouldn't trick him. George, it seems he recognizes us. Isn't that obvious, Fred? Do you think it's because we are so handsome, our charm has spread to other academies? Be confident, will you remove it? But you are not as handsome as me, George. Looking at the two brothers one after the other, as if talking about crosstalk, Richard felt that communicating with the two brothers was quite interesting. But at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps from the other end of the corridor. When the sound of footsteps appeared, the expressions of the two Weasley brothers changed. They supported Richard from left to right, and said cheerfully under his hesitant expression, "Let's start a happy escape." Chapter 41, Filch and the Weasley Twins. What kind of experience is it like to visit Hogwarts at night with the Weasley twins? Before, Richard didn't know about it. But now, he is very clear. There is no other reason. Since Filch came, the two brothers seemed to be different people, and they took him to hide in the armor in the corridor on the other side. Actually, Richard wanted to tell the two brothers before. Dumbledore gave him the right to go on a night tour tonight, so they don't need to be so afraid of Filch. The school is licensed and travel is cheap. But now, Richard finally knew that the two brothers were not afraid of Filch at all. The reason why they hid was because they were enjoying the pleasure of being hunted down. Hiding inside the armor, looking into the corridor through a gap in the helmet, a figure flickered with the candle in his hand. The only thing that was firm was his steps towards this corridor. Since Mrs. Norris fell into black magic and was petrified, Filch has been more diligent in patrolling at night. He swears that if he really finds the murderer behind the scenes, he must hang that student on the wall, pick up the whip and whip it several times. Only in this way can he relieve the hatred in his heart. But first, he has to arrest a certain brother. "I know you are here," I heard the voice. "You can't run away, and don't even try to run away from me." Under the light of the candle, Filch's face looked a bit hazy, his eyes gurgling and scanning every suspicious place. George and Fred hid on the two armors in front of Richard, looking at the pair of agile eyes revealed from the gap in the armor. Inexplicably, Richard felt that Filch might be in trouble. "Come out, you two bastards, you violate the school rules every day. I will definitely catch you and let you go. Come out," Filch yelled. It seems that after Mrs. Norris was gone, his mental problems started to get a little serious. It might also be because she hated the person who used black magic on Mrs. Norris too much. That's why he has become so crazy now. Originally, Filch was going to push all these armors to the ground. In this way, if the two brothers were hiding in the armor, he would easily find them. But just as he was about to push the armor away, Filch suddenly thought of the armor scattered on the ground, and he would pick it up and tidy it up. When the outstretched hand pressed against the armor, there was no strength left. After all, He didn't want to clean up these big lumps weighing dozens of kilograms afterwards. But Filch doesn't want to push the armor to the ground. It doesn't mean that others don't want to. When he took a deep look at the armor around him, he was about to go straight through the corridor on this floor to go to other places. The two Weasley brothers directly pushed the armor to the ground, then jumped out and stood in front of Filch. The sudden voice turned Filch's face pale with fright. He looked at the Weasley twins standing in front of him in horror, and then his horror turned into anger. "Weasley," he said word by word. His eyes almost burst into flames. Richard was still hiding behind the armor and didn't come out. He only watched all this with a pair of eyes. The Weasley twins looked at each other and smiled. Both of them could see the smirk in each other's eyes, then raised an unknown khaki round thing in their hands and threw it at Filch. When the khaki round object hit Filch's body, there was a foul smell coming out. Richard, who was hiding in the armor, almost vomited. He never thought that these two brothers would actually do such a thing that hurt 1,000 enemies and 800 harm to themselves. Looking at the little round khaki thing, it's obviously a new gadget made by the two brothers. I just didn't expect it to be so smelly. Richard covered his nose. He didn't want to be discovered by Filch in this situation. Look at Filch's distorted face mixed with horror and anger. To be honest, Richard didn't know if the note Dumbledore gave him was still useful. "Weasley!" Filch roared again. His eyes were full of anger. He wished he could find the Weasley twins now, and then beat the two bastards severely with the whip he had left unused for a long time. This improved version of the big dung egg is a bit powerful. It stinks. Let's leave. Go back and improve. Then let's leave first. Run quickly. Filch can't catch up with us. Fred held his nose, and the look of disgust on his face made Filch's anger rise a bit. Before leaving, George and Fred secretly glanced at the place where Richard was hiding. A voice came into Richard's ears. "See you next time, Hufflepuff friends." Richard, who was hiding behind the armor and covering his nose, narrowed his eyes. Filch obviously didn't hear what the two Weasley brothers said to him. This was obviously a means of using magic. Magic is really exciting. "Come on, Filch, let's see if you can catch up with us. Don't do this. It's not good for Filch. We should go to other places. Just let Filch follow us." "I was wrong. We still have a lot of interesting things. Maybe we can try it tonight." I believe Filch is willing to provide some useful suggestions for our gadgets. The two brothers sang together and walked towards the other end of the corridor. Before they left, they deliberately angered Filch and asked him to follow the two of them. But Richard felt that even if the two of them hadn't said those words, Filch's anger towards the two of them had reached its peak. "Stop for me." Filch quickened his pace, and the words he said were a little helpless and furious. That's right, how can a squib catch up to two wizards with magic? After the two Weasley brothers walked away with Filch, Richard walked out from behind the armor, holding his nose. "See you next time." Richard thought about it. Maybe in order to protect his own safety, he will meet these two brothers again. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 42. Meeting Ginny. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, and Richard opened his eyes in a daze. The first thing I saw was my roommate Yarasuo's smiling face. "What's wrong?" "He hasn't woken up from his sleep last night." "It's time for class." "Today is a charms class with students from Gryffindor College." "Richard S., you won't forget." Yarasuo smiled and pulled Richard up from the bed. Relying on the strength in Yarasuo's hand, Richard sat up and glanced at the situation in the dormitory. Apart from the two of them, several other people were also there. They were still arranging their clothes and getting ready to go to class. After tidying up the missing things a little, and then tidying up his clothes with a cleaning spell, Richard followed them to the classroom. While on the road, Richard was still thinking about the memories of the previous spell lessons. They took the charms class together with Gryffindor College, and this is one of the few lessons about the connection between the two colleges. Those who attended the charms class with them were basically students of the same class. Because of thinking about things, Richard gradually fell behind them. His thoughts also gradually drifted from the spell class to the spells he had mastered. The opening of the secret room and the existence of the basilisk made Richard worry about his life. "I am deeply afraid that one night, I will see the eyes of the basilisk when I turn a corner." This kind of attack that doesn't distinguish between enemy and friend is sometimes really disgusting. With a bang, Richard, who was still thinking about something, was knocked to the ground, and the books in his hands were scattered all over the floor. Richard covered his head, looked at the culprit, and found that it was a young-looking student from Gryffindor College. Judging from her young face, she has a beautiful face and familiar fiery red hair. She should be the girl from the Weasley family who just entered school this year. Ginny Weasley. Richard whispered the name silently in his heart. This is a very important name to him. I'm sorry, are you okay?" After seeing someone knocked down due to her negligence, Ginny looked anxiously at the senior who was knocked to the ground by her. "It's okay." Richard stood up, patted the robe on his body, and then squatted down to pick up the books one by one. "Are you a freshman in Gryffindor?" "My name is Richard Ramirez." Seeing this, Ginny also squatted down to help Richard pick up the book. Ginny Weasley. Hearing this familiar name, countless thoughts popped up in Richard's mind. Those of him the roommates stood in front, looking at each other, whether to go here or to other places, so he could only quietly watch Richard and the unknown girl in front of him, squatting on the ground to pick up books. Looking at Ginny Weasley who was not far away from him, Richard raised his head, and could still see a trance on her face, as if she was a little listless. This appearance made Richard's whole body shake. He no longer looked at Ginny Weasley so blatantly, but watched her every move from the corner of his eye. Judging from the current situation, Ginny Weasley has already been affected by that diary, but she doesn't know where Tom Riddle's diary is hidden. If it is possible, Richard really hopes to knock Ginny unconscious at this moment, to see if Tom's diary will be on her body. However, Richard was afraid of the repercussions afterwards, so he finally gave up on this tempting idea. Just staring blankly at Ginny Weasley, his strange eyes and stunned expression were not only seen by his few roommates. Ginny raised her head, and when she handed the last book she picked up to Richard, she noticed the way he looked at her. Inexplicable, a little embarrassing. In an instant, Ginny's face quickly turned red. With an imperceptible shyness, she gave Richard a hard look, and ran away without looking back. Richard, who was still immersed in the thoughts just now, came back to his senses and knew that Ginny was thinking too much, but he would never catch up, so he stopped Ginny and told her, "You must be thinking too much." Then it's not just an awkward atmosphere between the two of them. "He's gone, Richard. It's not like you haven't recovered yet. The woman just now belongs to the Weasley family." Before Richard started to say anything, his roommates started chattering about Ginny who knocked him down just now. "You guys are thinking too much." "I don't have any other thoughts about that freshman. I'm just interested in learning more about it." He opened his mouth to defend himself, but after seeing the "I understand" expressions on their faces, he closed his mouth wisely. "It's useless to say it, so let them think what they want. Let's go." "I haven't gone to class yet." "I was urging you before." While talking, Richard pushed these people forward. "If you don't take someone like you, Richard, you don't want to silence me, do you?" Aches and Peeps covered his mouth and looked at him pretending to be terrified. Richard glared at him, and the room was full of joy. On the other side, after Ginny ran away, her face quickly turned from crimson to pale. She stopped by the corridor, glanced left and right, and after seeing that there was no one else, she quickly reached into her wizard robe and took out a diary with a black cover. "This diary has an ominous smell, and I don't know if it's because it's too dark here." Judging from the fact that the paper exposed outside is not white but yellowed, one can tell that this diary is an item with some years of history. But now, Ginny looked at the diary in horror, without hiding the fear on her face. "Ginny Weasley, we two are very good friends, aren't we? Then why did you abandon me?" "Why? Why? The text turned from jet black to blood red at the end, and some of them flowed down like blood. Ginny screamed, and without thinking about anything else, She threw the diary on the ground and ran away. After Ginny left, the words on the opened black diary seemed to be erased and disappeared bit by bit. Then, a new line of text appeared in place. I should find a new sacrifice. At this moment, a figure came towards her from the other side of the corridor. Chapter 43 Flitwick's Teachings Charms. Professor Phileas Flitwick is not only the head of Ravenclaw, but also a very powerful fighting wizard. If he taught those young wizards who just came to Hogwarts a very basic and solid spell, then he taught Richard third-year students a spell that has greatly increased its practicality and can be used for self-defense when combined. There are many obstacles. As the voice fell, the Gryffindor student stopped walking forward, and felt an invisible obstacle inexplicably appeared in front of him. Richard watched this scene with relish, looking at the Gryffindor student who was called by Professor Flitwick to practice duels with him. He saw that he was advancing left and right, but he couldn't get up. During this period, Professor Flitwick cast an obstacle spell again. That one student didn't have such quick reflexes, and fell to the ground after Professor Flitwick uttered the spell. This also means that Professor Flitwick's classroom practice is over. Richard's curiosity about magic also intensified through this spell lesson. He just watched Professor Flitwick's spellcasting a few times, looking at his gestures, the syllables he pronounced, and some subtleties. He felt inexplicably that he could also cast an impeding spell. There are two very important points in casting a spell. One is the syllables you pronounce. As long as one of them is incorrect, the magic cast will be different from the magic you want to cast. Do you still remember the first thing I told you? Professor, is it the magic that summoned the buffalo you mentioned when we were in the first grade? Yes, that's the one. It appears that you have a very good memory, Mr. Compitt. 1 point for Hufflepuff. Bending slightly towards Flitwick, Rail sat back in his seat again. As soon as he sat down, he whispered something to Richard. Besides the example of summoning the buffalo, Seamus Finnegan of Gryffindor is also very famous in Hogwarts. Every time he uses magic, he will cause a moderate explosion. According to the news from Gryffindor, last time Seema accidentally injured the person next to him. This is simply a nightmare, Rail said to him calmly, and a slight joy could be seen in his eyes when he looked carefully. It can be seen that he is extremely interested in that man named Seamus Finnegan. Rail has always wanted to learn the magic that can make objects explode, and Richard has a deep understanding of this. Is our Mr. Computer sure this is a nightmare? It's not a happy event. A voice familiar to both of them came in. Turning his head to look, he could still see the playful expression on Yarasuo's face. Richard laughed dumbfounded. Yarasuo has always been like this. It is the atmosphere in their dormitory. You know too much, Rail said, pretending to be fierce, with a very ferocious expression on his face. Then you don't want to kill me, Mr. Competit? The communication between them was a little quiet, which did not attract Flitwick's attention. It's also possible that Flitwick had already noticed them, but turned a blind eye to the fight between them. Richard looked at this scene, and the stone in his heart was still there, but at least he didn't feel too much pressure at this moment. Professor Flitwick on the stage was still talking eloquently, explaining some important issues about spells. And Richard is also like a sponge, tirelessly absorbing all the knowledge into his mind. The most basic thing about spells is that apart from the inability to make mistakes in syllables, there are also things that need to be assisted by emotions. There are some advanced spells, and they all require certain emotions to amplify the magic power and release the most basic conditions for the spell. This also means that whether it is most of the ordinary spells we usually use, or the advanced spells with profound magic theory, they all need to use the power of emotions. Take the Patronus charm as an example. What it needs is the happiest time in your memory, and use the happiest memory to construct your own Patronus. Salsa. Richard took a quill and wrote down what Professor Flitwick had said in his notes. Then he raised his hand and looked at Professor Flitwick with burning eyes. Flitwick naturally noticed Richard, who was very serious in his class this time. In the past, when he was in the charms class, Richard didn't have much interest, and what he shown was just ordinary. But this time, The serious Richard has already attracted Flitwick's attention. "Mr. Ramirez, do you have any questions?" So he temporarily stopped his explanation, and smiled kindly at him instead. "I have a little problem, Professor." Richard nodded. "Just now you said that the Patronus charm needs the happiest memory in our memory. Then if I use the joy potion, or construct a layer of false memory for myself to cast the Patronus charm, is it also possible?" Facing this question from Richard, Flitwick was silent for a moment, and then raised his head again to look directly at Richard, eyes full of curiosity. As a competent professor, he likes his students to be curious about magic. "Mr. Ramirez, the two methods you mentioned are theoretically possible, but in reality, no one can do them." "Why is this, Professor?" "Because what the Patronus charm needs is very pure joy, the sudden joy in memory, the joy of being happy for something or someone. That kind of joy is very pure, and only such pure happiness can give the Patronus charm provides great power." Flitwick's answer made Richard think deeply. The Patronus charm is recognized as an advanced spell, and there are only a handful of wizards who can master it, and it is also a spell that black wizards cannot master. Originally, Richard wanted to use his occlumency to fabricate a layer of memory to see if he could use it to summon his patron saint later. But now that he got this answer, he put this thought into his heart thoughtfully. Chapter 44 Discomfort between Ron and Hermione. "Harry, show me." Ron grabbed Harry's hand and looked at him expectantly. Besides Ron, there are several other people who have the same eyes as Ron. Harry was a little helpless. These few people, including a lot of Gryffindor wizards, had annoyed him to death these days. "Every time I see him, I want to get those two guns from his hand to have a look." And he's not that good at refusing, so he's too embarrassed to refuse other people's requests. But fortunately, he is Hermione. Most of the time when she was around, she would pull him away, and on a few occasions, she would help him directly reject those boys. This made Harry breathe a sigh of relief. But most of the time, Ron provoked those Gryffindor wizards who wanted to ask him to look at them with two guns, just like now. Just after class, Ron started hooking up with him. As expected, he really wanted to borrow his two guns to make fun of himself. "How many times have I said it, Ron? Don't make it difficult for Harry. Every time you show off those two guns, you will attract a lot of people to Harry, not to mention that guns are not ordinary things. That's a weapon that can be used to kill people." When she said the last sentence, Hermione even lowered her voice and shouted at Ron. She was very dissatisfied with Ron's series of behaviors recently, and thought that he was causing trouble for Harry. Ron touched his nose, knowing he was wrong. If it wasn't for the fact that the two guns were so beautiful and cool, he wouldn't have kept asking Harry to bring them over to have a look. I got it. I won't ask Harry for those two guns in the future, and you shouldn't keep talking, it's very annoying." Although what Hermione said was reasonable, Ron's self-esteem did not allow him to bow to Hermione. "Do you think I want to talk about you? Isn't it because you have been doing stupid things all the time, and that gun is so fun? It's dangerous, you know. Not to mention there are still unknown dangers in Hogwarts now." "Enough, I said it." "I know." The two glared at each other. Seeing the situation in front of him, Harry was in a dilemma. If it was placed before, he would most likely favor Ron more. But recently, Hermione has helped him too much, and he can't do it if he is asked to favor Ron. But the current situation is that his two best friends are arguing. Even judging from the situation, it is very possible that the two of them restrain themselves, otherwise they would fight like this. "If you really knew, you wouldn't be doing these stupid things all the time." Hermione gave Ron a hard look, then turned her head and left with the book in her arms. Left Harry and Ron staring at each other. Being smart, she didn't want Harry to be embarrassed by the quarrel between the two of them. Maybe she had a little idea before, but now, she feels that doing so is a waste of time, wasting her reading time. Besides Harry getting the weapon, Hermione also got the knowledge she wanted. A new kind of knowledge. Ravenclaw's seniors have come to her before, and they are willing to exchange some of their research results for the qualification to watch the Magic Pattern Encyclopedia. And he is willing to give Hermione a share of what he has gained from the Encyclopedia of Magic Patterns. Under such circumstances, Hermione just thought for a while before handing over the complete set of magic patterns in her hand for them to watch. Then she also got a huge number of magic notes, and some of them were research materials on certain magic by the seniors of Ravenclaw. This is simply a huge surprise for her who loves knowledge and magic. If it wasn't for what Ron has done too much recently, she wouldn't bother to say it. Not everyone wants to become a nosy person. Ron's face was very ugly, but even so he couldn't say anything. After all, Hermione always took reason when scolding him. Just like before, although it feels uncomfortable, there is no other way but to accept the discomfort. Maybe even Ron himself didn't know it. The reason why he did this was because of a trace of jealousy in his heart. He was jealous of Harry and Hermione who got the rewards, and sometimes even wondered why he wasn't the one who got the gun or the book. So when facing Harry and Hermione, Ron's attitude became very strange. Hermione might have seen something, so after scolding him a few words, she went back to read by herself. Out of sight, out of mind, try to be clean. As for Harry, perhaps when facing other situations, he is quick-witted and can always grasp the possibility of that moment. But when facing friends, that's another matter. He was slow to react. By the time many things came to his senses, it had been a long time in the past. Facing the two very cool double guns engraved with patterns handed over by Harry, Ron's senses were very complicated. No need, Harry. He shook his head lightly at Harry, then turned around and left without looking back. Harry stretched out his hand, trying to stop Ron, but the words came to his lips, and he couldn't speak them for some reason. Obviously, the current situation and the atmosphere are very strange, but inexplicably, Harry's heart was relieved, and he felt that his body was much more relaxed. She didn't feel at a loss like when the two sides were in a dilemma just now. Looking at the two guns in his hands, Harry suddenly had an idea. He might be able to find the owner of the voice in the wall. The guy who attacked Mrs. Norris. That voice can only be heard by oneself. This may be the most critical point. That is why only you can hear that voice. What does that mean? He slowly walked to the wall, stretched out a hand, and put it on the wall. Harry, what are you doing? The sudden sound startled him. Harry hurriedly looked towards the place where the sound came from, just in time to see two rather embarrassed people standing there. That smirk made Harry know who these two were without thinking too much. The Weasley twins. George, Fred, why are you here? George and Fred looked at each other. Yesterday when the two of us were avoiding Filch, we were accidentally caught by an old bat. Yes, the old bat asked us to go to him to help him deal with the little bat, and there are some weird things. If the two of us can't do well, he will threaten us with his wand. I knew we wouldn't be covering that Hufflepuff, but that old bat never thought of that. We actually took some of his materials. The two brothers said one sentence to another, miraculously connected, and Harry roughly understood what they meant. The two brothers looked at each other, as if they suddenly thought of something. They stretched out their hands and pulled Harry over. We need your help with something. Chapter 45. Another night tour and the prepared Cedric. Time passed quickly, and the basilisk hadn't appeared in the past few days, which relieved Richard Hart a lot. After all, no one in Hogwarts was attacked is the best proof. In the past few days, he went to the library to check the information on the basilisk, and there are some ways to deal with the basilisk. Of course, from some books, what he read the most is that once you encounter a basilisk, the best way is to use apparition to leave before it finds you. Not to mention that there is magic that disables apparition in Hogwarts. The problem is, Richard doesn't even know the advanced spell of apparition. He wanted to get some chickens, and yesterday afternoon he even asked Hagrid if he had any roosters. It's a pity, but Hagrid told him that the roosters in Hogwarts died inexplicably a few days ago, and the day those chickens died happened to be the night Mrs. Norris was attacked. Sure enough, what the basilisk fears most is the crowing of those roosters. But now, Even if he wanted to find some more cocks, it would be too late. Those roosters who are already dead cannot die anymore. It was too late. If he could come earlier, even if he could not save the lives of those roosters, he could still record the crowing sounds of some roosters. No, I can't sit still like this. I have to go to Hagrid again and ask him if he can get some cocks from Diagon Alley. Recently, Richard has always felt a sense of urgency in his heart, and this urgency made him unable to stop at all. He knew where this urgency came from. As long as the basilisk survives, he, a bitch wizard, will not be safe in Hogwarts for a day. Black will appear at Hogwarts next semester, but as we all know, although Black is not a good person, I am afraid that he will not harm the students of Hogwarts, except that he is more interested in the mouse and the Death Eaters there. Bah! Old Deng is still there. Thinking about what Black said, he would restrain himself a little. Richard thought to himself, although he thought it was unlikely. Quiet and thoughtful. Originally, he was not planning to go out tonight, but lying on the bed, he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. He tossed and turned, thinking about what happened recently. Open the system panel and look at the text on it. Live question and answer system. Host, Richard Ramirez. Talent, photographic memory, exclusive, possesses extremely powerful learning ability, knowledge absorption ability, magic power absorption, small, magic power recovery speed is a bit higher than ordinary people. Skills, occlumency, 3, all petrification, 2, curse standing, 1, restoration, 1. Equipment, 1-2. 12 inches, alder wood, unicorn hair, fit 80%, 13 inches and a half, aspen wood, thunderbird tail feathers, fit 100%. Theory of knowledge, charms, 2, potions, 1, transfiguration, 1, defense against the dark arts, 0. After thinking about it, Richard took his wand and got out of bed. Standing in the dormitory, all the roommates around fell into a deep sleep. From the sound of snoring, one could tell that they were sleeping very soundly. He walked out of the dormitory door cautiously, and closed the door quietly. The corridors were empty, and Hufflepuff students were not in the habit of going out at night. In fact, even Gryffindor students are the only ones who wander around Hogwarts every night. Not many people would violate school rules, but now there is another Hufflepuff. Hey, Richard. What are you doing? The sneaky Richard was walking forward when he suddenly heard a very familiar voice. While being startled, he also curiously looked in the direction of the sound. What caught my eye was that very sunny and handsome face. Cedric. He called out softly. What are you going to do? Cedric came out from the corner, and Richard found that there was some kind of brightness in his eyes looking at him. Are you ready to go out too? Looking at Cedric's bright eyes, Richard blurted out his words after holding back for a while. Cedric was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Richard to say it so directly. When I met George and Fred yesterday, they told me that I didn't expect that you would go out at night in Hogwarts like them. Richard blinked. He also wanted to say that he had only discovered him the second time. To state in advance, I just going to the kitchen to find something to eat. I always get hungry at night these days. I suppose you feel the same way, Cedric. Then let's go together, Richard. I feel a little hungry after you say that. Cedric stepped forward, hooked his shoulders, and made it clear that he was not going to let Richard go out alone. Seeing Cedric's appearance, Richard knew clearly that he would not be able to fool him. Okay, I'm going to take a stroll around the school that night. Do you want to come with me, Cedric? After thinking about it carefully, Richard thought that Cedric was blocking him at most. He would not tell what happened tonight because he was not that kind of person. If you are discovered, is there a way for you to hide from Filch? Cedric didn't answer the question. In this regard, Richard showed his helplessness. If we are really discovered, then we can only run away immediately. I knew it. It seems that you are really not prepared for anything. Facing Richard's helpless look, Cedric smiled instead, and then took out a thin layer of tulle that shone with some light from his wizard robe. Invisibility cloak. When he saw the tulle in his hand for the first time, Richard's eyes widened and he cried out. He held Cedric's hands and looked at the smile on his mouth, as if he had figured something out. "You've been waiting here for me all this time?" "It didn't take long." "You arrived when you first arrived." Cedric put the layer of tulle on the two of them, and Richard saw that his feet and body disappeared instantly. His eyes gradually moved from bottom to the top of the invisibility cloak, full of enthusiasm. Cedric noticed his eyes and coughed twice. Hearing this, Richard restrained his gaze and laughed. "It seems that you have been ready for a long time. You even got the invisibility cloak." "This invisibility cloak was given to me by the Weasley brothers yesterday. They used this cloak to hide from Filch before." In the empty corridor, two voices appeared here one after the other. If there were other students staying in this place, they might think they had encountered a ghost. Chapter 46 Subtle friction sound. Harry hid in the invisibility cloak and walked over quietly. He purposely stayed close to the wall, just not wanting himself to miss the sound that might appear again. This time, he didn't call anyone, not even Ron. The corridor was very quiet. He quickly passed an empty classroom and looked elsewhere. There was no one, and it was very quiet. But this is obviously not the answer he wanted. Where will it be? Will those voices that only you can hear appear again? He was a little confused. Harry, who was quietly walking through the corridor, stopped abruptly, and some small voices appeared in his ears. Immediately, Harry cautiously leaned against the wall. But obviously, those tiny voices didn't come from inside the wall. He turned his head to look at the wall in doubt, and heard the soft voice just now, which was even a little hasty. Moreover, it was obvious that it was getting farther and farther away. If he hadn't listened carefully, he wouldn't even be able to hear it. Harry roughly confirmed the direction of the voice just now, and quickly chased after him. Richard and Cedric fell silent after they walked out of the Hufflepuff common room. Cedric didn't want to be discovered by Filch. Even though they were discovered, Filch would only think that the two of them were the Weasley brothers. After all, the two of them used invisibility cloaks to cover their bodies, so ordinary people would not be able to detect them. Even if it would be a poor quality invisibility cloak, nor can a squib find it. In the quiet corridor, there was not the slightest sound. However, when Richard and Cedric walked by, the invisibility cloaks on their bodies would emit a faint light. If you don't look carefully, you may not be able to spot it. That was the faint light emitted by the invisibility cloak itself when it moved around. But when they were still, the invisibility cloak lost that shimmer, and looked exactly the same as the surrounding environment. This subtle change cannot be seen by the two people hiding in the invisibility cloak. "Did you hear any sound, Cedric?" Richard stopped suddenly, causing Cedric to bump into him. "What did you say?" Cedric, who was rubbing his nose, asked suspiciously. Just now Richard's voice was too low, and Cedric didn't hear his words clearly. "Hush!" Richard didn't answer his question. Instead, he put his middle finger on his mouth, signaling him to be quiet. Then, he squatted down and listened carefully to the movement he had just heard. It was a very subtle friction sound. If he hadn't been paying attention to the movement around him, maybe he would have ignored it like Cedric. But now, he noticed. Cedric also squatted down, first took out his wand and carefully cast a sound-blocking magic on the two of them. After that, he asked Richard in a low voice, "What happened?" "There are voices. Some very subtle voices." Richard saw all the actions Cedric made just now, naturally know what he did. While he was explaining to Cedric, he was also carefully listening to the source of those subtle voices. "Then let's go and have a look now." Cedric said excitedly that the number of night tours in Hogwarts can be counted on his fingers. And when encountering something that seemed very weird, Cedric's first thought was not to go back to the lounge, nor to tell the professor about this weird thing. What he thinks now is very simple. That is to take this opportunity to see who it is who made these small voices. Is it the professor, or Filch, or something else? No, Cedric. He originally thought that Richard would be like him, wanting to see where the sound came from. But who knew The first person to refuse was Richard. Cedric was puzzled. He looked at Richard, but found that his face was no longer as relaxed and freehand as it was before, but was replaced by a somewhat dignified expression. This made him hold back what he originally wanted to ask. He has known Richard for so long, and he has never seen such a dignified and serious expression on his face. The place where they are now is located in the corridor on the 3rd floor. If they go forward, there are stairs that can go up, but those changeable stairs may take them to another place at any time. The source of the sound fluctuated up and down, which made Richard standing in the corridor a bit in a dilemma, not knowing whether to go down or up. If the time he is in now is not when the Chamber of Secrets is opened, then he naturally doesn't mind going to the source of the sound with Cedric to take a look. But now, he didn't know when the basilisk would leave the secret room and attack the Hogwarts students again. This made him very wary of any disturbance in the school. Avoid as much as possible. "Let's go upstairs," Cedric. "Okay, I'm fine." After a battle between man and nature, Richard turned his head to look at Cedric, and decided to take a gamble in his heart. The bathroom where Myrtle is located is between the 2nd and 3rd floors, and if the basilisk is going to come out, it is likely to be on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The place where Filch's cat was attacked last time was on the 2nd floor, just round the area where the basilisk traveled. If he guessed correctly, the source of the subtle voice should be the 2nd floor. Cedric nodded in response to Richard. Although he didn't know why Richard's face was so solemn as if he had encountered something dangerous, it didn't prevent him from trusting the person in front of him. As for whether Hogwarts would be in great danger under the protection of Dumbledore, he never considered it at all. As we all know, Hogwarts is one of the safest places in the world. This is also the reason why Cedric was curious and puzzled by Richard's serious expression before. Now that the decision was made, the two of them quickly came to the stairs wearing the invisibility cloak, and waited for the stairs to change positions before continuing to go upstairs. This is the magical place of Hogwarts, the magical castle. Soon, after the stairs changed positions, a staircase stopped in front of the two of them. Richard led Cedric up the stairs, and the small voice gradually faded away. It also quietly relieved him, who was very nervous. Chapter 47 Lie or Fact. By the time he got here, the subtle voice could no longer be heard, and the expression on his face gradually relaxed. "Is there something before? Are you so scared? You wish you could take me out of there immediately?" Cedric, who was walking beside him, asked curiously after seeing that his expression was not as serious as before. He's not a fool. How could he not notice Richard rushed to take him away? But after all, he is not a person who often travels at night. He doesn't know what Hogwarts is like at night and what he will encounter. Before that, he met the two George brothers, and learned that Richard was also a student who liked to go out at night. Preconceived ideas made him think that Richard would walk out of the lounge every night to wander around Hogwarts. Just like George and Fred. "Do you trust me, Cedric?" "Of course I trust you, Richard. And of course you can trust me. After all, we are friends, aren't we?" The familiar smile made Richard's nervous heart relax. Looking at Cedric, who had a handsome face, a gentle smile, and a generous personality, he couldn't understand why such a wizard who was supposed to have a good life and a bright future would die a few years later. "I will definitely let you survive." Seeing his hearty smile, Richard murmured softly, "What did you say?" But Richard's voice was very low, and Cedric didn't hear his murmur. And Cedric's exclamation brought him back to his senses. "Cedric." He spoke softly, and his serious expression made Cedric also restrain the smile on his face. He knew that this was Richard going to tell him what he knew, and the main reason why his expression suddenly became serious just now. This also proves that Richard really believes in him, not just talking empty words. Cedric was inexplicably joyful. This feeling came from the heart, which made him very solemn about it. He knows how rare it is for a person to trust another person. "You can trust me, Richard. The relationship between us is like brotherhood." When he uttered this sentence, it was not just empty words. Seeing the firm look in Cedric's eyes, Richard, who had been hesitating all this time, laughed abruptly. When he learned that the time he was in was the opening of the secret room and the attack of the basilisk, Richard wanted to gather a few people to form a small team that could fight the crisis together and attack and defend the alliance when danger came. It is impossible for him to put all his hopes on Harry Potter and believe that he can defeat Voldemort like in the original book. In the original book, Harry Potter's ability to defeat Voldemort was really too dramatic. It was something that could only be achieved by the combination of several coincidences. Although there is no shortage of dramatic scenes in reality. But at the same time, reality is full of possibilities, and everything can happen. No one can say whether the future Harry will be able to defeat Voldemort, rather than Voldemort completely defeating Harry, and then continuing his reign of terror over the British wizarding world. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future, just like now Richard is not sure that Hogwarts will be just a few people petrified instead of killed this year like in the original book. He urgently needs a few friends who are like-minded in Taoism, who can go on with him. I believe in you, Cedric. It's always been like this, but although what I'm going to say next is very unbelievable, please believe me. Don't worry, Richard. No matter what you say, I will believe you. Cedric smiled gently. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. This legend that has been passed down in Hogwarts for thousands of years, do you know? The two of them crossed an empty classroom, and those small voices had disappeared, which made Richard feel a little relieved. Of course I know, it was mentioned in the previous question and answer space. Wait. You mean, you know where the Chamber of Secrets is, and Filch's cat was attacked because of the Chamber of Secrets? Cedric lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then reacted and looked at Richard with a look of horror on his face. Richard nodded, agreeing with what Cedric had just said. You guessed right, Cedric. Although it's hard to believe, the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets was opened, and the basilisk inside was ordered to walk around Hogwarts, which is a huge threat. And we are facing that kind of threat, the threat from the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Following Richard opening, Cedric's expression gradually became dazed and shocked, but then slowly returned to a more normal solemnity and a trace of suspicion. It's not that he doesn't believe what Richard said, it's just that he finds it a little unbelievable. His knowledge over the years makes him subconsciously doubt the authenticity of the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. After all, it has been passed down from generation to generation, and all the students in Hogwarts who have heard about the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets thought it was just a legend, a joke passed on by someone. Except that the appearance of the question and answer space broke this cognition, telling all the students that the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets really existed, and it was not a lie fabricated by those Hogwarts students back then. Before there is any evidence, others will regard this as a joke. Even Cedric was a little skeptical when he heard Richard say this. If it was really that easy to find the secret room, then a lot of people would have found it for thousands of years. The obsession of the human heart is like a mountain. That's not something that can be easily overwhelmed. In other words, Cedric had an unusual relationship with him, and he happened to need some help. So after thinking about it for a long time, he took this opportunity to tell Cedric something. If it was someone else, they would probably take what he said as a joke. It is undoubtedly foolish to pin your hopes on others. Compared to this, Richard is more willing to find a way to protect himself. Richard. Cedric read aloud softly. He looked at Richard with a complicated expression. Just as he was about to say something, Richard's originally gentle face suddenly became serious. That tiny voice came again. It's getting closer and closer to us. Chapter 48. The basilisk appeared. The two followed, and the aureole was behind. Richard pulled Cedric's shoulder nervously, pressed his body down, and squatted on the ground with him. The basilisk is here? Cedric asked silently. He has not forgotten what Richard said before. There is a basilisk in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, and that basilisk was ordered to wander around Hogwarts. Before, he just thought the name basilisk was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. But now he recalled where he had seen books about creatures like basilisk, fantastic beasts, and where to find them. Mr. Newt Scamander's book contains some information about the basilisk, which is marked as one of the most dangerous creatures, with extremely high lethality. If the wizard accidentally saw the basilisk's eyes, it would be fatal. Cedric couldn't imagine that if the basilisk suddenly appeared while they were eating, most of the students in Hogwarts would probably die. And what made him puzzled under the horror was why Filch's cat survived. Was there anything different about that cat? This was the only doubt about Filch's cat being attacked. It didn't die. Hush. Richard embraced Cedric's shoulders, and while carefully listening to the source of the sound, his expression became ugly. The source of the voice was very close to them, but the ups and downs made him still not sure where the owner of the voice was. Richard! Cedric shouted in panic. Look there! Richard looked in the direction Cedric pointed, and happened to see a section of scales shining with black reflections. The dense ones are connected into one piece. Richard and Cedric's scalps felt numb. The reflection flashed away, and then those densely packed scales disappeared in front of the two of them. But Richard didn't relax his vigilance, because the sound of those scales rubbing against the ground was still there, not too far away from them. This also shows that the basilisk has not left yet. Richard couldn't figure it out. How did this basilisk suddenly appear here? It was obvious that he had heard the voice fading away before. Why did it suddenly appear in front of them again? Come on, let's follow and have a look. His complexion changed back and forth, white and dark for a while, and finally Richard made up his mind and decided to follow up to have a look. If Ginny can be found, and the moment she puts the basilisk back into the secret room, it is undoubtedly the best time to get rid of that diary. Faced with such a choice, even if there were some dangers, Richard couldn't care less. After missing this chance tonight, he wondered if he could find a second chance. What? We should go to the professor now, Richard. Cedric's expression was very serious. It was impossible for him to let Richard step into danger, let alone step in on his own initiative. They won't trust the two of us, Cedric. They won't believe us until they see any evidence, or until the next victim shows up. Not to mention, how can you explain Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets and a basilisk in Hogwarts? What about this matter? He looked into his eyes, filled with a strangeness. Cedric opened his mouth, wanting to say something to deny Richard's point of view. But he just opened his mouth and didn't say anything. Being smart, he can naturally understand what Richard meant, and he also knows that it is very likely to happen, because they didn't know how to explain that the two of them discovered Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, and that basilisk wandering around Hogwarts. After all, Cedric didn't know where the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, including the basilisk, was located in Hogwarts. Also, because they don't know, if the professor asks them, he and Richard naturally have no suitable way to tell what they both know. Of course, Cedric didn't know that Richard knew where the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets was. You stay here, Cedric, I'll go over and have a look, and I'll be back later. The sound of rubbing gradually faded away. Richard, who didn't want to let go of this golden opportunity, was a little anxious, and even ignored Cedric. If Cedric continues to hesitate like this, then it will be very difficult for him to wait until he can defend Ginny, who is alone. Next time, he will go to approach Ginny in person, and he will have to be careful about the Tom Riddle's diary on her during the process. I will go with you. Cedric, don't rush to reject me, you know. I won't let my friend go into danger alone. Seeing the smile on his face and the firmness in those eyes, and the sound of friction getting farther and farther away, Richard gritted his teeth. Then you promise me that you will never take the initiative to attack that basilisk? We will hide behind quietly, follow it, and see where it goes. I'm not a fool. How could I take the initiative to attack that monster? Trust me, Richard. Well, let's go. Richard nodded lightly, and then quickly ran towards the direction where the basilisk had just crawled. Cedric followed behind him. The running of the two made the invisibility cloaks on their bodies more obvious. Markov. And after the two of them left, Harry took off the invisibility cloak he was wearing with a complicated expression. Looking at the end of the corridor in front, where he could go up or down, he hesitated, but after thinking about it, he followed quickly. During this process, The invisibility cloak was put on him again. Afterwards, no trace was revealed. Richard took Cedric and ran straight forward, but he hesitated a little at the stairs. But after hearing that the source of those voices was downstairs, he looked uplifted. Myrtle's bathroom is downstairs. It is obvious that the basilisk is going to return to the secret room from the entrance of the bathroom. And as the opener of the Chamber of Secrets, Ginny Weasley must be there as well. This trip is somewhat dangerous. Now that he has made a decision, Richard will never regret it. Chapter 49. As the two of them approached, some cold neighing sounds could be faintly heard in front of them. Just by hearing this sound, one could feel goosebumps on the body. Richard and Cedric naturally, they slowed down their pace, but the hissing sound was like a pair of invisible big hands grabbing their hearts, making neither of them dare to take a breath. Earlier, Cedric wanted to ask Richard what was going on. After all, from the seriousness on Richard's face, it can be seen that he should know something. Just like the anecdote he said before. If you didn't witness it with your own eyes, no matter how friends you were, you would be half believing. This comes from human instinct. It's not about doubting anything. It's just that the stubbornness in my heart is still there, and there are still some naivety and luck. But after seeing the sudden black, Cedric believed Richard's words. The black body was too big, even though it was only a few seconds. It went downstairs. But those few seconds were enough for Cedric to guess what it was. But now, the two of them are following such a dangerous creature, and from time to time they can still see the black tail of the basilisk. I have to say, this is a very exciting thing. As the two of them approached and the surrounding area became much brighter, Cedric finally realized that the body of the basilisk was not black, but a kind of emerald green. But the distance just now was too far, so he didn't see clearly. But now, they were less than 50 meters away from the basilisk, which was enough for him to see the color of the basilisk clearly. It was too close, and it was precisely because of it that Richard stopped, and grabbed Cedric's arm along the way, letting him slow down with him. Chances are that Ginny Weasley is nearby. Richard didn't expect the two of them to be discovered so early. When he saw the two people in front stop again, Harry's speed also slowed down. After all, it is a relatively inferior invisibility cloak, and if you move around too much, some traces will be exposed. As Richard and Cedric slowed down, the relatively obvious light marks gradually dimmed. No matter how carefully Harry looked, they could no longer see their positions. Now, he has to be more careful. If he still maintains the previous speed, he will bump into the two mysterious people in front if he is not careful. It will be fun then. When eavesdropping on their conversations before, Harry always felt that one of the voices sounded very familiar. It seems that he heard it somewhere. Harry naturally wouldn't think that he was hallucinating, or something like that. When he confirmed that he heard correctly, he was sure that among the two people in front of him was someone he was familiar with. Harry heard part of the conversation between the two of them, but some of it was not very clear. But he heard words like Basilisk and Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. It was also because of this that he followed these two people. And now, it was the scene he saw before his eyes. The part of the tail that was somewhat blackened was retracted into the girls' bathroom that few people went to in a few seconds. Richard and Cedric looked at each other. "Do you want to go in?" Cedric said silently. Through his mouth movements, Richard could naturally know what he meant. So, Richard just shook his head. He didn't want to just walk into that bathroom directly. No one knew whether Ginny Weasley would find them. Instead of going into the bathroom under the risk of being attacked by the basilisk, it's better to sit here and wait. Richard believed that after Ginny Weasley put the basilisk into the Chamber of Secrets, he would definitely come out of this bathroom. When the time comes, he will naturally take Cedric to take this opportunity to sneak attack Ginny Weasley, knock her unconscious, and then find the diary of the culprit, Tom Riddle, from her body. At that time, whether to directly destroy this Horcrux or keep it for other purposes is another matter. Cedric, who knew little information, had no reason to refuse. He believed that Richard knew more than he imagined. Looking at this former friend in front of him, Cedric inexplicably felt that he was a little mysterious. In the past, The image of Richard, who was somewhat simple and honest, gradually merged with the now squinting Richard eyes with sharp eyes. It actually gave people a kind of unreality. Cedric was in a daze, wondering if Richard in front of him was the real one, or is it that what Richard showed in the past were all disguises used to deceive others. Boom! There was a clear sound from inside, and Cedric, who was distracted, quickly came back to his senses. And then he saw a kind of excitement in Richard's eyes. A different kind of excitement, choosing to accept the danger, facing the basilisk and turning around at any time. Richard, who resolutely seized this opportunity, couldn't hide his excitement. A beautiful magic wand appeared on his right hand. The direction the wand was pointing at was vaguely facing the door of the girls' bathroom. Seeing this, Cedric also pulled out his wand. Along with the girls' bathroom, there was another roar. Richard's breathing began to increase, and he was ready to use the stun spell at any time. The invisibility cloak covered their bodies, but not their eyes. Richard thought about it for a moment, then made up his mind in a split second, and pulled Cedric a few steps forward. But Harry was in a daze. In this dim place, he couldn't see Richard and Cedric, who were completely covered up. He didn't dare to move forward. He stayed where he was, waiting for the time to come. Richard's move once again revealed some traces of the invisibility cloak. Seeing those faint traces, Harry was shocked, and followed carefully. Both Richard and Cedric, who were walking in the front, paid attention to the front, not to mention that Harry walked without too much footsteps, and had that unusual invisibility cloak to help him cover himself. This made neither of them realize that there was a little tail behind them. Chapter 50. When he was still more than 10 meters away from the bathroom door, Richard pulled Cedric to stop again. There was not much movement in the bathroom. Richard guessed that the huge basilisk and Ginny Weasley had already entered the secret room. The next thing to do is very simple. Just wait quietly. Boom! A loud noise suddenly appeared in front of Richard and Cedric, accompanied by a burst of dust and scattered stones. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Covering his mouth and nose, Richard squinted his eyes and tried hard to look at the bathroom in front of him that was covered by dust. A touch of emerald green came into view, with some black, and it's not a small part of what they saw before. Two stars shining with dim yellow light gradually appeared from another section of the road covered by dust. While the basilisk's eyes are still covered by dust, it can only see the circle of dim yellow light. Richard said to Cedric in shock, "Close your eyes." Immediately afterwards, he also closed his eyes, and pointed the hand holding the wand in the direction of the basilisk. Torn apart. When this spell was used again, Richard didn't stop at all, and directly pulled Cedric to run behind him. Not long after he ran, he felt a resistance coming from ahead, and then heard a scream. His whole body was bounced back to the ground, and his head was dizzy. "Who is it? Dizzy?" While shouting loudly, Richard did not let down his vigilance, and he was the one who took the lead. The man didn't seem to have thought that Richard would be so decisive. Without even a chance to react, he was directly hit by Richard's stun spell and fell to the ground. "Cedric, don't look back. You can open your eyes and look at the person in front. We have to get out of here immediately." Cedric didn't say much. He walked straight to the figure who fell on the ground. Harry, who had been hit by the Richard stunning charm, had one hand exposed by the invisibility cloak when he fell to the ground, which allowed Cedric to find him accurately. He lifted off the invisibility cloak, and when he saw clearly who was lying on the ground, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Harry!" "What?" Richard, who was following behind him, froze for a moment, and then saw Harry lying on the ground. Damn it! At that moment, his face became ugly. In the current situation, he has no way to guarantee the safety of himself and Cedric, let alone Harry's. If Harry died here, Richard could imagine how angry Dumbledore would be then. He threw an eye sickness spell behind him, hoping that the eye sickness spell would delay him for some time. He walked up quickly and carried one side of Harry's body on his own. Seeing this, Cedric hurried up to help, and carried the other side of Harry's body on his own. Of course, he didn't forget the invisibility cloak that fell on the ground. Harry's invisibility cloak. Walk. Needless to say, The two carried Harry and ran forward. But because of the added weight of one person, the two of them couldn't run very far. If this continues, sooner or later they will be caught up by the basilisk behind them. Cedric, you continue to take Harry forward, and then go to other professors and tell them the situation here. What about you, Richard? Aren't you with us? When Richard said these words, Cedric had some guesses in his heart. Someone has to cut the air, Cedric, or we'll all die. Looking into Cedric's eyes, Richard smiled softly. Of course, he didn't want to take the initiative to die. Judging from the current situation, it is undoubtedly a better choice to send Cedric away, because he has an idea. Right now, it's obvious that the controlled Ginny Weasley found them, otherwise they wouldn't have been attacked by the basilisk, but that also meant that Ginny Weasley was nearby. Facing a freshman who has just entered school, even with Tom Riddle's diary, Richard is confident that he can hold a stalemate with her for a while. Once again, he threw an eye sickness spell behind him, continuing to block the basilisk's vision. Although this did not prevent the basilisk from continuing to run towards them, it allowed Cedric and Harry to leave more safely. Cedric looked at Richard and chose to believe in him after all. He didn't believe that Richard would easily do things that couldn't be done. Be careful, wait until I find the professor. Believe me. After a brief exchange, Cedric hugged Harry's body, put the invisibility cloak he had picked up on the ground in Richard's hand before turning around and leaving without looking back. At this time, the basilisk also chased after him. Seeing this, Richard's face became serious. Hey, I'm here! Richard won, shouting loudly while backhanding is a small spell. Under the powerful magic resistance of the basilisk, Richard's spell couldn't break through that layer of scales, and his attack was like giving it a tickle. But Richard's goal was not to injure the basilisk. What he is doing now is to attract the attention of the basilisk, and firmly attract its hatred. Yes, that's it. Come with your grandfather. With the voice behind him, he can roughly judge how far the basilisk is from him. When he saw Cedric running towards the left passage, Richard chose the right passage. In just a few seconds, the basilisk's huge body arrived here, and followed Richard's direction without stopping. A few more seconds later, the body of the basilisk disappeared at the end of the corridor. Richard, who was hiding in the corridor on the right, took off the invisibility cloak covering his body. He looked at the direction in which the basilisk was leaving expressionlessly, holding his wand firmly in his hand. Then, Richard turned around and walked in the direction he came from. His heart was beating violently, with an unspeakable excitement. Soon, he will face the form of Voldemort and the current Tom Riddle. Even though he is just a remnant soul in a Horcrux now, it is undeniable that he is definitely the most rational and treacherous period at this time,